I got two hands. I got my mouth. I know how to earn money.
Okay, folksies, the one thing that you have to do whenever you've had anything going on with your. Whose is that? How long have you had that? My goodness. Okay. All right. All right. Okay. All right, here's the deal, folks. Anytime you've had anything to do with your kidneys, such as, things like, kidney stones and things of that nature. If you ever had UTIs in the past, one thing that you really, really need to do is to go for follow-up. And the follow-up is really important. So we're going to do that this morning, a little while actually. And we're going to try to see exactly what's going on. And yes, it is something that you actually have to do if you give a shit, about your overall health. Because you don't want anything to fuck up with your kidneys. You don't want anything to interfere with the whole process of your system. Because infections, if they go unchecked, well, it's going to fuck with your kidneys. So the responsible guy I am for myself anyway, I take these things to heart, and I definitely, bring your ID, thank you. And that one prescription? Okay, thank you. Good gal. The one thing you want to really, give it another 5 minutes or so. One thing you want to really upkeep on is exactly that. And that's why a lot of people actually here, the local people, they have a lot of problems here with their kidneys because they really don't get things checked out. Maybe they can't afford an ultrasound or a simple urinalysis. It's, you're going to get an ultrasound. It's not anything terrible, it's not invasive. They're going to basically tell you, well, fill up your bladder. Then they do the ultrasound with a full bladder. Because if you don't, they're going to say, well, go wait another 10, 15 minutes, drink a lot of water, which I got to start doing now, actually. Then they're going to say to empty your bladder out, okay? So they take images with your bladder full. They take images with your bladder empty. They try to determine the rate of the emptying of the bladder too. So it's kind of involved. Now, since I've had UTIs in the past, it could be indicative of another UTI. Whenever they fuck with you, the truth is, whenever they fuck with you, if you have kidney stones, if you got gallstones or something, whenever they fuck with you with that, things can go wrong. I might have a stricture in the ureter, which can cause some problems. But that's what you have to investigate. But if you really want to investigate, initially you do an ultrasound. It doesn't tell all, but it tells a lot. And you'll know more on a CT scan, which is really invasive really to your body. I mean, too many CT scans are not good. But to get an idea of where it's going. So that's what we're going to do today. Not that you need to notice, but I'm making a point that if you suspect any pain in your flanks on both sides underneath your ribs, which I'm not really except for muscle, and having scoliosis fucks with you too. I don't have bad scoliosis, but I still have. I don't know what the percentage is. It's probably not big, but I still have it. That can interfere too. With the flanks, the back of your back. It's under your rib cage in the back on either side. So, if you're having pain or any problems back there, it could not be muscles, it could be something going on with your kidneys. It could be a backflow of your urine going back into your kidneys, which is not good because the backflow can actually damage your kidneys. That kind of happened to me when I was actually had that stent in, and it was a backflow. And believe me, I felt it because every time I went to take a piss, it's like, oh shit, what now, Well, shit does happen, but it could be worse. You could be ignoring symptoms. You could be, no, I'm not really getting much pain in the flank. It's from that horrible chair of mine, really, and my posture on that chair, and having a little bit of scoliosis kind of adds to it. So, mix it up all in a bowl, and that's what you get. Oh shit, I didn't eat fucking blueberries. Sure, they're still good. They're sitting on the table. I'm going to do this before I go. But you have to be very aware of changes in your body. Something don't feel right. All right, there's my blueberries. No, I got to eat my blueberries.
Yeah, you eat first?
Yeah, I got to eat my blueberries first. I let them defrost too long. Okay, I'm glad the ants didn't get to it. But they were aware of it. They were sending out signals everywhere. Just like your body sends out different signals. Okay. Kind of warm blueberries. I don't like that, but I'm going to eat it anyway. Why? Because I can. Because I have them. And because they're good for you. Sorry about the chatter in the background. Filipino language. So, there's some basic tests you could have. And man, don't worry about the money, man. This will be, a lot of greater expenses later on if you let something go. Trust me, I know. Yeah, hello, Charles. And let me save you the trouble. There's nothing wrong with your camera. I'm just not really on camera. Now that I got that out of the way. Let me see. Should I drink clear water or should I drink that?
Huh?
Should I drink clear water or should I drink that?
It's better clear water.
All right. Well, I need a bottle of water because I'm going to have to be drinking a lot. That's how you do this. The Philippines healthcare system is ranked 124th in the world. No, you're not telling me nothing. I don't know. See, well, I'll drink my cup of water. Get me cups of my cup. No, they're not the best, but that's why, like I said, you got to be more proactive in things and, test and retest and do what you need to do, for sure. But you're not going to fly out of the country or just fly all over the Philippines to try to find an appropriate doctor because you just don't know.
Not cold.
Well, I don't need cold. I just need to fill up my bladder because I know what they're going to say when I go there. I give you an approximation what it cost. I'd like to get her, actually, and she'd be in fear of that one. An A1C for her to test her sugar. Oh, God, that might wake her up. Big time. Oh, the rice she eats, bread, and shit like that. Well, sometimes you need a wake-up call. Start my water here. Blueberries are gone. My body says, thank you, thank you. It takes about a half hour for when you drink water for it to wind up in your bladder. So you kind of time it right. Did you eat your food, Ginger? Good girl. How about you, Sal? Did you eat your food? But I didn't have time to do it in my trip to Cebu, so I decided we have a good lab out here in Battaglia area. They also have an on the clock doctor. His family actually owns this diagnostic center, so all in the family. He's a good guy. He's a young guy, and his sister, I guess, owns this place. No, that's the problem, because the water that comes out of the well, I don't drink that, obviously. I'll have like Pocari Sweat or something, or I'll have Gatorade with the kind that has no sugar. Mostly Pocari Sweat, but I drink plain water. But there's no minerals in there. That's the problem. I think most of us are lacking essential minerals. I think all of us that are living out here. Leslie Pacific. They sell some bottled water that says less minerals. And I don't know how much minerals are in there. I really don't. Be prepared for medical emergencies with comprehensive health insurance plans. Well, I don't have that. Right now, I can't even leave the fucking country if I had an emergency, but they would allow it on certain emergencies, I'm sure. But letting you back in until something, let's just say, is settled, that might be a question, but in all honesty. Oh, I'd find a way. Don't worry about that. Yeah. No, everybody should be prepared for medical emergencies, but, most of us are not. I don't got throwaway money, not really. Things add up after a while. I gotta finish this 16 ounces. Then, I have to be drinking water while I'm there or on the way to the lab, too. Gotta make sure I have a full bladder, or else you can go in there, they're gonna look at you, say, oh, your bladder's not full. Go outside, wait 20 minutes, drink more water. That's what they're going to tell you. That's exactly what they're going to tell you. Now, if you want to get a more comprehensive urinalysis, your basic urinalysis is going to mention, I think it will talk about or examine certain proteins they might find in there that shouldn't be there, and maybe like a few other things. It's not a complete, but it gives you an idea. So if you got bacteria floating around, if your urine is cloudy. Now, one of the signs, and it's not, is if you have bubbles or foam in your urine, and I do get that. So that's what I have to examine. But that could have to do with a lot of things. I suppose you clean your toilet with some detergent now and then, and the minute your urine hits the toilet, it can bubble up. So I've tried that experiment where I tried pissing in the toilet and then tried pissing in this plastic jar, and I didn't see any bubbles. But that's usually a sign, and unless everybody must have that, because even on a recent trip on a ferry, I went to the men's room there, CR. I've seen water standing around in toilets and whatnot that were all bubbly and foamy. So I guess everybody's got some kind of a sugar problem or something going on, I guess. I don't know. It's probably, I would not be surprised. Yeah, protein. I notice when you travel to Cebu, you always have ample amount of cash in your pocket. Well, because I have ample amount of cash, that's why. I don't travel dangerously. I'm broke, remember, I'm broke. So keep that in mind. Frank's broke. We'll leave it at that. Yeah. Well, maybe compared to some people, I am absolutely broke. There's some people out there that actually have a lot of money. I'm talking millions and millions and millions and millions of pesos. Not dollars, but they might have that too. Maybe some people do. Not me. Oh yeah, urinating quickly or with force creates bubbles, like pouring soda. Sometimes, I don't have the greatest flow in the world. It's not that strong, but that's comes with age. But the funny thing is, it's a good thing though, is that my prostate is not enlarged. In fact, it's what they say was the size on that thing? A 2.0 or something. But the funny thing is, although that's a good thing, sometimes that could be indicative of a prostate cancer, believe it or not. It's saying exactly the opposite. So you don't know what the hell to believe anymore. You don't know what to believe. Okay, so it's good at my age to have a 2.0 measurement. I mean, even a girl who's doing a sound said He goes, here, look at this. I said, what? See that measure here? I said, yeah. That's you know, that's a pretty small size for somebody your age. I said, really? 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 Oh, that's crazy. That's crazy. I guess that's good. Well, nobody really knows what I have. I could be broke as a skunk. You wouldn't know it. I could be rich beyond most average people's belief, at least in the YouTube genre. That's something I don't disclose on here, but people don't understand. There's been a lot of money trading hands for the past 10 years, actually, from this or for that or for this or for that. That's a fact. Sale of a house, money left over from another house in Seattle years ago, and you know, it goes on and on. They say I got ripped off from, or she did, from a local Filipina. Initially, yes, but on Popeye's show, he's saying, yeah, you know, you're never going to get that money back. Well, we got it back. It was either that or she was going to go for a staffer charges. There you go. Now you know. We didn't get our interest back, but we didn't care about that. No, we got our money back. Hate to disappoint you, Popeye. Oh, no, I actually love to disappoint you. Sorry, I'll correct that. I know, I'm a draft dodger. I'm all kinds of stuff, folks. If you believe that, then you also believe that I'm 30 years old. I wish I was, but that's never going to happen. I'm just be happy to be alive. Look, when you get problems coming up, you handle them. You don't let them go. Beg, borrow, or steal, whatever the fuck you have to do, whatever your situation is, to get these vital tests done, because they are vital. Unless you want to spend a lot more money in the future and have to remedy things that you let go for too damn long. No, my Social Security sucks. I'm only around the $1,500 mark, a little over that. That's all. No, I don't have much. We were renting, even with paying rent, we were able to get by, you know, and even have a couple of pesos left over here and there, you know. It's become a little more challenging as inflation has hit the Philippines. But, you know, you have to have a reserve, and that's what it's for. Then, you know, we have other sources, you know, not much, but we have other sources. We bring in a few pesos here and there. You know, so, I mean, we're okay. I know Papa doesn't like to hear that, but anyway, I think I'm going to have to go here. Now, if I'm lucky, I can use for Friday. If I'm lucky, I can get the results by the end of the day. That doesn't mean I have to go there and get them. I'd rather have the hard copies, but we have a machine here. So they usually will send me an email, okay? And through that email, we can get the results some same day. But there was a time I had to wait 3 or 4 days. I don't know what happened. They didn't have although I gave them it, they didn't have my email. I don't know. I gave them my new one. But they're pretty good. By the end of the day, according when you go in, how busy they are, you can get your results right in the email. Boom. And you can look at it. Well, I got 2 people we're supporting too, besides, you know, my girlfriend. But no, I mean, look, I don't go out to bars. I don't drink and all that stuff. You know, I'm home a lot. I'm not traveling low to Philippines. So, you know, we're okay. We're not what I call great, but we're okay. You know, I'm not complaining about it. It is what it is. It is what it is. And they can say I'm broke all damn day long, but it may not necessarily be true. How am I always buying things? How am I always shopping at S&R? Why, you know, am I always picking up this and picking up that and picking up this? And, you know, that would really eat into my Social Security, wouldn't it? I'd be broke before half the month goes by. Or a lot less than that when you think about it, you know. Nah, you're okay. Never mind what they say. And I'm going to go in a minute. Never mind they say you need how much to live in the Philippines. It all has to do with, what are your expenses like? I don't pay rent. That's a big help. I don't pay rent. Now, if I was paying rent, other than going into my, I probably would be in worse shape because I used to rent for 5 years at one place out here. So with that being said, that would have probably been problematic, actually. I think so. Because there's rising cost. But anyway, that's kind of where I'm at. There are all kinds of testing I would like to get, but it's like one of these things, No, I don't go to no bars. Those fucking low lifes. Fucking low lifes hang around bars all day. They come out to this fucking country and they're fucking hanging around from seedy, smelly bars with whores and shit. Got more gist in them than a fucking camel's got fucking stored up fucking water. I mean, just fucking nasty even thinking about it, to tell you the truth. Just nasty. I don't engage in that kind of behavior, man. Fuck that shit. Hell no. Hell no. Whew. I think about it, I wanna vomit. No, I don't do that shit. I never will. Never will. I'm fine where I'm at, who I'm with, and that's my story. Yeah, they are such low lifes, man. Such fucking low lifes. Okay, I might continue this later. And the good thing about this place, you have a consultant there too. The guy that partially owns a place, because his sister, I believe, owns this lab. That's pretty cool. He's a young guy, and I really don't know. Actually, while I'm there, and he's not a dermatologist, I was supposed to do this, and I was running around a lot, and I didn't have time to do it. And I should have made time for it. I'm upset with myself with that. And if he could identify keratosis, like or skin tags or whatever, and make a differentiation, between that being either some basal cell or squamous cell or whatever. But I'm going to have a look at me, because I even have some patches on my forehead. For your information, folks, rumors are rumors. The statement that Slim was in the news in Dumaguete Daily is not true. A little research on ChatGPT revealed a lot of things, but nothing to prove that there's been any allegations made against Slim and his wife whatsoever. And there's no proof that they're even married. There's no records of proving that they're married or about DNA or anything. And there's no reports of any foreigner being reported for child neglect or anything in regards to his name. So, in other words, same old, same old. You just got to do the research. Oh yeah, they're talking about him in the Dumaguete Daily. See, you can't believe everything on here, just do the research. I'm not that gullible. That's why I do research. No, Slim is not in trouble. Wishful thinking for a lot of people, but don't worry, it'll catch up with him sooner or later. It always does. Remember, it all comes out in the wash. Well, we meet again, but the medical system out here in the Philippines is less than desirable on getting things done. I don't have to wait for anybody to show up on here. We'll keep this live on here. We were just minutes away from getting a jeepney to go to the lovely Battaglia town to go to the diagnostic lab to get an ultrasound. Although it is Saturday, they said that the techs would be in today. Now, I'm glad I had some data on my phone and was able to contact them on my Facebook Messenger. And it's lucky that I did, because it would have been a wasted trip that they only had a tech in there, check-in time at 9:30. Of course, we weren't told that, and we would have never got there on time, considering the time it was already, about 9:20 or so. I said, can't they just hold off until we come in? He said, no, your check-in time has to be by this certain time. I said, you never gave me any specifics yesterday. He said that the ultrasound tech would be in today, which is Saturday. But no. In for about, what, an hour? We were never told this. I said, well, at least send me and my girlfriend our results on some tests that we had taken. Here is the email address. We'll send it here on Messenger. So we're going to wait for that, unless these lab tests are not in yet either. So what is it all about? It's just how it shows you how inefficient the system is out here on expecting to get, which everybody agrees with, getting anything done correctly or in an expedient, matter at all. You just can't get things done out here. Now, I would have been pretty pissed off, and I would have said something to them politely, but I would have definitely said something to them, because I need their services, that this is bullshit. We had to make a trip all the way up here. But however, send me the results, because if I do have a UTI, I'm probably going to have to make a trip to Bantayan anyway, if there's any doctors around, or have to wait off till Monday to get some prescription for antipsychotics, which antibiotics are. They're ridiculous to take because they cause more damage than good sometimes, but sometimes you got to take them. You don't want to let a infection fester like, Fazio did. No. You don't want to do that. You got to be proactive. So I'm still waiting to get the results and see how efficient they are with that. Generally, at the end of the day, you can get the results on email, but that didn't happen. And last I checked, it wasn't there. But I just made a demand to them now. At least send us our results. But in the future, well, they said, well, it was unsuspected that they don't know them, they hired them, that their ultrasound techs, the ladies, would not be here for the rest of the day. Well, I personally would have liked to have known that. I'm very happy I did not get on that jeepney to make a trip to Bantayan. So this is what commonly happens out here. Expect the unexpected. Don't depend on the medical community for just about anything. Nothing happens fast here. You're dreaming in a perfect world, but it's not a perfect world. I think there is a certain responsibility for them to let people know, oh, I remember, sir, that you were going to come in tomorrow for an ultrasound, but we'd like to tell you that a tech is only going to be around for like a freaking hour or something, that you got to be in there before 9:30. Well, we were never told that. So we would have made a trip there for nothing. I said, at least give me my results. Here's my email again. Or you could send the results on Messenger. I could blow it up and look at it. And it may require another trip to Bantayan anyway if I had a UTI. If I had a UTI, I'd want to know and maybe get some antibiotics for such. But no. You got to wait for results. Hey, that's my show. Welcome to the Philippines. Das crazy. You live and learn. I guess that's what life's all about. You can't always get what you want, but you can try so hard, you might get what you need. Sometimes you have to be your own doctor, scientist, caretaker, because the medical system is not always, in fact, many times they cause more problems than the original problem that you went in for. So many variables, so many. We talk on here a lot about different health topics, and a lot of times you got to be your own investigator. Not all the information that's given to you is totally true. You got to do your own research. Whether it's the type of medicine that they give you have to make a determination. That could be the right kind of antibiotic, for example. That would actually be very critical. Not many people think about it. An antibiotic is an antibiotic, but that is not true. Again, fluoroquinones, whatever they're called, they're not good antibiotics to take. And they're not, certain antibiotics are not really targeted to one area, so you have to concentrate on that too. But I will give you a little information on some things that you need to look into if you think you have a urinary tract infection, because it may not actually be that. Now, how do you know? Well, if you've had a history of stones and you had some procedures done even a year ago, two things could be going on. One of them, you may have some residual stone. That's why you want to get the ultrasound. It didn't happen today, but yeah, I guess I have to wait till Monday or something. So what you do, or what you have to, your train of thought is on this, that you got to look at the variables. The fact that you had stones before, there could be some residual stones in your bladder causing irritation in your bladder. It may not even be an infection. That's why you go for tests. So if you went for tests and you got your urinalysis back, which I haven't, still pushing them, and you don't have an active infection, there's two things you got to look at or explore. There could be residual small stones that are irritating your bladder. That would cause irritation and a sense to urinate more often than normal. The other thing, which you really don't want it to be, but any kind of invasive procedure, whether you're getting a colonoscopy, an endoscopy, is considered to be invasive and can cause damage. So in a kidney stone situation, like I had about, I don't know, what has it been, about a year, hasn't it now? It's about a year. Easily, about a year. Boy, does time go by fast. It seems like it was just a couple of months ago. When? August. Oh my goodness. My goodness, was last August. Oh my. Oh my, oh my. Oh me, oh my. So, just a procedure of exploration by going into your kidney with the camera, exploring your ureter and your kidney. The procedure can be somewhat damaging, and it could create a stricture in your ureter. Again, if you've been listening to me a lot, that's kind of like sort of like a scar tissue, which can contribute. So that means that maybe that part of your ureter needs to be kind of widened out a bit. Okay, pretty basic, to allow for the flow. So if you got hesitation in your pee, you got a stream, things like that. Those are certain indicators. So which I have to put under examination. However, any kind of procedure can be invasive. And of course, doctor's not going to take any responsibility to that. You're not going to go sue them. That's never going to happen. Shit happens, but what can you do? Now, I'm not saying that's what's going on with me, but through my own research, which I'm very good at doing, I'll know that, okay, let's say it was a UTI. Then the question would be, well, what's causing that UTI? Still, even a stricture can maybe do that. Maybe if you don't get the good urine flow that it could potentially collect bacteria or the toxins. So that's why these things have to be very carefully looked into. And that's the kind of things that I do. It's my body, not yours. So you have to check into this kind of stuff. So you start from scratch. You get a urinalysis. Do I not have a UTI infection, which is a urinary tract infection? It's yes or it's no. And then you basically go from there. Well, of course, you get antibiotics, but you want to know why you're getting it. Why, when you never were getting that many before. Maybe you've had them in the past, and many people do, but to get it a little more frequently, maybe a couple in a year, that's even too much, really, I think. 2 or 3 in a year, I think that's much too much for a male. Or anybody, really. Women tend to get more frequent UTIs than men do. But doesn't mean that men can't. So figure it out. Is it the results? Do you have an active infection? And sometimes you may have like a silent infection going on, which means that sometimes you may not have these symptoms. It gets very complicated sometimes. So then they tell you, well, if you do have an infection, it's good to drink a lot of water to flush out any excess bacteria, blah, 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 blah. But then you got to piss more often. So, in other words, it's a no-win situation sometimes in medicine, And that's why I always advocate all the time. I advocate, doing your own research. Doctors can be very learned people, a lot more than you will ever know. They went to school for that. However, that still doesn't mean that you may not, you cannot know things that they never really spent their time practicing on, whether, nutrition is one of them. They don't, what's the guy selling now? Can you hear me?
Taho.
Pandasil, fish, what is he selling?
Taho,
Oh,
taho.
oh, oh, like a siren. Oh, you can hear this guy. They ride their bikes and they're selling different things, vegetables and fish or whatever it might be. They just ride through the neighborhoods. But he rides by real fast. He doesn't give the people a chance to actually say, hey man, stop. They just ride by through the community. I think they're calling him back. I think there's something they did want from him. See if he's going to come back or not. Okay, so the reason I talk about this is it's also to educate myself besides my audience. And as I said, I like to share some of this stuff because people don't always care to share it, but I don't mind really doing that, sharing is caring. And should I really give a shit? Probably not really for some of the folks on here, but I like to spread the knowledge, the wealth of knowledge on certain things and save you the trouble sometimes on doing something that maybe you don't need to do for yourself or finding another alternative to do something else. So with that in mind, I'm here to help. You know what I'm saying? I'm here to help. I'm here to help. I'm here to please. Okay, enough about my urinary tract system. I'm going to see what's happening when I get my results, and then I go from there. And I sort of wish I had time when I was in the lovely Cebu to go and see the urologist, but I didn't have any tests at the time. I would have had to have had tests and da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. And sometimes it's hard to get an appointment with specialists. So it means numerous trips. There's always a hassle. There's always a hassle involved in getting appointments. There just is. The system doesn't work fast, and I'm talking about medical system, all systems. Especially a specialist might be harder to see than a GP, general practitioner. Anyway, who's out there? We're not going to be on here too long here. I'm just kind of expressing my frustration that, you pay for something and you just don't get the service quick. But then again, if you've been living out here, I think you know that very well. But things just don't work very quickly. You have to learn to have patience, which is hard for some people to do, and I'm one of them. If there's an active infection going on, I want to treat it. I don't want to cause damage to my kidneys or anything. And no, Popeye, I'm not dying, Popeye. Your God only knows what medical conditions you have, sir. I can't even imagine, really. I mean, I'm not 20 years old anymore. You will get things happening. Sometimes you get UTIs. Sometimes you develop stones. With kidney, you might even develop gallbladder stones or otherwise. I mean, shit happens. If it happens... Okay, who's the first in here? Okay. You be the first, you be the second. Heart's already coming my way. Very good. Uncle Frank is here. I was just trying to figure out a movie here to watch. They went downtown to go get some supplies, but they're gearing up for all these. They're gearing up for all the different activities going to be coming with the sonolog season here, and which I'm not involved with. Yeah. Yeah, I'm just basically trying to find something worthwhile to watch on here, which is becoming increasingly more difficult. Yeah, I'm definitely in kickback mode. So I figured, what the fuck? Oh no, don't get me wrong. I've been on YouTube, but not for the local genre shit. No, I've been looking up a lot of shit. I do keep up. I actually do keep up what's going on with the world. You know, the outside world out there that I'm not a part of. Supposedly, you know, well, on this island, you're not really part of anything. That's the truth. It's kind of self-appointed isolation. I'm not complaining about it, though. You know, please don't get me wrong. I like that. Self-imposed, perhaps, but sometimes I don't mind. I know one thing for sure. I'm not gonna be in any parades this year. You know, with the sonolog, even the local stuff. I've done that in the past, but I don't know about this year. Part of my yawning, but as I said, I'm just in kickback mood. Hoping that my viewers could liven me up a little bit here. What do I have in the background? That's interesting. It looks like the frames on my wall on this TV screen. What the hell is that? Pretty weird. I'm not even going to describe what I'm looking at right now. I'm yawning like a mofo, I tell you. Still, no results back. It's fucking crazy, man. It's fucking crazy. You'll pay good money for these fucking lab tests and shit, but you know, it takes forever to get them back. I don't think I'm going to die in between the results. But I don't want something to happen now. I want it to happen yesterday. And that's pretty much me. I don't have patience for certain shit. Unfortunately so. So I don't know if it's going to be one of these things you'll be just sitting there listening to me talk. It's just going to kind of turn me off a little bit here. I have a lot of energy. for an old dude, but sometimes I don't have the patience to, well, anyway, just sit here and I'm yawning like fucking crazy. You don't want me to be in Popeye's position, do you? Please, never. I certainly hope never. Got my dogs here, though, today. They're out kind of gallivanting because the kids wanted to go downtown, the ones that are staying here, and pick up a few things for themselves. Oh, did I lock the door? Oh, sorry about that. Oh, she's back already. Well, she didn't go anywhere. I don't know. Door's open. What are you doing?
I just knocked you if you sleep. Sounds go to the couch.
Oh, that was pretty quick.
Just
Toilet paper!
paper.
Yay! Now we got some action going on here. We got toilet paper. Hey, folks, we got toilet paper. It's an exciting part of my day. Really. That's crazy. That's crazy. Okay. Yeah, really. Okay. In a row, Ginger. Yeah, come to take a ride with my lady. And we're going to go downtown. We're going to get something to eat. Maybe we go to the mountains today. And we got a little boy here who is hungry. Michelin tire man. That's crazy. All the people recognize me in the streets. Anyway. What do we got? We got the Aztec Relic Awakens Evil sci-fi adventures movie. We got The Keeper with Jason Statham. I've probably seen every Jason Statham movie there is. Looking good. Anyway. Oh, you sound like a very unhappy person, Gilda. You sound so unhappy living with me. You sound so unhappy, laughing, singing. And she got, you know why she's proud? Because she got her, she can't wait to go in a procession. She just can't wait.
Lights, camera,
She went
action.
and actually went to San Nino and actually had this thing decorated. She actually had the old stuff taken off. Now she's adorned it with all kinds of stuff on here now. It's a lot fancier than it used to be. Settenio. Yeah, that's crazy.
Lights, camera, action.
Lights, camera, action. Yeah. Isn't that nice? Really? Very proud. Oh, she carries this very proudly when she's in these processions, you know, for these church events, you know, Sinolog, Festival, Sinolog, Senor, come on, how's that go? Senor,
Pit senyor.
Si, senyor.
Kitang tanan, magpit senyor.
Oh, that sounds good.
Oh, pit senyor. Oh, pit senyor. Kitang tanan,
Kitang
magpit
tanan.
senyor.
Si, senor.
Pit senyor kang Franco.
Senor, Franco, senor. I don't know all the words.
I said pit senyor kang Frank kini.
Okay. Senor.
Lights be on.
They say senor, it means a man, senor. I mean, senor. Why are they talking about a man? Senor.
Senyor, vive pit senyor.
Yeah, senor is a man. Senor. Right? Senor. You mean you're going to decorate this thing even more? What? That's crazy. Oh my goodness. Look at that. Well, you want to have the best saint in the parade, right?
No,
Ah.
I just got it.
Senor. Okay. Look at her go. God bless her. God bless her. Oh, yeah, I've actually walked in these little processions with her before. It's not like I've never done that. She proudly holds it up, like everybody holds up their saints, to show their participation in the event, to show their allegiance to their Catholic beliefs, and she goes wild. Oh, God, when she's with her friends, too, down in these processions. Boy, she's quite a wild one, I gotta tell you that. Nah, I cannot figure this out. I try many, many times, but this it drives me just crazy. I don't like to play with this. I don't know what to do. Oh, wait a minute, it's all in proper shape. I'm going to leave it alone. Too crazy for me. Okay. The Murderous Sphinx, sci-fi, full movie in English. There's nothing on this goddamn thing. Actually, you gonna turn the light on? I'm a vampire. I don't like the light on. I like the darkness. Oh, what do you want, sweetheart? Here, look at this. Look at this beautiful girl. This other one here too. Look at her. She's so beautiful. She's so beautiful. Look at that face. Look at that face. Do-do-do-do-do-do. Look at that face. And I see it every day. Look at that smile. Look at that smile. Look at those teeth. Yeah. But you never bite your daddy, would you? I know you'd eat me if you were starving and I died. You betcha. You love your daddy, but you'll gladly consume me if you were starving in the house. Oh, that would be a bad girl. Would you do that to your daddy? She sure would. Look at me. Oh, look at my face. Is she not beautiful or what, folks? Look at that. And don't forget Ginger. Stop licking. Lick. Ginger, stop licking your feet. It's everyday stuff here, man. We're going to take donations for a new chair for Uncle Frank here. We got to get a new recliner. All right, so who wants to donate for a new recliner? Are you in on this, Aloe, or anybody else on here? A new recliner. We got to get a new recliner. We get enough people, we'll put a Gcash on there. It's killing my back. We need a new recliner, a new lazy boy. And we'll definitely accept donations on that. Oh, for sure. For all the free services I've given to all you wonderful, lovely people, all you lovely people out there. And look at her face. Come on, how could you refuse that? She wants her daddy to have a nice, comfortable chair. This way she could come up to me all the time so I could constantly massage her, scratch her head. Oh, poor thing. Look at those eyes. Oh, look at those eyes. Just gorgeous, gorgeous. Yeah. Okay. What's going down, guys? Yeah, we've been shooting a lot of videos out lately because, well, sometimes I'm bored and sometimes I got a lot to say, and usually it's a little bit of both. The Keeper. Oh, that's the one with Jason Statham. The Keeper. I'm not sure if that's worth watching. I'm not sure what I'm in the mood for. Mr. DeVinter has come up with a couple of movies for me that turned out pretty well. This is unfortunate. I think it's YouTube. This is not Netflix I got on here. Well, I'm going to find something here. But if I got this boring audience here, then I can't stay on here. You know, there's no dialogue on here. Oh, yeah, give me the thumbs up and all that shit. Oh, you're glad to hear me, but, you know, it's not that I like hearing the sound of my voice, boys. Let me see, what's this? January? How do you know the date today? It's going to be a long-ass month, I know that. A long-ass month. Oh, so I put up a couple of interesting news things that went up. Yeah, over outside of Dumaguete, Valencia area. Poor girl, man. 15-year-old teenage high school kid. Girl found beheaded. Like, what the fuck is going on with this world, man? Who the fuck could do such a heinous act like that? Now, I don't know much about the girl, whether she was a white girl or I don't think she was. But who could bring themselves to doing something like that? I just don't get it. The act itself is so fucking sick. And whoever they find that did this, well, hope they just get justice on this person of interest, whoever it might be. They gotta take people. That's what they did in some people in Mindanao, right? I remember in the past, Canadian tours, there was numerous situations like that. They take your head. That sounds like a rebellious type of thing. Was it rebels? I mean, what was the story on this? Take your head off? What did you do that's that wrong? I mean, I feel like punching somebody's head in every now and then on here, but, you know, I'm not gonna, you know, take their head off. I think that's just a little bit extreme. Taking their head off? Come on now. You can get mad about something, but don't lose your head in the process. Or lose somebody else's head. Didn't sound like a fair fight or whatever went on. Come on, a 15-year-old girl? You had to remove her head? Could you just tell the girl, I don't like you or something, just walk away? But no, they had to chop her head off. Yeah. Ain't that terrible? Yo, the woman caused somebody to chop a 15-year-old girl's head off. Valencia area outside of Dumaguete. High school girl, 15 years old.
Mandala?
Well, Valencia, Dumaguete, is that Mindanao?
Bukidnon.
It's not Mindanao.
Mindanao, Bukidnon.
That's part of Mindanao area?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. There we go now.
Valencia.
That's why, you know, yeah. Well, Jerry lives up in the ferry lives up in Valencia and some other people. Oh, I'm sure if I went to Paul Old Dog's show, I'm sure he'll be talking about it or something. Yeah, doesn't he actually live in that Valencia area? Which is what? Does he just live outside of Dumaguete? Or I think he lives directly in Dumaguete. I'm not sure. Old Paul. Haven't checked this channel out in a while. What did this thing do? Okay. Oh yeah, it was a good idea. The foam was trying to come out of the pillow. That's crazy. I need to be sewn up a little bit here. I know, sew my mouth shut, really.
Good idea.
She laughs at that one, yeah. She laughs at that.
I know how to sew that one.
Yeah. Could you speak like in a Russian accent and say that's crazy? How do you say it? You say, that's crazy. Crazy. Anyway. He's got me saying it now. But I'm just making fun of the guy, though. I'm just mimicking him. And thank goodness I don't talk like that. Now we got the same 13 people, always 13 people the same on here. When I come on, they're just kicking back, putting their head on the pillow, they're putting their legs up, and they're listening to my show. Are you as fucking bored as I am? You must be, because you're now listening to me at, what, 2:30, 3 o'clock in the afternoon. You must be bored. It's maybe more bored than I am. And we got 17 in there. We got smiley faces coming, which means they agree with me. They don't always communicate with me through text, but they send little sticker things and to show their appreciation. Well, it is communication. It is communication. Hearts now, no, 100% now, and God, it's coming. Look at that. I don't know if you guys could see that, but it might just flying across my screen. Look at that. Look at that. Look, look. My goodness. Wow. Keep the good vibes coming. Apparently, it's not safe anywhere in the Philippines. Oh, I don't know. I hear some of these vloggers. So I live in a real peaceful, cooler place in Valencia. Yeah, and little girls are getting their heads chopped off. What does that tell you how safe Valencia is? Come on, get real, folks. It's just dangerous all over, but it's more dangerous.
Everywhere is dangerous.
Yeah, she said everywhere is dangerous. You gotta watch what you do, man. I'm just telling you. Be good. Be good. You don't know who's prowling out there behind you with a bolo knife or something. Yeah, freshly sharpened. You just don't know. So be nice. There might be me behind you. You just never know. What are you doing with the old
Still.
attire for the saint? Huh? Replace your mother's saint to it?
No, every year they change the sign of the church.
Wow, that's real religious devotion there, I'm telling you. When you have the saint and you actually had it redone, the clothing on it, the costume, and she's also putting on all kinds of different things on the saint, you know, and I'm going to tie my shoe here before I trip on my ass. Look at that. Boy, that's devotion for you. Right, Sal? Is that devotion, Sal? Yeah. This crazy room, even if you got the air conditioner on, unless you have the fan running, you can never really feel the effects that as much on the air conditioner. Which reminds me, get the laziness out of me. I'll get the ladder, go up there, I gotta change the filter on there, which is in need of changing. That is for sure. Oh, they're going crazy in Minneapolis. Boy, I tell you, I've never seen so many people hate one person. Well, not on YouTube, but with Trump. Boy, he's making enemies left and right. Trying to kiss ass of all the oil company execs from Exxon and so forth. Kicks the reporters out of the room so they can have a private talk without them asking pertinent questions. Oh, let's see. Denmark or whatever is declaring war on the United States. You know, they represent, of course, Greenland. Okay, they have their interest in Greenland because Trump wants to take Greenland. What a mess. That's all I can say is what a fucking mess. It really is a mess out there, isn't it? And all because of Trump. All these countries are gearing up. Europe, everywhere is gearing up for war because they can't trust Trump. Simple solution, get rid of the bum. That's all. It'll save lives. You know, sometimes you're going to make a sacrifice in life. You know? You want to save millions of other people, get rid of the infection, you know? So don't spread. It's simple. But one life is, it's worth, millions of lives. Especially if it's pure evil. like Trump. I hear them drumming in the distance. Who's that coming from? Downtown Santa Fe? Gilderdare?
Yeah, they're in the
Yeah.
near Ruska.
Over near Roscoe, over there. Yeah.
Kids,
They all sound the same.
kids practicing.
Well, I think Papa made it, or somebody made a statement to that. Well, they all have certain songs for singing along, and that's what they practice on. But no, I made a statement on that no matter what the event was, no, but I think it was either Dawn or somebody made some lame statement, or Mick the Fish, Today, it's the national, themes that they play on the horns and the drums. Duh. I just made a statement that, no matter what they play, no matter what the occasion is, it's the same thing. It just seems like the musical instructor or whatever is just teaching them, one little riff, of horns and drums and xylophones or whatever they use in there. And that maybe that there's room for a little improvement. Maybe they could learn some other things. And I just made an observation, basically, that no matter what music I've heard in a parade or anything, it's always the same. And I think that's kind of limiting their talents. I'm sure they got lots of natural talent, but I think it's extraordinarily limited and gets boring to listen to. But it's like Andy and Mayberry here, it is. I mean, and it's not a put down either, actually. It's like Andy and Mayberry town here. What do you expect from, like in Andy and Mayberry, they used to go to the big town, which is big now, Raleigh. They go to Raleigh. But in those days, Raleigh was pretty much a cow town, but it was more exciting than where, Mayberry. And I don't even know if there is a Mayberry there. I don't even know if that's a fictitious name or not, actually. I don't know. Where's my broom? Okay. I had no clue. But the idyllic life, it's okay to return to something like that, it is. And yes, I am actually living the kind of idyllic, at times boring, yes. But, I've been around big cities. I've been, there's a pretty good part of my life that I spent around large population areas. So I got the feel. And it was never really something for me. Not really. I like a kind of a laid-back little town. The people are a lot friendlier, in fact. Probably I'm just multitasking while I'm talking to you. I may be crazy, but I'm not lazy. Okay, we got the no talkers here. Okay, well, that gives me a good excuse to get off here. I just want to see who was on, bros. Only because they were gone, and I was bored, that's all. So I figured I'd get on YouTube. Look at this room. I'm not even going to show you this. Yeah, it's a room here that someone sleeps in, but, everything's just ladle over here. It looks like a fucking flop room. I give up. I just give up. I like running things a certain way. I like things to be in order. Symmetrical. Eclectical. All right, listen to this. Listen. And yes, McFish, I know it's the Silog theme, McFish. You don't have to tell me that. Yeah, I got bored again because they went out downtown. They just came back though. Talking about a few things here. I'm just trying to find another fucking movie. You want to be honest? I was just talking now about this, the drums and trumpet and all that. You know, they're prepping for Sinorlag, and it's the same shit all the time. And I mentioned it once. Of course, Mick the Fish had to. What do you think about him anyway? Mick the Fish had to make a comment sometime. You know, Frank, well, that is the song of Sinorlag, and I was just saying that. Anytime I've ever heard any, you know, parades and shit around here, processions, it's the same damn thing no matter what the occasion is. And that's all I was saying about there. That's all. You know? And all I was saying is that I don't know if they have a music instructor in school or what they have. But maybe it might be beneficial to keep these interested students in the music area that would, you know, maybe learn a little bit more on the drums and trumpet and if they have a xylophone or whatever they have. That's all I was saying. But no, they got to turn it around. Of course they do. McFish always has an opinion. The fish, the McFish, the know-it-alls, the high roaders. They know it all, Alan. I got a great breeze out here right now. Nah, today's, I must admit, today is a very boring day because I really haven't found anything interesting to do out here. I'm done with any chores and stuff like that that I personally have to do. Listen. They just go crazy on the drum. They don't play. I tell you what, I freaked them out. Oh, what's that? Alice says, I have seen the last upload of the Bogan. Laughed my ass off. He is obsessed. Oh, what now? He re-uploaded the clip with my email address for the third time. This time he combined it with your immigration docs again. It just sounds to me that the Bogan is looking for a little bit of attention that women are apparently not giving him. A man's got to do something, right? I don't know. I just, you know, like I say all the time, and I do say all the time, even negative attention is still attention, no matter how you look at it, right? Putting up documents that don't even exist. He's jumping on you, jumping on me, he's jumping on, yeah. Oh, what's this? I didn't read everything. I only saw it a few minutes ago. Oh, okay. He's mad. Why is he mad? Why is he mad? Grr, that kind of mad. Really? Well, he's not getting no action, that's why. But he never gets action, so why should he get mad? He should be used to it. That's what I think, my opinion. I got a question to ask you, Gilda. If a guy comes over here and he's just not getting any action, no matter where he goes, you know, sexual action, I mean, do you think the guy should take a hint that maybe it's them and maybe, you know, there's something about them that women just don't like and maybe just hang it up and just go for a lady boy? That'll be a definite score every single time. What do you think about that?
Maybe they don't have somebody they like him, so that's right. Just go there and
Well, yeah, the point is there is nobody that likes him. Yeah, that's the point I'm making. You know, they should just switch to a lady boy because, you know, a lady boy probably will not refuse Jay.
yeah.
Yeah. Well, thank you on that pillow. She sewed up the pillow. What a gal, I'm telling you. My God. Ah. Yeah, I just said that. He wants attention. You know, like even a little kid is going to have a temper tantrum. Like Trump. You know, Trump's going to do things to get attention, to say stupid things and get stupid prizes, you know. Same with a kid and same with somebody like the Bogan. He wants attention. Women are just not giving him it. Aloe says he is probably building bridges again somewhere. Well, maybe he should, you know, build a bridge to some, you know, that would lead to something positive in his life. A bridge to something positive, you know. Oh, he had a millionaire Bogan. Yeah, that's why he lives with his mommy. He's a millionaire already. He lives in backpackers type of accommodations when he travels. Somebody was a millionaire, they'd be living in some stylish places, you know, without rats and roaches. But he's got to save all his money for the booze, because he's not going to get a woman around him unless he's offered her drinks. And, you know, we pretty much figured that out years ago. Some things, you know, don't change. And he never changed. And it's pretty sad, actually. When you think about it, it's awfully sad. They have to live their life these ways. They're that lonely. I don't know, man. Did they say there's always somebody out there for somebody? I mean, 8 billion people on this earth. There's got to be somebody for somebody. I mean, no matter how fucked up they are and rough around the edges there are, you know. I was seeing a feed on Facebook, and it was some other country. She looked Asian, but it was not Philippines or anything like that. This guy was like 97 years old, marrying this 20-year-old chick, and in the foreground it was like on a fucking yacht, okay, and in front there was like a pile of gold bullion. It was gold bullion. She's offered his yacht, the lifestyle, and the gold bullion to have this young woman. Well, who's a young woman like that going to refuse? Oh, yeah, they were getting married. 97-year-old guy, 97-year-old. He is yearning for revenge, you know. Grrr, like Dave, you know, Dave Phelps, like grrr, grrr, you know, we get mad. Revenge, revenge. Yeah. Well, I said if he's brave enough to come into the Philippines, and after some of the information that was let loose to the proper authorities, he could try his luck at it. Where is he supposed to be now? Is he supposed to be in the Philippines? Yeah, he's not still in Bali, is he? I don't think so. Well, he knows where to find me. You know, I gave him an open invitation. Oh, he's back in Australia? So he went from Bali to Australia? He didn't score even in Bali. You know what? Bali wouldn't be a place I'd ever go to. That's just too out there. That's just too, oh, I don't know. That would be really unfamiliar in every way, in every aspect. I could never do that. Oh, some girl got her arm bit off, and that was in the Caribbean. In where was that? Just recently, poor girl got her arm bit off by a shark. An area known for bull and tigers. Been hearing a little more of shark attacks. I don't know what's going on with that. Jay, lunch is ready. LMAO. Jay, lunch is ready. Back to mommy, yeah. Oh, he uploads old videos. Okay, that explains that. Oh, what good is that? I don't understand what good is that, you know, I don't. Trying to make it look current that he's traveling. No, he won't come into Philippines after the escapades he's been putting. Yeah, I doubt that, you know, and if he did try to go to the Philippines, he's going to be real quiet about it. And if immigration allows him in, you know, the word went out to the right people. That's all I can tell you. That's all I'm going to tell you on that. The fraudulent documents he put up, and he's trying to do it again, right? Or was it a repeat performance? No, it was probably a repeat performance. They don't learn. They should learn by the mistakes of others, man. What happened to them? Sometimes these people, they still don't learn. Whew. Kai, can you put that fan on? Thank you, thank you. Salamat. Don't have to direct it to me, just back and forth or whatever, you know, just keep the air flowing in here. Yeah. Look at that saint. Look at that saint. Look at that. She's got the thing all decked out for glory, I'll tell you that. Wow. That's going to stand out. He is irrelevant. All talk, but it's fun to provoke him. Oh, I know. He is a nut job. Yes, he is. There's no doubt about it. He's a true nut job. I mean, anybody who brings a dildo in his shower and, you know, and boxes it. I mean, I say they got a screw loose. That just might be an indication. Okay, so what do you have for movies, sir? I guess I ran out. And tell me if it's on Netflix or what it's on, but I kind of ran out of stuff here. Whoops. This afternoon. And by the way, the volume on here is fucked. Oh, here we go. I got it down again. I got a volume switch on here that it's not very cooperative all the time. It gets stuck in one position. Okay, I'm going to see what's on here. This, I believe, is YouTube. I might watch Scent of a Well. Yeah, I've seen that already. Hooah! Hooah! Am I right? Hooah! No, this movie is Aztec Relic Awakens Evil Sci-Fi. I'm sure I've seen this. I don't know if you want to watch those type of movies. I think it's going to be a little great B movie of some sort. Then you got The Curse of Tut's Tomb, and there's some really lame shit on here.
You need something to buy?
Guardian, another one, action sci-fi, family friendly. No, I don't want family friendly. What's that? There's a new movie coming out today. Matt Damon and Ben Affleck on Netflix, right? Okay, I'm gonna go to Netflix. Well, I don't even know the name of it, but oh shit! I hit another button, the damn thing turns off. Do you know what you pay for this? 1,500 to 2,000 pesos for this remote. And it's not like you could do anything manually on a TV. You are dependent on that remote, period. So when this thing goes, you're shit out of luck. Okay, let's get to Netflix. Here's Netflix. And it is, you don't know the name of the movie though. You got The Great Flood, which I started seeing, but it's in Japanese or something, so it's not working. How do I get out of this? I don't want to see this. You got an intro for this, but how the hell do I get out of it? Okay, hold on. Okay, find out. I'll go to the top. It says home, then it says movies, and now I went back to the other thing again. I can't win. I just can't win here. At least not on TV, I can't. How the hell? Now it shuts off again. No matter what I do. Son of a... Now it's off again. The RIP. The RIP. Oh, wait a minute. Ben Affleck, you're not talking about that movie with Jeff Bridges, are you? They're like dead and they're supposed to be sheriffs or some shit like that. No, I don't think that's it. Okay, let me go back to Netflix again here. Okay, on Netflix, but something comes out, The Great Flood, which was something I was checking out earlier. But how do I get out of this thing to examine other options? Oh, come on. All right, not for me. Not for me. And how do I get out of this? My TV is a little weird here. How do I get out of this? Okay, I think, okay, let's see.
Settings.
I want to get to, let's go home and try to get to search.
Home, brother. Search.
If I can get up there, okay, here. Yeah. Okay, search. Okay, it's called The RIP, or is it RAP? It's gonna make a difference when I punch this in. Hold on. Come on. We got R. Okay, let's go up. I. And we'll go down to P. Oh, there it is. Oh, the rip. The rip. Okay. Got it. Then they have the ripple. And they got the ripper. I don't know. I'll see. Let me hit on it. Okay, I hit on it. And what happened? Now it disappeared. What the fuck? Are you kidding me? What am I doing wrong here? I was just on it. I hit on the rip, my choice. Then it goes back to the search box. Fucking A, man. I prefer the old TVs. You got channel 2, 4, 5, 7, 9, 11, and 13, and sometimes 22. The easier days. It's not that I'm that fucking dumb. It's just that things were a lot easier. See, now oh, here it is. Okay. We got it back. Okay, we got it back. I'm going to hit on it. All right, there it is. Play trailer. Let's see the TV. All right, listen.
Seize the cash, count it, and turn it in. On the inside,
got it.
It's different. You have any Crime Stopper tip coming on this address?
No, it just says play trailer. Trailers and more like this. No, that's coming on January 16th. It's not on yet, dude. No. It's coming on January 16th. You won't be watching that. I don't think we're on to 16th. What is today's date anyway? Yeah, it's 16th. That's what it says. Yeah, don't trust anyone, it says. No, you can't. It's about trust. Phrase when a team of Miami cops discovers millions in cash inside a rundown stash house, calling everyone and everything into question. 10, no, it says. No, it says the 16th. Oh, today's the 10th, okay. Yeah, it is Ben Affleck and okay, more like this. Let's see. Earth and Blood. The helicopter heist. No, I just want to go to my regular screen here if I could get out of it, which I don't think I can. That's what, this remote. Oh, here we go. You just go over there, put the search and you put, English movies. That's all you can do. English movies. That's what you do. So it makes it easier. Because I really don't want to watch anything in another language. I don't mind watching, having, captions, but, okay. Let's see if I can get out of here. The end. G. It's not even registering. There are no matches for your search. I give up. Sometimes you want to throw the remote against the TV. I don't know. I enjoy the good old days when you didn't have a lot of channels. And you had a TV guide. Remember that? A TV guide. I guess they still do in a way. TV guide, and you knew exactly what was going to be on, when it was going to be on. Yeah, the trailer looks okay.
Every summer,
Trailer don't look bad.
whatever we do, whoever
All the Walking Dead, all the same shit that's on. Cashero, C-A-S-E-R-O. Oh, Cash Hero. Okay. That looks boring. His and Hers. That sounds boring. Not much, man. Monster, which I just started to see. There he goes. There's that scene. He's with the girls. Listen. He's got the girl's outfit on. He's got his mother's mask on, a skin on his face. Oh my God. Listen.
Yes? Yes, sir? Sure.
And the guy had a high voice to begin with. Yeah, he's dancing at home. He's got a woman's outfit on. That part. Just a moment. Oh my goodness. And I got into that movie series, Stranger Things, but it just got so, I don't know, so convoluted. I don't know. There's a movie called Big, where a 12-year-old learns yearns to be a grown-up, and when he makes that wish of a fortune-telling machine, he awakens the next morning as a 30-year-old man. It's called Big. I don't know if it's worth watching or not. Yeah, he answers the cop with a high-pitched voice. Yeah. I don't understand it either. I stopped watching it. So the kid here is a small kid. He's wishing he was bigger. So he goes to this fortune-telling machine, and it grants him his wish. He wakes up the next day, 30 years old, and he was 12. I don't know, where are some good movies like, what was it, River Dogs and, the old stuff. There's Reservoir Dogs. I gotta find that again. This is an intro to that movie called Big. I don't know if it's what I might watch it. I'm not sure. Blacklist, Suits, Garfield, a whole bunch of trash on here. The Kill Bill movies should be up there now. Oh yeah. You saw what, the movie Big? Oh, Reservoir Dogs. Is it on actually on YouTube? A Hateful Eight. Oh, sounds like YouTube. Was that Tarantino's movie? I should know that. Quentong Baloo, Tarantino, yeah. So Reservoir Dogs is on, okay, it's on Netflix. Well, Hell's Bells. What am I on now? I think I'm on, oh, it's Netflix. Let's see if I can find that. I don't know, but oh, there we go again. He's singing again. Listen. It looks like Jay. Who is that?
Yes, sir? Sure.
Okay. Okay. Of course. Just a moment. That's Jay's mother. Woo-hoo. Look at that face. My goodness. Jay's mom. There's only one thing missing. The booze bottle. Jay's upset about something, huh? Well, no action. I mean, how long could you stay with your mother and, you know... I think he ran out of money. He has to go get those day labor jobs again, is what I'm thinking, you know. So that's what Jay's mother looks like there, okay. Looks like a raisin in the sun, huh? Dude is like, he's something like that, 47 to 48. Yeah, he is, somewhere around there. He still can't get laid and still lives with his mommy. Look at that. Let's see if I find that scene in there. Your favorite scene. Let's see. Resume episode 8.
Look at all that wax. And that's just from the ends that stick in the candlestick. I mean, you can see how much wax you probably just...
Let's see here.
Suzette.
Can't really find that scene. Oh my. Well, Jay's probably getting off on that. Well, I'm not going to go through the whole thing. I was trying to find that scene when he's dressed up in the mirror.
We can't be doing this.
Did I not finish the movie? Yeah. Through the bars? Oh. Oh my. Okay. First episode, huh?
And that makes me less scared of dying somehow, less afraid of everything. Oh, actually, I think your images have made me braver, and that makes...
Well, I gotta get back, but I don't think I'm going to. Let's see. I'm just kind of pushing through. Oh well, I'm not going to bother. Yeah, I'd have to really go through this. Well, yeah, I know it's a series. You gotta go back. I forgot where I left off on there, and I don't know what happened, what episode it was. And I seem to have not continued it because I think it was getting. Okay, I think I know why. Because it was getting a little weird because they were throwing in scenes of the Texas Chainsaw Massacre and going back to different other scenes. It was getting a little bit kind of like off track in a little way. I think that's why I stopped watching it. Pretty much. Oh, we got 5 out there today. Anyway, I'll find something anyway. I get distracted anyway. There's always something I'm doing. I gotta run off and do something. I gotta get up. It's by Frank, a new chair, Aloe. The Popeye would like that. I gotta get a new recliner. It's really bad. I gotta get a new recliner. So it's a fund for a new recliner. Yeah, probably have to put a Gcash out there. We need a new recliner, new lazy boy. Would you like to help with that? That's where I make all my shows, and I get relaxed, and I come up with wonderful material, and it allows me to think clearly and get very creative. It's like the chair. It's the new modern version of the chair, except it's not an office chair. Well, wherever. I need a chair. I need a brand new chair. I need a lazy boy. Boy, Popeye would be fucking pissed. Oh, Jay would. I could see it now. Just order one. Send it over here, Aloe. They'll deliver it. They'll know where to find me, Put my name and they'll know where to deliver it. No, have it over here, baby. Over here, bring it here. Have it delivered by truck. Absolutely. Boy, they'd be pissed off at you. Damn, it'd be all over YouTube. All over YouTube. I can see it now. They'd be talking about this for the next couple of fucking years. Aloe bought Frank the chair, a new symbolic chair, appointed by Aloe Di Vinta. Boy, that would go big. That would go viral. Viral, I tell you. Wow. Huh? Something, huh? It's something. Think about it. They'll go crazy, man. They'll go nuts. They'll be doing show after show on that. You want attention, they'll give you it. There you go, the seat of power, man. There you go. There you go. There you go. Yeah. Just deliver it to my name. Just say, Barangay's Pooc, P-O-O-C, Santa Fe, 6047 is a zip. Frank Battaglia, Santa Fe, Pooc, P-O-O-C, and Ginza, G-I-N-C-A, which is really the area, Ginza, Cebu, 6047. There you go. Easy. It's easy. That's not exact address, but they could. They know who I am. It's not an exact address, but it would get it here. Put it that way. Yeah. Got to retire the chair. Just had to retire the original office in Hawaii. We need a change. I decided. It's not good back support for me, actually. Not very good. The seat of power, the tower of power. Remember the tower of power? We know you're generous, man. There you go. Generosity killed the cat, remember? Oh, I can't believe you bought that.
No, a long time ago, this.
You go to church again? Isn't the Nueva thing over with? I mean, the 9 days of church?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll have a small one of these.
I didn't give you a big one.
Duck truck. She want to give you the big one. Oh yeah, it's a good little. Cut my appetite. Oh, you got a Kit Kat. Oh. See, Gilda, Alo's gonna buy me a brand new recliner chair, man. A lazy boy. Oh yeah. Are you gonna disappoint El Gilda? You're not gonna disappoint. Come on. Would you do that? Alo, come on. Come on. Would you disappoint the most talked about lady on YouTube? I don't think you would want to do that. Jay wouldn't like it. Popeye would hate it. Oh, would he hate it? Oh, would he hate it? You won't hear the end of that. Guarantee you that. They'll be talking about this for months on end. Then when it comes to the door, I could unwrap it live. Think about it. It would be a sensation. That's good. So watch my sugar. But yeah. Oh, definitely a big red ribbon. It'd have to be a big red ribbon. Oh, absolutely. Well, Popeye said we're in a loving relationship, you know. A happy couple, you know. Let's give him what he wants. Oh yeah, it's got to have a ribbon on it. Oh fuck yeah, I'd put it on camera, man. I sure as hell would. You know I would. Yeah, it surprised me. Oh, that was good. I have a thing for chocolates too. That'll be Popeye's next show. Guaranteed. But if it ever happened, oh, Jesus Christ. He'd be so jealous that he'd have to go out and buy a new chair for himself. You know, it's a competition thing with him. I don't know what he thinks he's competing with. You can't compete with me. But that would be rather a unique situation. After all the history we've had together, you know. It's like, you know, repenting. In other words, all is good, all is fair. Because Aloe can show that he can care. It'll blow him out of the water now. It'll blow him out of the fucking water. There ain't no doubt about that at all. Now they're going to do a show. Frank's begging Aloe. I hear it now. I can see it now. Frank's begging Aloe for a new recliner chair. Doesn't take much to bait them, you know that. All right, we'll be expecting delivery. I'm not choosy. You know, good supportive chair, lazy boy style. And if you really felt generous, you could get the double one. So me and Gilda, we can sit together, you know, and we can recline, you know. Got the footrest on it. That'd be perfect, man. It takes nothing to bait them. Yeah, it doesn't. Well, I know you ain't got that kind of money, Aloe. Remember, we're broke here, you know. We're broke. We're broke. I can't afford a chair, man. I can't afford a chair. I've been on YouTube for over a decade. I don't know. I deserve some kind of reward. I don't know. Trump wants the Nobel Peace Prize when he's causing wars. Everybody has a war within themselves. You know, they're fighting themselves. Okay. Just let me know when the delivery will be. So I'll make sure that somebody's going to be home in a week or two, whatever. Yeah. That's very important. I'm not out of town or something. Is that something they're allowed to take me to my jail cell? I don't think, no, there's not enough rooms. There's too many prisoners. So, I mean, shit, I got a vlog from my cell like Barry does. That's only fair. Look what he had when he was in Mandali. Every modern appliance other than a refrigerator, but he had an ice maker though too, didn't he? He had an ice maker. Oh, this is rich. Okay, I'm gonna actually find something to watch here. Actually, I'm just kicked back. What the hell am I making tonight? Shit, I had some cheese ravioli for lunch. Had a little leftover meat, hamburger meat that was flavored with red peppers and onion and leftover. I mixed it with the ravioli, and I kind of put a little grated Parmesan cheese on top of it and a little bit of olive oil. I gave half of it to El Gilda. It was good. And yes, it was frozen type, you know. Oh, I enjoyed it. I love ravioli. And I don't get fat either. I just don't have I got an inch or two could come off my belly. That's about it. You know, I ain't got no fucking six-pack here, but I got a tiny little paunch for a beer or two. Might go out later for a beer or two. All right, man. Well, have it good, whatever you're doing. Appreciate the dialogue. It's been fun. In fact, you've been one of the more entertaining people that's been on my show. Other than Ed Savino and a few others that come on here. And sometimes I come on here, there's 16 people or more. They don't say anything. They just sit there like a dummy, just kind of listening to me. They're afraid to talk. Like I'm going to bite their head off or something, you know? Yeah, get out of there. If I drank, I'd be out too drinking, believe me. Contrary to popular belief, I don't like staying in the house a lot. But I'm on administrative prison, remember? I got an excuse. What's theirs? I don't know. What's their excuse? All right, I'm going to get out of here, man. Yeah, I got to find something to watch and kind of go from there. I'm sorry that you just gave me that little piece of chocolate because that's making me want more. It just helps my appetite a little bit in between meals. And I really shouldn't have 3 meals a day either, to tell you the truth. All you really need is 2. I'm just too spoiled. You don't need that much. All right, man, later. And for those listening, hope you had some fun here. If I find a good movie, I'll let you know. Unless I want to watch Reservoir Dogs again, whatever. Probably not, but... Anyway, I find something with Corey Feldman in it. You know, I like some of the crazy shit Corey Feldman's in, so... It's not out of the question, so... Yeah, okay. Toodaloo! When will I... Wait, but when am I going to expect that chair now? You got to give me a hint. Well, I know you got to find it first. Yeah. If you're in Manila, you could order it from Manila. I'm sure you'll let me know. Okay. We appreciate it. Reservoir Dogs full movie, information and knowledge. I don't know if it's a full movie or it's just information and knowledge. You can't even find the show on it. Nevertheless, can you find a veterinarian that knows what the hell they're doing in this country Yeah, it's gripe time for a good reason. I had a dog that pretty much lost vision in her eye because of the crazy shit that he was making me put in the dog's eye one time. So my dog has what we think is dry eye. People get it too. There's something called Dextran, Dextran, because you don't want the dogs to go dry if they have dry eye because it'd be bad for a dog. So he put Dextran in, but it's not stopping all the little sticky pussy stuff, white actually, not yellow or green, that comes out of the eye. Always wiping her down with the drops. I can't do that all the time. It says use chlorosporine, whatever, eye drops, but you can't seem to find it in any drugstore. It's ridiculous. I'll try to stop by later. We got a bunch of dogs there right now. I try to find something that's going to work. With the dog's skin allergies and all that shit, to this day, he has not found anything that works for her. It stops her from scratching, other than putting her on prednisone, which is not a very safe thing to take on dogs. But finding a good veterinarian is like golden. If you could find somebody, most veterinarians, they don't do operations, they're just consultants, little things. They could put your dog down if you have to. They could prescribe medicine to you if you want. They can do that kind of stuff. But you have to go to a real clinic like in Cebu. If you want to put your dog through all that gruel of getting there and finding a hotel that'll take them, it's fucking crazy. It's just fucking crazy. Put them through all that coming back, unless you got a car going back and forth from your house all the way there and back. You know, like I said, don't get dogs out here, because I don't discourage you to adopt a homeless dog, but if you do, there's a responsibility that goes with it, and that's just a warning. You have to do your own research, like I do on just about everything else. You got to do your research and get on there, get on ChatGPT, get on YouTube, get on whatever, and try to find remedies for any problems that your pet or dog might actually have. So it's a pain in the ass, actually. It's a real pain in the ass. Finding a veterinarian that knows what the fuck he's doing. All they do is experiment. We could try this, and we could try that. Meanwhile, my dog is, always having her eye problems, and I know that one of her eyes probably isn't that sharp, because I can tell when she walks. So, I think it's pretty critical that you actually find a veterinarian, or even a doctor, a GP, a GP, a general practitioner. If you could even find that, you're lucky. That knows what the hell they're doing. Anyway, this was a real short here. Just a warning to many people that, you're not going to find a good veterinarian if you have dogs or cats. You're lucky if you find somebody that knows what they're doing. Never mind, well, let's try this to see what happens. Let's try this. It's all an experiment. They're pretty green at what they do. And I said, most of them don't even do any operations on dogs. They take the easy route by just making house visits, making money from you on that, selling you prescriptions and making money on that. It's not much different than anything else. So, well, greetings and salutations. I'll wait till a few people to show up here, and we'll wrap a little bit on here about a few things. Welcome. Welcome to my machine. Something that happens all the time on YouTube, and people don't even realize it. They just kind of take it for granted. But this guy's telling a very interesting story. And stories, yes, they do tell. But are they real? Or are they made up? And why? Okay, see on the thumbnail, we have one famous person who makes up stories all the time. He never leaves his home. And when he does vlog, it's usually in the bush outside, walking around. Never leaves his home or inside the house. And this is happening to quite a few people on here. where the stories are made up, but I do know several that make up stories all the time. Like My Philippines Retirement, he does all the time. He doesn't really go many places except to meetings of other vloggers in Dumaguete. Then you have this fellow on the thumbnail who basically doesn't leave the house very often and hangs around his yard doing his videos or in the house. And they all make claims that they know all these people, that everybody's emailing them, asking them questions, and so forth and so on, when none of that really happens. And this particular guy on the thumbnail, and you're familiar with him, hello, all you lovely people guy. That's his little catchphrase for his show. I guarantee you 300% that he makes up the majority of his stories. I see 90% of his stories are made up. How do I know this? Well, he doesn't go anywhere, but his stories are very elaborate, and he makes a lot of high details in these stories. Oh, I met this guy, or yesterday, or this just happened over here, or whatever. And it's just made up. But why is it made up? Well, I've never really had a problem coming up with topic matter on my show. It becomes easy for me. Whether I'm home or anywhere else, it just comes very easy. It comes easy for some people. I'm one of them. I'm not in a position where I have to make up stories because I said I derive most of my information from what I actually see and hear on YouTube, or if I'm outside in the town or in Cebu or whatever I might be, I'm going to show you on camera, something, one thing or another, where I'm at, what I'm doing, whether it's shopping, whatever the hell it is that I'm doing, I will show it on camera. But unfortunately, people get to a point where, you remember how I always say on my show, if you've been watching me for a while, you'll always remember me saying that, you get kind of enslaved when you monetize on here. Yeah. Yeah, I know, Mr. Mark in Androx. I do understand what you're saying, absolutely. So what happens is, you become really enslaved to your vlogging, and you got to constantly put on material. And again, as I talk about the algorithms, they got to keep up with all this shit. They got to keep up with the Joneses and the Smiths. So they have to come on more often. I'm on a hell of a lot. I'm probably one of the biggest voices in the Philippines YouTube genre without making money, without being monetized. And if you're new to my channel, I've been monetized in the past, not for a long time, but I'm not monetized now, and I haven't been for a very long time. And there's absolutely no money involved in my show, except for Aloe, who I wanted him to buy me a recliner chair. Okay. I enjoyed your SNR videos, but damn, I saw the fish fingers bag, 2,000 pH, fish fingers. Oh, you were looking at, oh, okay. Yeah, unfortunately, sir. Well, I don't know. A lot of people under the impression that it's so inexpensive that, we're not going to go into a show about prices, but a lot of people assume that, that it's like a third world country and everything is like so marginal. I don't know. It's just so, so cheap out here. It's so far from the truth. And if you did notice some of the prices that, and I like to show that to my viewers when I shop, because people love shopping videos. They want to see before they move here what they're getting into. And it's kind of a good idea. Inflation affects us everywhere. I don't care where the hell you are. Be in bumfuck Egypt somewhere, you're going to be affected by, inflation. Yeah. But you see, when you've been on YouTube a long time, or you're very energetic about, you being a newbie on YouTube, you got a channel. It is keeping up with the Joneses and Smiths and all that. That's exactly what it is. But you see, everybody's so talked out about everything. I'm probably the only person that isn't, and I can come up with topics in just a moment's notice. In fact, I segue from one topic to another on my show with ease. The man in the flying trapeze, you know, I can go from one trapeze to another without any effort. And I do it even without even knowing it sometimes. I just go boom, boom, boom. Next. Hello. Hold on a minute. Just gonna have you guys wait for a bit here. Okay? Hang in there. Oh my goodness. I'm sorry about that. Wow. Yeah, I had my veterinarian, we're broke here, had the veterinarian come over for a consult here and had to buy some medicine on top of that. For my dog's eye, keeping and monitoring her eye. So, but I apologize about that. Instead of signing you off, which I probably should have done, I decided to just leave it on hang if anybody wanted to talk or something, that they can actually do that. So, my apologies on that. My dog's a little important than talking on YouTube. Sorry, don't feel left out or something or insulted, but my family comes with a little bit more importance than all the bullshit on YouTube. So hopefully you understand that. I'm sure you do. Okay? All right. My goodness. I learned a lot too. And my vet actually learns a lot too from all the different dog patients and owners that he comes by in all the different situations. They're all different sometimes, but I don't think he's expert in everything. He don't do operations. Pardon me, I need to hydrate myself. Oy vey. I'll probably overcharge me on this eye medicine, but that kind of makes up for it. You know how that works, right? I think you do. Yeah, I'm not stupid. But he's cool. But he don't look me in the eyes. Another one. He never does. He's shy in his own way. I'm shy too. I know it sounds hard to believe. But actually, I am actually. Oh my God. What do I see? All right, what do you think? You're going to leave meat on here and not going to get ants? What's wrong with these people? I've been telling them for a long time, you got something wrong with you. Don't assume anything. That leaving anything on the counter is going to lead to something good. Happy, clean counters, a happy, clean me. That's just the way it is with me. You can live the way you want, throw all the dishes in the sink for 3 weeks, and expect something good to come out of it, but that's not me. Just like they left this pan on the stove here. I never do that, man. No, I don't do that. No. We'll let this soak with some dishwashing soap, antibacterial, and let that soak for a while. Which reminds me, I've got to buy some new pans. I don't know, I just hate a dirty counter. But that's just me. Okay, so we had a visit from the veterinarian. I apologize that for over 20 minutes I had to leave you guys hanging. A few people disappeared, but it looks like you're coming back again. Thank you for that. I'm learning something every day about myself, about my dog, all that. Happy dogs, happy Frank. That's the way it is. Happy woman, happy Frank. Happy Frank, happy woman. It just kind of goes that way. All right, who we got out here? We got Mark. Hail, Mark. Mark Alexandrox. I enjoyed your SNR videos. Yes, we got that. His newest video, backpacking like he's 20s. Who's that? He talks about old regular guy. I told you they're aimless. They're directionless. They don't know what they're doing from 5 minutes to the other. They really don't. But it's their life, not mine. And by the way, folks and Jay or Poops, that phony documents you put up yet again, you didn't learn your lesson. Yeah, I sent it over to my attorney. He said, that's as phony as a fucking $3 bill. Well, that's not his exact words, but I have to paraphrase, but yeah, pretty much what he said. And even dated about over a year ago on there. And believe me, there would have been a lot of action over a year ago if that was an actual. And the other thing too, of course, makes sense, that the only person who's going to have that is going to be the person who put the complaint in, the lawyer representing me, and myself. We would have documentation of such. So those thinking that, oh, Jay's got some important documents out there. Remember, we're talking about Abo Man, okay? Need I say more? Okay. And of course, he didn't produce that stuff. He would have the intelligence to do that. He simply wouldn't. So, foiled again, Jay, no cigar. But you try, though. I gotta give you credit. You do try. But it's only when Jay's really mad and upset. When Ricky's been attacking him a lot, or I'm on the attack of him because of all the shit he does. Other people on attack of him. He just falls apart because Jay is really very sensitive. And if you've been following Jay, which is the real deal, he's not nothing real about him at all. That's just a name. You'll know one thing about the guy. He's a coward, for one. Okay, tough guy with his bear muscle. Okay, and he needs a lot of attention that he doesn't get. He doesn't get attention from women because they're not interested in him. No matter where he travels, you might just stay home in Australia. You know, stay home. Just try your best there. You can tell people you're a Bitcoin millionaire. You have to live with your mommy. We all know better than that. I mean, look at the places he stays, like backpacker hotels. If you were a Bitcoin millionaire, believe me, you wouldn't be staying in something equivalent to a backpacker hotel. I mean, that's just fucking fact, okay? So there you go. I mean, proof in the pudding. Just look at their lifestyle and listen to the bullshit that comes out of their mouth, and you got all the information that you really need. Doesn't take much. It's simple math. That's all it really is. Okay, with that being said, I still haven't found a good movie tonight. There's a movie on here called Five Girls, and Ron Perlman's in it with Jennifer Miller and Jordan Madley. And I don't know, she's possessed or something, has powers. And I really just started it, but then the vet came over, and I'm glad he did. He promised he would, and he came by. You know, I could afford manicures and pedicures at the house and haircuts, veterinarian services. I got a trike driver that comes to my house to pick us up and takes us where we want to go. So, I'm broke, according to the trolls on here. Well, okay, why don't we just say that I'm broke or leave it at that for the sake of argument? Yeah, I buy a house, and I'm broke and et cetera, and so on, et cetera, as the Filipinos say. Yeah, there you go. You're right. Why did I just say you're right? I'm broke. But I don't know, where did I get the money? Who am I borrowing money from for all these resources and services and all this shit? If I'm a broke guy, I do pretty well. I don't know. I do pretty well for a broke guy. Okay, Al was probably out there having a couple of beers. He was going to go out for a couple of beers. Mr. Ed Savino's not here. He always comes in late anyway. I got some regulars that come on here a lot. Thank goodness for my regulars on here. This will wind up at the number 13. It always does. If you're new to my show, it's kind of hard to explain what my show's all about. I'm not always off camera. I talk about every topic in the world, even topics that a lot of people are afraid to handle, are afraid to talk about, or too embarrassed to talk about. And we're talking about some hygienic things. We're talking about, looks like my lady's home. I talk about all kinds of stuff, sex related, but clean stuff. And sometimes it's not clean, not meaning XXX, but hygienics or a lot of different things like that too. Okay, you're back. The vet just left.
Oh,
Yeah, I just got some other, it's not antibiotic, but they do recommend periodical antibiotics still. But this stuff here has Providone in it and other stuff. So, yeah, we'll start that tomorrow. He was just left about 15 minutes ago.
maybe that's one guy. That's the.
Yeah, he had to go to another neighbor. Did you see him?
Okay.
Yeah, he had to go to another visit for somebody. He came down from Bentayne. So I got that out of the way. A kiss. That's my Goyle. 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 Who doesn't love me? Who doesn't love me? So the trolls say. What do you say to that? Yeah, give them the fucking finger. There you go. The fickle finger of faith. Give him a good finger, man.
Like a,
No, you're the finger. Just go like this. Put your other one there. Give him the good fuck off. Yeah.
I just come from church.
Yeah. There we go. Coming from my lovely. Coming from my lovely. To the trolls. Oh, we're supposed to have this horrible relationship, folks, you know. We've been together, as of next month, will be 10 years. 10 years. If I was that crummy of a guy, no matter what, you know, either she'd boot me out, or she'd leave me, or whatever. Nobody has changed on her. We have numerous entrances in this house, which is for coming and going, for either one of us. It's just the way it is. A lot of people out there don't have good relationships, and ladies are leaving them. For good reason. They're more interested. See, I'm not more interested in YouTube than I am my partner. I make sure I have time for her. I come on here when I have the spare time. And although I do numerous shows, I will only do shows when I'm not busy with chores, I'm not busy with watching a movie with her, spending time with her. She's more important than fucking YouTube. And a lot of people say, well, she's more important to you, why don't you get off YouTube? Well, we have kind of a mutual agreement that she don't care if I do YouTube anymore. She doesn't like YouTube, absolutely not. But she knows that it's kind of an outlet for me, and she understands and appreciates that. She's like that. But she hates YouTube. I mean, nevertheless, she hates YouTube, and I understand why. We've been through for the past, you know, how many years. Believe me, she's not a big advocate for YouTube and all the creeps on here. All the creepy crawlers. They need to be exterminated. Get out the can of spray and just exterminate them. Get them all in one place. I'd like to get them all in one place. Drop an extermination bomb, you know. Just knock them dead like a cockroach. Give them the no, you know, the motel. They enter, but they never leave. Oh, of course I wouldn't do anything like that. Of course not. I'm not violent in that way. I'm just exaggerating just a little bit. But wouldn't it be nice to get them all together? Just everybody who has some problem with another, let them fight it out. All in the field. You know, get the bandages ready. You know, get Providine, get some antibacterial liquid, have some, you know, clean cloths and gauze and pads and band-aids and all that shit, some fresh water to, you know, to cleanse the wounds, you know, something to pull the baseball bat wood out of their head, you know, just, you know, be prepared and just let them battle it out, every single one of them. Wouldn't that be a sight to see? Boy, I'd pay good money for that. Oh, believe me, I would. All the trolls and all the people that have problems with each other, let them battle it out within themselves and get it out of their system. That might be an actual solution. Of course, nobody's ever going to do that. And the only way to do that is to catch somebody in a bar when they're hanging around, when they're hanging around some other creepy vloggers all in one place. Get them all in one place. Get them all at once while they're packing together. Surprise them. You know, like a cockroach. Didn't see you coming. Step on them. All at once. There you go. All right? There are solutions to problems. You realize that, right? There's always a solution. You just got to be creative. You can do it legally. You can do it any way you want. That's up to you. Be aware of the law. The law does apply out here. And I would never suggest to anyone, inclusive of myself, to ever get into a physical battle with anybody as a foreigner in this country. I don't care if you got a pending situation against you, a complaint. I don't care if you outstanding in the community. Either way, it would not be a healthy thing. I mean, they still have death squads out here, okay? You didn't know that, right? Okay. Believe me. And there's also, unfortunately, like in a lot of countries, there's corrupt policemen too. They can get you for your money. They'll beat the shit out of you if they want. They'll do that independently or they'll do it as a group. I just saw some stories out on YouTube just today involving that. Coinky dinky, huh? Well, it's no coincidence. These things do happen. You got to keep your nose clean in the Philippines. So when you're going to try to do any antics on somebody, you want to come by their house and expect it, and expect a good result from that, you're just kidding yourself. Because you don't know what you're getting into. You really don't know. You think you are. Oh, he's an older guy. What's he going to do? Or whatever. Nah, man, don't work out that way. It doesn't always work out that way. You're either invited or you're not invited. If you're not invited, I would certainly recommend that you don't come by unannounced anybody's place. It might not turn out the way you hoped. And the battle that you wind up fighting may be the battle for your own life. You got to think with an open mind. Never mind a guy's age, nothing like that. It doesn't mean they couldn't cause harm and damage to protect themselves. You know, maybe that gets a little cliche sometimes, you know, oh, the age thing and they're not going to do nothing, but that's not true. As long as you've got 2 working legs and 2 working arms and hands, and you've got half a fucking brain, you can defend yourself. That's as far as I'll go on that. Okay? So, that you know. I wouldn't do it. I would not come over somebody's house unannounced. I've never done that. I never will. You got to be invited. I have to be invited. You just don't show up at anybody's home, just out of the blue. And especially if you're a troll, or you've said some horrible things about the person or their wives or children or girlfriends, I would probably not advise it. Never mind about he's a frail old man. We've been down this road before so many times. That doesn't mean shit. In the real world, that doesn't mean shit. You'd be surprised what some older dudes can do to younger dudes, even bigger dudes. Are they successful all the time? Probably not. But sometimes they are. They can inflict as much damage if they want. Call it luck, call it skill, you know, fate, whatever you want to call it. Shit could happen. There's always a rock to be used. There's always a stick to be used. There's always something you could poke their eyes out. You could always kick them in the nuts. You could always bust their kneecap. There's always something you could do, because the truth is, the bigger they are, it is true, the harder they fall. And that's truth. So those guys thinking about age, or the age gap of, well, this guy's older than me. He's 20 years older than me. What's he going to do? Well, you might be surprised what some of these older dudes can do. That's what I'm saying, man. You just don't know until you get into it with them. Then you'll find out right away whether they're all mouth and all talk or whatever they are. Remember, as I always say, it all comes out in where, folks? Where does it come out? It comes out in the wash. With that being said, I have a beautiful lady to attend to here. She just came back from church. What a good girl she is, and her kids. And I need to pay attention to her, which is just a little bit more important than doing a YouTube show. See, and every time I'm about to get off, I get more people showing up, and that's why I wind up being on here just a wee bit longer than I'd actually like to. But nothing to despair. I tend to do quite a bit of shows. We talked about maybe knocking down the amounts of shows I'm doing, you know, or whatever works. I don't want people to get bored of me, but then again, I don't really give a shit. They can always just tune out. I mean, you've got that choice. But usually the people that come here, and it's not hundreds of thousands, not even hundreds, they hang in, they listen to what I have to say. Of course, most of them are trolls, of course, but they're listening. It doesn't matter. Troll or not, they're still listening. How about that? I guess I am significant, and I have arrived, especially after a decade. I think I arrived a long time ago. Remember, I'm here because you're there, and we'll catch you on the next show. Please subscribe, hit the like.
More pretext to declare martial law there. At the same time, Donald Trump ordered the U.S. Department of Agriculture to suspend all federal funding to Minnesota effective immediately. As Ryan Cooper says, that's not that far off from an act of war. We already talked about how Donald Trump previously cut off federal funding for child care services in Minnesota and 4 other blue states. Fortunately, on Friday, Judge Subramanian, a federal district court judge from the Southern District of New York, blocked Donald Trump engaging in this funding freeze or revoking federal funds for child care services. I just want you to think about that, right? Donald Trump's priorities: invading states, taking away child care services. It is so utterly
Wow, folks. Got to talk about something here. I think this is required talk. And we'll do our thing again. Wait till a few more people show up. But we will leave this on. Either way. I've been listening to a lot of I listen to an independent network called Midas Touch Network. 3 brothers, and the older brother, very involved in law, and is a lawyer. He's basically represents certain freedoms in America and so forth, and he has an independent show with almost 6 million subscribers. It's called the Midas Touch, and that's where I get a lot of my information from, in fact. He has a network in an office, and pretty incredible show. What we're witnessing now is probably one of the most evil people in the world, and every country agrees, and they're all in shock. He is what they're talking about at their coffee table, in their morning coffee, and around the dinner table. Donald Satan Trump. Now, if there is a Satan, he's walking and he's living, and he's in the White House. Because Minnesota, because of that ruthless, unnecessary killing of that woman who was not trying to run anybody over, even called her a bitch before he shot her. Because Minnesota is lashing out at Trump, he was ordering that all federal funding, including child care, I'm not making this shit up, would be halted immediately. I think they stopped that, but this is how evil this guy is. He's a man that doesn't want to lose. It's people like, not as intense. Well, people on here are pretty intense, like Popeye and other trolls, the high roaders and all that shit. If there's such thing as evil, these people are absolutely fucking evil. But Donald Trump is the icing on the cake of, if there is such thing as evil. He's evil. He's what would many religious people would actually define as Satan, the devil himself, or the devil's advocate. If the man doesn't get his way, he wants to punish everybody. He's like a little child, a spoiled child that has to have his way. He's willing to bring the nation to war, the country to war. He's willing to get people fired, killed, and he's done all of that if he doesn't get his way. Now, all the MAGA hat wearers out there, I'm sure you are in a full state of embarrassment over this guy, and I always like to shove it in you, saying, well, I told you so. Shame on you for voting for this guy, for believing all the lies. The man, allegedly, it's more than allegedly, but I'll use that word appropriately, has been involved with child trafficking, child rape, underage girls. It goes deep, very deep. He's behind a lot of crimes. He's a man who wants to, and has succeeded for the most part, in getting full immunity from his crimes. He got away with about 30 felons. He has more lawsuits on him than sand on a fucking beach. And he's using his power not for the good of the people of the United States and the world, but he's using it to satisfy his insatiable thirst for power. You voted for him, and I'm going to stick that to you every fucking time on my show. You voted for this very evil man, if there is a such thing as evil. This man fits the billing. The guy is toxic, he's poison, he's mentally deranged by every measure. I think he's also getting dementia. He has health conditions he's hiding, paying off doctors and hospitals not to reveal information. He's the one that's going behind all the redacting of information on the Epstein files and trying to prevent him from going out public. He's using a lot of distraction at the cost of people's lives to hide what's on the Epstein files because he doesn't want it to get out, eventually will. He's doing everything he can while he's in office, basically with a get-even attitude to those that don't follow his policies. He's had people killed. He's had people fired. He's threatened people. He's called people retarded, yelling at reporters nasty things. He doesn't have sympathy and he doesn't have empathy. Barry's famous statement, look into my eyes, nobody's home. Well, look into Trump's eyes, nobody's home. He's causing such irreparable damage to not only the United States, but the world. Everybody in different countries are sitting down. This is a big topic. How are the American people, they're saying at their dinner tables and their breakfast coffee, how are these people putting up with this guy? Why isn't he impeached? Why isn't he thrown out of office? Why isn't he thrown into jail where he belongs? Now, hopefully Mother Nature will play its part, and none of that has to be done. This is the most evil, deranged president we've ever had in the United States. You may say something about certain presidents you don't like, but they've never done anything like Trump is. Trump is a billionaire who went power hungry, power crazy. He wants to dominate the world, and he wants to take over the Western Hemisphere. You voted for him. And now because you're so embarrassed, you're putting up this facade that, oh, we're going to support him even more. But when, the red and the blue, well, it seems that a lot of red is turning into blue. People who are bipartisan are now moving over to the other side because people are finally realizing what an evil piece of shit this guy is. This is something that always has to be talked about. Everybody eats late around here, huh? Everybody eats late around here.
Balut.
They had balut?
Yeah.
No. Throw that in the garbage. I don't even want to see the remnants of that in the kitchen. Get rid of it. I don't even want to see the remnants of that. They were eating balut. Oh my God. Seriously. That is nasty shit. I'm sorry. That is definitely nasty shit.
No, it's love.
Okay.
What you doing?
I'm doing a show. Talk about our good friend Trump. I don't know, man. I've been on this planet for a pretty damn good long time. I've never heard or witnessed anything like this in my entire life. I've seen wars and skirmishes come and go. I thought I heard it all. And then when I think I heard it all, I never really did. I knew there was trouble the minute Trump ever came into office. I knew when he was in office the last time he was nothing but trouble. Nobody's wearing their MAGA hats proudly anymore. I'll guarantee you that. Of course, they're going to try to cover it up with a facade and say, no, we still support him. He's the greatest president we've ever had. Really. Says you? He is the worst president we've ever had. This guy, as I said, if there's such thing as evil, this guy is absolute evil. He makes Popeye look like a choir boy. Wow. Shame on you. Shame on you, shame if you voted for Trump. Now you all have red faces. You're putting your MAGA hats in a closet, collect dust, where it should be. Even Barry in jail, probably hiding his hat. No, he's so fucking dumb, he's probably wearing it. I would venture to say, if they allow you to wear hats in there, I don't know. What the ICE people did in Minnesota, they got like 2,000 troops there. The people are protesting, and for what I've seen, they're doing a good job. They're not getting violent. It started to get a little ugly when some of them wanted to go into a hospital. There was no call for that, but they didn't. The woman simply driving by, she had children. Okay, she was not trying to hit anybody. There were witnesses. A lot of stuff was on camera. The guy even called her a bitch before he fucking shot her in the head. And you want to justify that. All because you're a Republican. Because you want to stay very supportive of the goon, of the evil man that you appointed into office. Shame on all of you. You all will suffer because of your vote for him. One way or the other, you will all suffer. You can't all be part of the cattle because unfortunately that does not resolve things. It doesn't make things positive because even cattle make mistakes. If cattle are on the run, one cattle goes off a cliff, the other will follow. That's the way it is with humans. They don't have any independent thinking. They just will follow the leader. And you remember what happened in Jonestown with the Kool-Aid. You get a charismatic person, and they will follow you to the end of the earth. It's almost like a brainwash. It's basically what it is. They're trying to convince you that they're doing good for the country when they're destroying it. I'm not a proud American anymore. I'm not. To see how many people voted for the guy at the time. Of course, things are changing now. A little bit too late, but it's never really too late. Pardon me. But the damage is done. But there will keep on being damage unless he gets out of office. Forced out of office. I don't care how he gets out of office. But he can't stay in office. He's like one of the most hated men in the world today. That's going to be his legacy. And all he talks about, what is it, like a 50,000 square foot ballroom? He's more concerned about that so he can entertain billionaires? What a sick fucker this guy is. A historic monument that represents the United States, the White House, takes a wrecking ball without really approval of Congress because he figures he doesn't have to do that. It's supposed to be a government for the people, not for the president. But you voted for him. And shame on you. I'll keep on saying it. Shame on you. He wants to destroy the world. He wasn't interested in drugs coming out of Venezuela. Because that's not where the drugs were coming from. He wanted their oil. But he's the same president that said at another time during his administration last time that Venezuela has the worst oil in the world. He called it garbage oil. But now he's saying that Venezuela has some of the best oil. And he wants that oil. Well, you know, when you think about it, in a dystopian world. And they would have gotten there in a dystopian world after generally a collapse of the world or the country. Well, things got so bad that people went rogue. Sometimes people in the future might go back to sticks and stones just because of bad leadership. It's amazing what one man with lots of money and power can do, how much influence they have. All the FBI agents, all the CIA agents, all the ICE agents, all these people were all in fear of losing their jobs or losing their lives if they don't carry out the evil deeds of Donald J. Trump. They don't even like the guy. Although some of them are on the same plateau of the sick mind that he has, that Donald Trump has, that like what they're doing. They like the power that's been bestowed upon them. Call them the legal death squads supported by the president. Kill, kill, kill. They even look at you the wrong way, shoot them. Well, that's what happened in Minnesota, and that's just an example. That woman didn't deserve to die. She wasn't trying to run anybody over. That's already been established. Because the people are protesting in Minnesota, he wanted to put sanctions. If I don't have my way, I'm going to show you. So he was cutting off all their federal aid and even child benefits and child care. This is how evil the bastard is. I believe that's been stopped, but that's what he was doing. If another country don't agree with him, we're going to put sanctions on you. We're going to take over your country. He wants to take over Greenland. But there's another country that sort of has an interest in Greenland, as well as the rest of Europe. They're not going to let that happen. Oh, they wanted to take over, he wanted to take over Canada too, but that's never going to happen. All I can say is that Sniper wasn't at his best those 2 times. And we wouldn't be happening, all this shit would not be happening right now. So again, shame on you. Red-faced people out there now. You know who you are. I know who you are. Fuck your portfolio. Fuck your fucking portfolio, you fucking dick. Somebody made 25% of their portfolio. They're the ones that supporting Trump. They were so happy. Because since Trump was in office, my portfolio went up to 26 actually percent. It didn't matter that he allegedly was child trafficking, having sex with underage girls, pedophilia practices, supporting Epstein and all his crimes, denying that he doesn't have a close relationship with Epstein, everything that Epstein did, and other big key figures also. So he had Epstein killed in jail so that he didn't talk. That's what he did. They said that Epstein killed himself. Epstein didn't kill himself. And other prisoners would account for that he did not kill himself. The same as that woman in Minneapolis was not trying to drive into these ICE agents. This is what's happening to the world, man. The world that you have children with, that your children have to grow up with. I have no other biological children. And I certainly not have it anymore. And I'm happy that I don't, because I don't want to see them grow up in a world where you people are so naive and so gullible and so vicious and so violent that you would support a president who is all of the above. Somebody with a sick, evil mind. If there is a such thing as evil, that's evil. Donald J. Trump. Your kids have to grow up. And what's going to be what? Dystopia? Dystopia? Amazing. People never cease to amaze me. They never have. They never will. Maybe I'm glad I'm at my age because, I won't be around in the distant future to have to witness the total collapse of our society, the total collapse of the planet by war or by environment, by possibly instituting purging. What's that, his next step? So we're going to make a day for the American people that the 30th of the month, we're going to purge the scum out of society. We're going to go for all the immigrants that shouldn't be here. You can go out and kill them now. What, you think that won't come? Be serious. Of course it would. The guy is sick in the head. And I'm laughing at all you Republican supporters out there that did vote for him, although you're trying to save face right now. Real hard, aren't you? You ate so much crow that you're choking on the feathers. How many plates of crow can you eat? How much longer are you going to support this guy? Well, fortunately, folks, there's a lot of people going to the other side now. They realized they made a big mistake. They didn't realize how power crazy this guy was, or just plain fucking crazy, or plain fucking evil. Whatever you want to define him by, or maybe all of the above. You voted for him. Glad I didn't. I never believed in politics anyway, really. Personally, I think they're all crooked. You don't really get into politics. Well, there are a few presidents that were pretty cool. I thought Clinton was good. Obama, a little wishy-washy. I thought Kennedy was fantastic. Roosevelt, there was some good about Roosevelt. What he stood up to. I'm not going to go back as Lincoln in Washington. I'm no real historian. I just know from the ones I'm aware of in my lifetime. But I've never seen, or none of us have seen, a president this corrupt, this evil, this sick in the mind, this power hungry. Let it be a lesson to everyone, and let it be a lesson to all our children out there. Teach them well. There used to be a time when kids wanted to be a baseball player, or time went on, they wanted to be president of the United States. But the children who are in our society right now, the last thing they want to be, grow up, is to be a president. A lot of bad things are happening with that too, because the parents are basically telling the children, this is a good man, that you got to have violence in the world. You got to rule the country with an iron fist, carry a big stick. Kids shouldn't hear that kind of stuff. You shouldn't push that kids on your children anyway. I'm so blown away. I am so blown away with this president. It's all I hear on here. No matter where I go, Trump is making an embarrassment out of himself, running out of meetings, going back to his little palace in Florida, running away from the press, not answering questions directly. And when he does get asked questions, he don't even know what he's talking about. Then he'll try to redirect the questions to something else. He will use things as distractions, such as Venezuela and other things going on, to get away from the Epstein files. He doesn't want to talk about it. He wants people to forget about it. That is the key thing going on right now that he's worried about, is the Epstein files. That's the key thing. Hello, Ed. We should have had Kamala for president. He is nuts. God, he's nuts. He's a fucking fruitcake, man. Kamala really wouldn't be my choice, but I'd take her over Trump anytime. Serve her up. I'd take Kamala anytime over Trump. Hell yeah. He talks a lot about Biden saying that Biden has done some stuff, but he likes to make fun of Biden, calling him Sleepy Joe, when he himself, how many times, actually fell asleep right in the middle of a press conference. Call him Sleepy Don. Touche, right? Touche. But Biden was not an evil guy. He was pretty soft-spoken. Come from some country roots, you know. Simple life. Biden didn't have that evil in him like Trump does. He's the most arrogant. I thought some people on YouTube were arrogant and self-centered, but this guy, I said he's icing on a cake of that. Talk about narcissistic, talk about arrogant, mean, cruel, evil, crazy. He's got it all in one package. Well, I didn't plan to be on here all night talking about this, but I'm always busy reading something. I'm kind of an avid reader, and maybe not books, but I'm kind of an avid reader on the internet and listening to stuff. And you know, contrary, it's not all the Philippines genre that I listen to on here. That's actually a small portion of what I listen to actually on the internet. I listen to a lot of things, and I don't really listen to a lot of politics, but I've been keeping up with the situation with Trump because I think we should. And that's my involvement. Otherwise, I look up different things all the time. I'm always looking up something. Could be about music, could be about medicine, could be about health, it could be about a lot of things. But no, I'm not concentrating on the freakazoids of fucking YouTube. A bunch of worthless, equally evil bastards on here. That I just hope. I'm not a praying man, but if I was, I'd pray that these assholes would be struck down in their place. There's no more room for evil in this world. If there is an actual evil, these people on here would be evil. But alas, they're dropping like flies. I'm not going to go through the list of everybody who was a troll or a troll to me that have passed away so far. My predictions for some people were right on target. More to come, Mordecai. More to come. They're still going to be dropping. You wait and see. And I know exactly who. I'm not the Grim Reaper, my friends. Certainly not. I got a good insight into people on here. I know what they do. I know their health. I know their physical shape. I know their mental capacity or lack of. It's going to happen. Well, it's Ricky or it's going to be Heidi. Heidi's in pretty bad shape, you know. It's kind of hard to say. Ricky's up on the higher list, that's for sure. Heidi is definitely up there. She got a lot more going on with her than most people, I think. But what's going to happen? It happened to me, happened to you. But I don't think evil perseveres. I've never thought that. It's not just on a Western movie where the hero gunslinger wins. You know, they don't always win. Your heroes may not be heroes of other people. They might be villains. As according to which side of the fence you're on. Your train of thought. I'm getting a lot of smiley faces here tonight. I guess my original 13 are back. They're all back. They're all back. They're all back. My boys are back. Hello, trolls. Love you. Love you. Oh, they're all embarrassed. All these Republican supporters are embarrassed to hell. It's all you hear on the news now. Trump is under fire and he can't take the pressure. He's not thinking clearly. He never thought clearly, but it's even worse now. Don't worry. He's got some health problems he's hiding. All's good. Just wait a little while. Either there's going to be somebody sniping him or I wouldn't be surprised. Disclaimer. I'm not promoting that. Disclaimer. Legal disclaimer. But the way he's going, because of the fact that 2 people tried already, there's going to be somebody's going to try again. I think somebody's going to flip their noodle and say enough, and then it'll be over. If he dies of natural causes, or a sniper gets him, or he gets thrown out of office and jailed, any one of the above, I'll take. Any one of the above. See, people are so easily influenced, and on a smaller level, you can see that right here on YouTube. Very easily influenced by other people. Some people create fear in the hearts of other YouTubers that, God forbid, purposely said that you decide to support someone like myself or somebody else who, do understand that there's a whole field of people that may not support certain people on here, or inclusive of myself. And a lot of people are afraid to openly and publicly support me and other people that have been going through the same shit I go through on a daily basis, because they're afraid. They got no set of balls. You got nothing to lose. Speak out, or let somebody control you. Be your own independent person of thought and actions. Don't let people like that influence you. You have power. You got a lot of power to fight against the bullshit on here. Especially if you enjoy coming on YouTube and hearing stories and good shows like mine. I'm not always going to be here in body and mind and spirit and whatever, physically or otherwise. I'm not always going to be here, whether it's a voluntarily total disconnect from social media, by death, by whatever. I'm not always going to be here. You're not always going to have me as your influencer, shall we call it? Social media influencer. And it's not that I'm trying to influence you. I'm trying to let you see the light of day when you've been in so much darkness over the past decade, right here on YouTube. You've allowed people to manipulate your minds and actions. You're so gullible and naive that you'll believe what anybody says on here. It's a shame that people don't have that willpower to fight back. Find a real undesirable and do your job with that. You know who the undesirables are on here. Instead of talking about it, you do action. And you know all the characters, you know all the players. Do what you need to do. Be a real man with a set of balls. You don't have to announce it to everybody on here. Because usually the people who announce it that they did something didn't do anything at all. I was one of the rare people that actually said what he meant and meant what he said. And I took action a couple of times. My word was truth. I'm not your lawyers, people. I'm not your sheriff. I'm not the deputy either. There's times you have to think on your own, and you've got to be proactive with these things. Example, do you want to see a baby get killed? You know who I'm talking about. A lot of you people won't budge. Oh, they'll come on that guy's show and say, oh, yeah, we called the authorities. We did this, we did that. They didn't do shit. I'll guarantee you they didn't do shit. And if they did, they didn't do it in the proper format. Yeah, Ricky's on that list. That's another very, very sick man, in my opinion. I guess I am allowed to have my opinion legally, no disclaimer needed for that. These people had a sad upbringing. So, if you ever went to a counselor or something, they could ask you, how was your childhood, What kind of childhood did you have? And that's like the answer. It tells a whole story about how you were treated and what kind of a family raised you. Were your parents just indifferent to everything? Were they violent? Did they sexually abuse you? Did they beat you up? Sure. Look at Barry. That's going to affect you as an adult. Of course it will. It goes without saying. You gotta learn to think for yourself, not let somebody think for you like the trolls out here. Totally worthless, useless people that serve no purpose on this planet whatsoever, but to spread hate, indifference. They exhibit their arrogance and ignorance. They probably have no self-respect for themselves, you know. They're very bitter because maybe they're not actually living the life that they try to depict, for example, on their shows or through their comments on other people's shows. I'll guarantee you their life is more likely not how they try to present themselves on social media. I personally think it's not even close. Fictitious relationships that are horrible, some of them based strictly on money and power. Holding that proverbial carrot in front of a woman, which is your very thick wallet. That's the only reason these women stick around. Because truthfully, if it wasn't for the money with some of these people, they wouldn't be there. They'd be far gone. They'd be with a respectable guy that's not going to feel their tits in a bar in public or have their wife dance with another woman sexually on a dance floor, which shows total disrespect. Disrespect. It's not love. It's empowerment. It's evil. It's sick. It's disrespectful. That's just one example. All these fucking losers move here to the Philippines to get laid. They don't care about who they impregnate. Oh, I heard a lot about the Philippines. You can get laid out there. Well, I'll tell you what. We have some guys out here that still haven't gotten laid. Well, they claim they have and are getting all these women. Right, Abo? Right, Kevin? Right, Ricky? They ain't having sex with nobody. I'll put my stamp and guarantee on that. They're not having sex with anybody but themselves. That and Pornhub. They can't get women because they're disgusting people, and it shows throughout their personality. How they look at these women, how they treat these women. Like a piece of shit. Like a scumbag. And you really think these people, even for the money, want them? I tell you what, even the biggest whores have their own scruples. Even the biggest whores deny a night out to give a man a lucky night, a happy ending, as they call it. Some of them will not even touch these foreigners, but they'll take advantage of them when they could. And you know what? Good for them. Take their liquor money, lead them on to think they're going to get laid, and just cut them off, man. Just cut them off. Well, I'm not going to be on all night. We're talking politics. We're talking all kinds of shit. But you guys better start being aware of what's really going on. Fuck what people say on YouTube, yelling at each other, calling each other names. What's going on in the world right now is quite serious. And I don't think a lot of people take things seriously. And there's another thing that you have to understand here, too. You think sometimes by sparring with certain people on here, knowing their state of mind, do you actually think you're getting through to these people by calling them a name or reminding them of all the wrong they're doing? They don't hear you on a surface level. They don't hear you. It's like talking to a wall. You're not going to get them to stop the things that they do until some action happens and they get arrested or deported. Only then will you get through to them. But a lot of people, and we talk about all kinds of YouTubers on here, and it comes down to one thing. You could be upset with somebody on here that's really mentally deranged, and all the players who fit that billing, you're not getting through to them. Why? Because you can't get through to them. It's like talking to, trying to have an intellectual conversation with somebody who's a special needs child. Okay? It's very hard. Or autistic, or mentally retarded, that they used to call it. Of course, they had to, a different graduation on a name. Special person. Whatever. I had a friend that had some mental retardation I grew up with. And he understood a lot of stuff, but on a different level. He couldn't think cognitively, as other people did. And you can't always get through, even to an autistic child, a really bad autistic child. They're in their own world, and this is how you gotta think on here. I'm trying to help you out. So I understand you get mad at Slim, you get mad at Ricky, you get at Papa, all these people you get mad at. But what you don't understand what's happening is, this is ingrained in who they are. You could call them every name in the book. You could try to be their savior, but there's nothing to save. They are dents in the brain. You are not going to make somebody see, let's call it the evil of their ways, because you are not going to be able to get through to them. I guarantee you. Because you're wasting your breath. I know maybe it's fun to talk about them and you think you're hurting their feelings. Well, you hurt Jay's feelings because he's very sensitive. He's one of the rare few that does get reactive and he hears what you have to say about him and he gets upset. He's very sensitive. Who could forget the time that he had a fucking nervous breakdown? Telling everybody, please stop, leave me alone, please stop. That's Jay, Diablo man. Yes, that's true. The majority of people heard that. He's a coward. He's weak. He's, tries to paint this image here. You can't intimidate me. It's very easy to intimidate Abo Man. It's been proven in the past, even in the present. You are not going to talk to somebody on the other side of a wall, a very thick wall where they could barely hear you. Well, that is a good example of what you're trying to do to get your message to somebody else out there that you don't approve of, because they've said horrible things about yourself or other people. They hear you talking, but they don't absorb what you're saying because they're so deeply self-righteous. They have no values, no morals. Moral turpitude. They don't possess that. It's like communicating with a deaf person, deaf and blind. They don't even know you're there unless they can touch your hand and they know that you're physically there. You're not getting through to them, is what I'm trying to say. It's almost impossible. So sometimes you are forced to do some actions against these people to make them stop. Because that's the only understand they're going to get even a clue that they were doing something wrong, not very righteous. And you know all the players are in this genre. You know exactly who they are, every single one of them. They're all screwed up physically and mentally. Yeah, sometimes both. They exhibit it every time they put on a show, they make a comment. But if you allow them to get under your skin, they'll continue to do so. Until they finally realize, man, I've called this person every name in the book. I've done everything I can to get him deported or, And then comes the point that to the boy who cried wolf, and there's nobody listening to you anymore. Because you've been down that road, and people have seen the road you've been down. They don't want to be part of it after a while. They're going to say, well, you went too far. I can't support you. That's your personal likes or dislikes about somebody. It doesn't have to be everybody else's. That's why you have to learn to be an independent thinker. Anyway, I got to get off. Thanks for listening. And just please be aware of what's going on around you, man. You may think it doesn't affect you, but you're wrong. You're wrong. And you don't have to be from America to see what's going on. There's not one country out there right now, really, that supports Donald Trump, his politics, his sick way of thinking, his violent nature, his indifference to poor people and getting even with people. That's not what an American president does historically. He is indeed, will be on record as the worst president we ever had in America, ever, ever. And he's living with himself. He probably loses sleep. He's probably a nervous wreck. He's probably on medicine to calm him down. He's not going to advertise it. He wants to show that he's a strong man. But he's weak. The flesh is weak. If you have a soul, your soul is weak. He's feeling the pressure. But you must know that he is feeling the pressure. When he doesn't get his way, that's when he reacts. And it becomes very obvious on the news what he's doing. Very, very sick-minded man. I'm being generous by calling him a man. I don't know how I would change things up for the future because, well, the future, if you're younger, the future hasn't arrived and you don't know what's going to happen in the future. And, you know, you're just going with the flow of life. You see, understand it's gradual, how your mind changes. It's not like, you know, you get woken up from a headache or something. It's a gradual thing that builds up and you don't notice it. You know, it just becomes part of the grain of your life, you know, the changes that are going on. It's not that it just hits you, bam, like you just got hit on the head with something. It's a gradual thing that gets kind of ingrained in people. You know, you listen to all this bad news all the time, and it's all we seem to be having is bad news in the world. Now, I don't know if it's because, you know, everybody's got cell phones now and everybody's able to communicate with everybody around the world and they're more informed, more than we were before, you know, cell phones and stuff like that, internet was out. Has the world always been this way, or, and we just didn't know it? Because, you know, we're more in tune now because of these little devices we have in our hand, that I have in my hand right now, and I'm talking to. It's something that's very accepted. There's not anybody in the world, practically even little kids, that got a cell phone in there. Everybody's informed. Has it always been a shitty world? Has it always been that way? Or has things changed? I personally think things have changed. Not, unfortunately, you know, for the best. I think a lot of people have concerns about their own survival now because obviously the inflation, the price of goods, services, food, and everything else makes people's lives harder, especially the older people and people that, the 99% of the population. You know, we're not all 1%ers. The 99% of the population that is just trying to survive, that is just average Joes like myself and others, and who are trying to survive in a greedy world where everybody have become, you know, my famous line, people have become cattle and they don't have the ability to think for themselves anymore, and they're too influenced. This is something Popeye could learn from. But people can't think for themselves, or his little peons that follow him. People don't learn to think for themselves anymore, and social media proves that. Because you could talk about anybody on social media. If they don't know you, they're going to believe what somebody says, obviously. I'm a great example of that, and others. People have lost the ability to have independent thinking, and they've become lazy. Instead of investigating something, they'll say, okay, I'm going to take it for your word. You know, if people say enough that the world is flat, like fucking Fazio, you get enough people saying that, the cattle of society are going to believe that the world is flat. People are easily influenced, I think, and by others. And we become too lazy socializing. You know, look, I'm on a little machine I got in my hand. I'm talking to you. And a lot of people don't want to socialize with other humans a lot. It's gotten to that point. Well, people living in a fantasy world. You know, everybody watches movies on TV. We know it's not real. It's actors. But, you know, we find ourselves entertained by that because a lot of people don't find the world to be entertaining anymore. They want to go to some fantasy watching movies. These are actors. It's not really happening. But we find it entertaining. We talk about movies a lot on here. You and I do. What's a good movie to watch, Aloe? You know, I think people just want to. They want to get away from the reality in the world. You know, they want to live in a different realm of thought. They want to get distracted from what's going on in the world. I guess that's the best way of saying it. And movies on TV and stuff like that, or people who do gaming and all that stuff, they need a distraction from reality. Reality is that you're alive, you were born, and you're going to die. And you can't do nothing about it, no matter how you try. You could extend your life in certain ways. I know people think differently. For people like, for example, have cancer or something, they want to go for chemotherapy and they want to extend their life, but they're so miserable in pain. So they come up and, oh yeah, this radiation treatment, this chemo, this new drug, we could extend your life, right? But some people would think, well, why prolong the inevitable? If you're going to, for example, be suffering in pain all the time and you're miserable, you know, realistically, you're not going to really want anything that's going to extend your life any further than it is because you're fucking miserable. Now, some people are just naturally miserable, like Popeye and different trolls and you know all the players out there, right? They're just naturally miserable people. But they're not in pain. They don't have certain diseases and cancers and heart problems. There are some people with diseases that they're in pain all the time. So you got to ask yourself, is life worth extending if you have to live miserable? Some people say, why would I live long enough to see my grandson being born or whatever? Oh, I want to be more in my child's life or whatever. But at what cost? Horrible pain and misery? So the doctors will say to a patient, well, you know, we could extend your life another 6 months. But if you're a realist, you'll say, why? So I could do 6 more months of suffering? Most governments, there's only certain places or countries, you know, that will allow chosen end-of-life procedures. It's like you don't even have the right to kill yourself if you want to. You know, assisted death, for example. There are a lot of states or countries that say, no, you can't do that. It's like, what the fuck do you mean I can't do that? It's against the law. Hey, this is my fucking body. If I want to jump off a fucking building, I could jump off a fucking building. You're not going to stop me. And you shouldn't stop anybody. I wouldn't jump off a building because it's only going to create a horrible mess that somebody's going to have to clean up. Sorry, I got to add a little humor to this because it's some pretty deep shit this morning, you know? Pretty deep shit. But, you know, I noticed even right here on YouTube, which is a great place to just examine the way people think and how people are just so, you know, desensitized, you know, to what they say about other people on here. And it's not just me that gets attacked on YouTube. It's, you know, everybody in some form or way is indifferent, or they just don't agree to somebody's philosophy or way of life or what they want to do with their life. But in fact, it's none of anybody's business. And actually, it's none of my business what people do with their life. I may talk about this from things I hear on YouTube. It makes good dialogue, you know, to listen to these people, whether they're fucking idiots or they have a great show or whatever. People have become too, how do you say this? They take things, I'm just trying to express it in words. Well, they take things for granted in life, I think. I don't think people appreciate the life that they do have. Unless you're suicidal, you're basically forced to live your life because you were given life. And you're forced to go through everything everybody has to do. You have to make a living, so you get a certain age, you have to go work at a job, punch a clock. Most people are working on jobs that they don't even like. In fact, they hate it. But you've got to be able to have a place to live. You've got to have money for food, and even that's become increasingly hard. Salaries are not, you know, measuring up to the inflation, and everybody's living a harder life these days. It was never, you know, it was hard in the past. You know, we don't measure it right. There was days during the Depression when my father was young. Really sad. I mean, it was horrible. Banks closed. I mean, some people couldn't even get their money. People selling apples on the street. Well, they're doing that right here in the Philippines, if it gives you an example. They are selling apples on the street. They're selling, you know, water bottles. They're selling cigarettes, you know, sticks, one stick at a time. They gather the money to buy a pack and they sell it individually to make a little profit. They're selling maps. They're selling cheap rags. And they're out in the streets begging on top of that. This is a sign of where the society is going. It shouldn't be like that. But there's, you know, historically, there's always been poor people on the earth. There's always been greedy, rich people who look down on poor people. That's never going to change. We got snobs in the world. I always used to use the story that I remember when I was in a grocery store and somebody was using food stamps. They didn't have EBT cards at the time, but they were taking their time, taking out like their dollar bills, taking their money out of the wallet, their food stamps, counting it carefully. And somebody in the line would be looking at them like, look at this piece of shit. Why didn't he get a job? My tax money. So you hear about people talking about their tax money. Well, one day I was in line and I actually knew the guy who was in the line, and I could see his face, the way he was looking at the other guy in line who was using food stamps. I got a good memory for shit like that. As if to say, you know, why don't you just come out and say, get a fucking job. Get a fucking job. Well, I'll tell you what, that's the funny part of the story, why I brought it up. This same person fell on hard times when he lost his job. And I've seen him one other time in line, and guess what he had? Wild guess. Food stamps. See? See? Get my point? Yeah. Okay, sorry, I haven't been reading. I think social media attracts a certain type of people. I mean, YouTube, for instance, the guys who do live streams, for instance, or vloggers, I think they have a few things in common in a certain type. Well, we all do, and the fact that we're doing shows, we're living in a different country, and yes, the culture is different, of course it is, and we try as best as we can to adjust to the culture, but it's not the same. We have to make adjustments. We have to go along with the flow of things. It's not our country, and we don't make the rules and never will. And as a foreigner, we don't even have the right to speak up about anything in this country. We can't go to gatherings, like protests. You can get arrested for that. And believe me, there's so many rights in this country that you just don't have as a foreigner. And believe me, I know, if anybody knows, it's so easy to go make a fucking complaint on an innocent man for something he did not do. And to have a government agency that would even entertain such a fucking complaint is mind-boggling. It's mind-boggling. Let's just sum it up. People become fucking what we call evil. But, there's always justice, though, in a personal way, because, as I said before, look how many really corrupt-minded YouTubers have passed away. They were all trolls. They were all trolls. Every single one of them were trolls in one form or way. They were antagonists, like Popeye and shit. I don't know what you want to define as evil. Is it a religious connotation? Is it would you define somebody as evil? If there is such, we already know one person, the guy that's supposed to be in control of the United States. You can't get more evil than that. Just when I thought that, people were really falling apart, mind, body, and soul, if you have a soul, then someone like Trump comes along and you say, wow, look how easily this guy has influenced millions of voters. Look how people listen to this guy and his own personal philosophy and greed. Because you see, people are easily influenced. It's like right here on YouTube. We always can come back to YouTube. It's always a good reference point for things going on. How people just listen to others and they'll believe anything they say on here. For lots of reasons. They'll listen to anything they say when they don't really know what the real story is. You could make a story up about a person. He did this, he did that, he did this. Did he really do that? Or did the other person would like to believe that he did all that stuff so they can kind of go along with the big boys club and they could be accepted? People are having a hard time being accepted into different groups. They don't fit in. You got your Starbucks groups. When I first went to Seattle, when, yuppieism came in, I call it yuppieism, where there's a birth of yuppies, young urban professionals. And they separated themselves from people that wasn't in their, shall I say, their class system. Oh, I got a high-tech job. They're the ones that carry their little Starbucks cups wherever they went, to insulated cups. They were the ones that, be willing to pay the high prices of coffee, which is never just a cup of Joe anymore. Frappuccino, motherfuckercino, maca cha, maca this, mocha this. What happened in the days when you call it a cup of Joe, a cup of coffee? But now they make all these different blends. They call it all these different Italian names or whatever. You know, you used to get a cup of coffee for a quarter or less. Now you're spending up to $8 for a cup of coffee. But they don't mind. They want to be seen in that coffee shop because, hey, I'm part of this crowd. I've been accepted in this crowd. See, I'm carrying the cup. It says Starbucks or it says Seattle's best. You know, you want to be part of that group. You want to be seen in that group. This is the same group of people that go out and jog and they got to wear all these fancy spandex shit. And they're not just carrying a water bottle. It has to be some Evian. Never mind some bargain brand distilled water from the store. They want to show that they got an Evian bottle. Some kind of, hyped up fucking water. Water is fucking water. You get my point? You know, people want to live to impress other people. I kind of sound a little bit like Smooth Lee. I don't totally like the guy. I don't totally dislike him, but Smooth Lee comes up with some interesting stuff now and then. He did recently on something, you know. I'm glad to see that there are some like-minded people out there. It's hard to find. I know, like there's Frank going on with all his philosophy and stuff, but I think it's healthy. And I call it philosophizing. Whether that's a word or not, that's my word. Sometimes you do, and you wind up doing that as you get older because you have succumbed to the slings and arrows of the world. You know, you have experienced things and events and people how they are. Younger people haven't had the chance to experience. Like when you're older, you've had a life. That's what I say, you know, the older you are, the wiser you are. The more you're open-minded and you realize certain things that maybe the younger people don't, you know, because they haven't lived that long. They haven't had a lot of experience in life. They have yet to experience failures, unrequited love, emotional breakdowns, perhaps, where relationships didn't work, the hurt and pain of life. And that's what life is. Life was never meant to be perfect. We're these living beings, living cells walking around on 2 feet. And we never asked to be born, which I used to laugh at because when I was mad at my parents, I'd say, if they had some problem with me or we had some kind of indifference or something, you know, I'd be the guy to say, well, look, I didn't ask to be born. If you don't like something I'm doing, and I was the one even then to speak out, although I was kind of a shy kid, but I spoke out. And I'd say, and I still stick to that, I said, I didn't ask to be born. And you hear people say that too. I'm sure a lot of kids have said that. Hey man, I didn't ask to be born. You and mom decided to fuck around and here I am. Here I am. That's what it is. You enter this world saying, here I am. I didn't ask to be here, but I'm here. So suck it up. You created me. I don't want to hear anything about it. I can't climb back in your womb and, you know, and go back in time. I just can't do that. Here I am, and here's who I am. And if you don't like me, it's not like you can send me back home. Think about that. So that's I think that is a relevant statement that I remember making. I didn't ask to be born. So if you got a problem with me, deal with it. Okay. Just like, you know, nobody forced me to have a YouTube show. You either like what I have to say or you just tune out. But apparently people like what I say. We call them trolls. Okay. But they can relate to everything you say. They just don't want to admit it. A lot of trolls love my show. If they didn't, they would never go out of their way to listen to my show and actually create a show based on everything I say and record what I say. or sick people like Robert Clausen, who simulcast my show. That's pretty extreme. It says volumes about the individual. I certainly think it does. Where I have become so important to some, it's not just me. We see this all over YouTube. Everybody talks about each other on YouTube, right? Why? Well, because they could, for one, we could say that. Or there's a lot deeper things going on in their life where they're going to spend that much time, say, concentrating on one person, for example, okay? The question is, what went wrong with their life that they have to sit there, do a simulcast, and then do their little commentaries afterwards about the person as if their shit doesn't stink? Got my point? Yeah. And this guy, and there's lots of about it. You know, we make a reference to Popeye only because I tend to do shows in the morning, and it's not early there. It's like, 5 p.m. or so. It's not his bedtime yet. So he knows more likely I'm going to do an early morning show because I get up. I find that to be one of the best times of clarity for me is when I get up in the morning and I could philosophize as I do many times, which I like doing, by the way. And I do that because it just makes me, kind of opens up my mind a lot to what's going on in the world. You're refreshed from a sleep, you get up and your mind is kind of clear. There hasn't been any distractions yet for the day because it's just begun. That's why I've always found that doing a show in the morning is probably the best time for me. But I think when somebody concentrates so much on one person, they single somebody out. Because in fact, no matter how many insults they're throwing at somebody, there's something lacking in their life that forces them to do that. Now, we all know Robert Clausen. We know he's a coward. We know he's an older dude. We know he's bitter. We know he's living in the past. He has not yet come up to modern day. You can't just live your life over Subic Bay, you know what I mean? And this is what this guy does, and it's really sad, according to how you look at it, It's official, Aloe is not Damien, okay. He wasn't doxxed like John Blaze. John Blaze, yeah. All familiar names, all people with their own personal problems. You notice how things just don't work out for these people? I've always said, don't bring a woman to America. I know John Blaze was having a lot of problems. You just had to listen to him when he was doing shows more regularly. And she became Americanized, and you see how you fall on your face? All these idiots that come on here and they say the most horrible things about people, but look where their life turns out, Look where it turns out. I'm pretty damn sure, and I can't say I know everything that's going on in John Blaze, Larry Evans' life, but I know that she became very Americanized, she got a car, she got a job, she made all these Filipino friends out there. She don't need them anymore. John Blaze was complaining that he's bored now. He said he's retired. But his wife is always out there with friends all the time, going to parties and stuff and making lots of Filipino-American friends or transplants. And John Blaze always felt left out because he's actually mentioned it before. He made the mistake of Americanizing his Filipina, which I've always said is the worst thing you can do. Because what is it about a Filipina that you like? There's a certain simplicity compared to American women. A certain amount of vulnerability. There's something totally different from Filipino women to American. They're not all Karens as compared to America. You know, you become Americanized, you become a Karen. Or you become so Americanized that, you know, the greed, where you never had greed before, you were a simple Filipino coming from a province, and you were happy with what you had. Then you go to America, the land of plenty, as they say, plenty. You get credit cards now, you got debit cards, you know, you got a car to drive, you got freedom now, you got a band of new friends, and, you know, you've accepted the American way, you became Americanized with everything that goes along with it, good or bad. Then they don't need you anymore. They discard you. Oh, they got their green card, you know, they're able to work and begin a new life in America, which is a hardship as it is. America's now, it's a hardship to live in America. But they wind up getting a good job. You know, like Chrissy from Tim K. Chrissy, you know, became a nurse and all that stuff. And, you know, Tim brought her over to America, which is a big mistake. And Tim is expendable. I don't know what their relationship is these days because he hasn't been on. He's expendable. She doesn't have to put up with his drinking, his debauchery, his crudeness and rudeness. She could dump him at any time because she's self-sufficient now. She's got a job. But, you know, to his dismay, she owns him while he's in her life because the properties that, or anything that he had, if he still does, land or anything in Leyte, it's hers. It's hers. Yeah. And because they have a kid together, he still has to maintain that responsibility to that child. He didn't to his other child, the one he has in America. No, he pretty much shit on his own kid. But Chrissy is not going to allow Tim to shit on their child, baby Bubba. She's got him by the balls, and she knows that. Why do you think Tim got off YouTube? Because he was being attacked too much. I'm sorry to turn the show into Tim K, but everything I'm saying is all relevant. It's everything I'm saying is good. It's tying together about people, expectations, you know, predictions about where their life is going. This is all connected. What's that? Are you talking about Tim Billings? Hold on, I'm sorry, I should scroll. Are you talking about Blaze? Blaze was very hateful. He lost his job due to trolls calling. Rumor is he works as a commercial truck driving instructor now. Chrissy the Grasshopper. Hello, Donate. How are you? Yeah. What you seen on the screen is red corpuscles. That's my that's my blood. Seriously. It's against my fingers. What you're seeing is blood, movement, life. Look, red corpuscles. Look at that. Great, you always put a smile on my face, Frank. Well, I'm glad I could do that. Let me just put it this way. All the shit I talk about is relevant because I think we're all experiencing a whole lot of the shit that I do talk about. It's called life, and it's not always great. It's not always bad. And sometimes you're lucky if it's just in between. There's going to be hardships in life. There's going to be people that like you. There's going to be people that don't like you. That's just the way it is. I could meet somebody and I could get a bad first impression. Like, you know, Brevis, a great example. He forced himself on trying to socialize with me. He stalked me, basically. Me and Gilda, we knew right away the guy was a creep, you know. And despite what stories he told, it's us that had nothing to want to do with him. We just didn't. He wanted to invite us out to dinner, and I refused. Actually, the way it really worked is I just did not answer him, or I forgot, or if I just came up with an excuse or something. Then I think I got very direct. I said, look, we want nothing to do with you. It kind of graduated from trying to shrug him off to just being straight out blatant and just saying, we don't want anything to do with you. You're a creep, pretty much. That's why Grievous turned on me, because I did not want to accept his friendship. It was the same thing with Barry, but how did it all start with Barry, they say? Well, you know, I met Barry on occasion. He came over again uninvited like Grievous did, right? When I lived at the other house. And, you know, I was able to ascertain that, you know, he was too much of a lowlife, loser, beggar that I didn't want around me. But I was nice enough to shove 300 pesos in his pocket when he came over the first time. And he came over with Gigante. Yeah. And another time he came over, we actually ate out, and he had this girl with him. And I was nice enough to pretty much pay for their meal. I even bought the guy a pack of smokes that he promised to pay me back. No big deal, just a pack of smokes. But it's the idea that I was nice to him, and despite knowing he was a creep, I was still generous to him. Generous to a point that when he came over our house the first time, and he was doing his usual coughing his brains out, coughing his lungs out, I actually gave him something. I said, here, maybe this will help. It's not like I'm not a kind person. It's not that I'm not compassionate, even to Barry. But I think it got to the point where, you know, throw the compassion out the window. Look where he is now. Something he did to himself. I did not want Barry as friendship. I did not want Brevis as a friend. Because normally I don't really associate personally in my life with people from YouTube. But that's just a choice that I make. I know that they're nothing but trouble. So imagine moving to Dumageddon. It's like the ground zero of fucking YouTubers and, you know, well, and also, you know, just, you know, in general, you know, foreigners, expats. Why the fuck would I want to live in Dumageddon? As a good example. But just that I don't want to associate. I mean, I could make an exception, you know. And like when Mick Fisher wanted to meet up with me, it was all planned. The whole idea was, you know, to try to change my mind. And by the way, this is the bullshit. Let me tell you the truth here, and I said it before. He said it on the show when he's on somebody's live stream. He came up with some bullshit. The McFish sandwich. Oh, yeah. And Yachts had this paperwork ready, he said, that we were going to offer you 1 million pesos collectively. You know, he just wants you to sign this paper, this affidavit or something, and we'll give you 1 million pesos if you drop Barry's case. That's what happened. Well, that's not what was presented to me on that meeting, but later on, like it was just a couple of months ago, he came out with this and said, you know, Frank fucked up. You know, we were going to offer him blah, 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 coming from different sources or resources, X amount of money. Then he totally denied that. When he said that on somebody's live stream, he said it on a live stream. And you know what? I wouldn't have taken his money. Mick was upset with me because I didn't want to change my mind, that I did not want to drop anything against Barry. I refused to drop the case. Mick didn't like it. The McFish sandwich did not like the idea that I didn't want to agree with him. He was hellbound, you know, on getting me to change my mind. The only reason he met up with me is it wasn't that he was trying to be social and trying to be friendly. I was up to it. I'm not up to really. Because in the past, I mean, I've never had anything against Mick Fisher. But now he's like a vital enemy of mine. And all he does is talk shit about me all the time. I see all these comments when somebody does a live show against me. They're all negative comments against me that I don't deserve. But because I hurt his feelings. And how? It had to do with Messenger. When he was starting to go into his little, tirade, about Barry. No, I think, he served enough time. He should be out. What you're doing is wrong. I didn't do it. Immigration and the law was keeping him in jail. I wasn't. I didn't say how long he had to be in jail. I have nothing to do with that. How long? Mick wanted to see him out. And I didn't want to see him out. So on Messenger, it got a little ugly. A few words were shared. And I blocked him on my Messenger. So you wondering why Mick Fisher's against me? I'm the one that's telling you. I'm the one that met him. Not anybody else. I'm the one. I'm the one. So they're full of shit. They're all full of shit. Telling tall tales of things that never transpired. I never had anything wrong. I never had anything against Mick in the past, but then he really became close to Big E, to Eric. And they both conspired together against me all the time because Mick Fisher goes along. I don't think he's a really independent thinker. He goes along with anything that Big E has to say or think about me. They're like two peas in a pod now. Maybe he's been invited into Eric's harem. I don't know. There's been word on that. But Mick Fisher tries to portray, as well as Big E, that he's got money. Well, Big E does all the talking for Mick Fisher. Now, Mick Fisher's one of the richest ones on here. He's got way more money than I do. Like money makes them better than anybody else. I assure you it doesn't. Because Mick Fisher turned out to be a creep. There was all this talk about, well, of course, Popeye kind of does this. What is this friction I'm supposed to have with yachts? I never had any friction with yachts. That was all fucking contrived. That was all made up. Popeye says it on his show. What she said about yachts. What did I say about yachts? What exactly did I say about yachts? However it's pronounced. What did I say? What? That there was possibility that her and McFish sandwich were an item? Well, we all make assumptions. I was either wrong or right. The fact that she came down with him, and maybe it was an assumption that she shared the same room. Just an assumption. Make an ass out of you and me. I can do that too. And the fact that he was trying to hide her on video, that he didn't want anybody on YouTube to know that he was hanging with her. What his relationship, it doesn't matter to me. It never mattered. If he had a relationship with yachts, then that's fine. That's his doing. I don't give a shit who he gets together with or whatever he does with him. I don't care. Yachts has never been an issue. Popeye's always saying I said bad things about yachts. What bad things have I said? Please remind me. I'm getting old. Maybe I just forget too much. But in my mind, in my memory, I don't think I've ever had a reason to say anything about yachts. In fact, I was generous. I offered 1,000 pesos to her little charitable work. She didn't want to accept it. That's when she was in. When they came down, we were at this little cove restaurant we were at. When the bill was being paid, I offered to pay, and he didn't want to take my money. I offered her 1,000 pesos, not a lot of money, but I was still being generous because I know that she was involved in helping children and different stuff, And here's 1,000 pesos. Maybe it wasn't a lot, but it was still a thought. She didn't want to take that off me. So where did I just really want to know. What did I say bad about yachts that would turn her on me? Well, the fact that she's a friend of Mick's, I'm sure they're at least friends. I know that. Absolutely. I could say that. I wouldn't be saying anything bad. But Yats? Where does Yats play into me other than the fact that I met her with Mick Fishburger? It's about as far as it goes. And the only other reference to Yats I've ever made is when Ricky was figuring I was staying at the Horizon when I came into town. And I don't know, him and Yats either purposely or accidentally ran into each other. And they were sitting down doing a show outside the coffee shop in front of Horizon. And I might have mentioned something about that, like wondering what was going on. Were they conspiring about me? Why were they there at Horizons? But my understanding is that he ran into her somehow, and it's hard to believe he just ran into her just like that. They decided to sit in front of the condo building that I was staying at. It just seemed a little weird. But according to Ricky, no, he just ran into her. They sat down and they bullshit for a while, had coffee, whatever. When do I really talk about Yats? Yats is nothing pertinent to my life. Yats is not a friend. I really don't even comment on her show. If she's still doing shows, I don't even know. She was in America for a while. Where did Yats come into this? But Popeye is always saying on it, oh yeah, I'm going to give a list of people that you, or the women that you did bad things to. Wow, you mean in my house? I'm doing bad things to all these people? Is there like a doppelganger of me out there doing all these dastardly things? I mean, like, what the fuck? I mean, what the fuck? Seriously. I'm being accused of things that without even leaving the house I'm doing. You know, people could be really fucked up. Yats. My goodness. All I remember is when he came over, he didn't want her to be photographed. I might have accidentally had her on there because I was pointing the camera because my girlfriend was out there with her sons on her friend. She was on a little kayak there. And if my camera happened to catch her on there, it wouldn't have mattered anyway because she covered herself with a hoodie because she doesn't like to get exposure to the sun. That's the only thing I know about her. That she always covers herself from the sun. She's very protective. I know that from that trip. And if she happened to be in my video point of view, it wasn't purposeful. It was not purposeful, not at all. And my apologies if she happened to be on my video. It was not purposeful. I'll apologize right now. But I don't care what Mick Fisher does. Whether he's friends or lovers or whatever he is, I don't really care because it's really not my business. I just simply don't care who he wants to date or who's his friend or what their real relationship is. And the scheme of life is just not that important to me. It's not important to me, man. It never will be. I only tolerate these people. That's it on here. I just don't give a shit about the trolls. I don't give a rat's ass what they think about me. My life goes on every single day. It doesn't matter who's doing a show or simulcasting me. It just shows the level of importance I have in their life when they're not important to mine. I don't know if it's flattering or what I should actually define it, or it's just pure sick. I don't know. Maybe a little bit of both. That they do shows on me, that they simulcast me. I mean, how sick is that? Why do I have such importance in people's life? Because maybe, as on this show, I have a lot to say. And maybe I point out life that people just don't see, aspects of life. Call it my philosophy or whatever you want to call it. But people like listening to me because I absolutely do. Pop, I might call it a tirade or something. But I speak what's on my mind. Because I deserve to. I managed to live to be a senior. I've experienced a lot of things. And I have a lot to say. And that's what I do on my show. I share things. Sometimes I get a little bit too personal, which works against you. It always has with everyone. Keep that in mind. Don't get too personal on here. But I've never had anything to hide. So it's never a big thing for me to be sharing certain things on here. It never was a big deal for me. It still isn't to a point.
Morning.
Good morning, dear. Good morning, sweetie. I was up a little bit earlier this morning. A little bit earlier. Just a little bit earlier. God, I got a bite right on my butt. I got a bug bite. I got bit in the ass. All right, so I think a lot of people who listen to me get my point. I'm honest enough with myself. And I could therefore be honest when I do a show. I don't have to make shit up because I'm worried about algorithms, worried about making money because I don't, and I don't. I do this shit for free. Absolutely for free. I take my personal time to come on here and just kind of rap a bit and just talk about life. And I get enjoyment out of it, or I would not do it. Nobody forces me to come on here and do a show, okay? Let's just put it that way. It's my choice. And whether or not I have opposition, it don't matter to me. They're not going to stop me. Going to stop me from putting a large mirror in front of them to make them take a good look at themselves. Like that song, take a good look at yourself. And I do a great job of that, don't I? I do an excellent job, if I say so myself. And if people turn on me because of that, it's like, oh well, nothing new after 10 years. I'm not going to cry over it. Nobody's going to stop me from being me. And I like who I am. I like who I am. There might be some things in life I regret, but as an older dude now, I like myself. I like myself that I'm true to myself. I don't pretend to be somebody or something I'm not. I've never did. Personal life and on YouTube. I mean, who else could you be but yourself? Why pretend to be something that you're not? Why pretend that you're living this fucking fantastic life that you present on their shows? When their life off camera could be very, very sad. Some of them cry themselves asleep. They can't find a fucking woman no matter how hard they try. They wonder, why can't I find a woman? Well, when you think of a woman as a hoe, like Snicko does and other people, when you treat women like they're trash and they're expendable, they're disposable fucking rubbers, which they probably don't wear anyway. When a woman is just a piece of ass, when you have that kind of mindset, that says volumes about who you are. Filipinos are great people, man. I'm with one for going on 10 years, just next month coming, 10 years. With all the shitholes said your relationship wouldn't last for 6 fucking weeks. I told you, I have a good memory for these things. He ain't gonna last for 6 weeks. Well, pal, 10 years coming up now. 10 fucking years. How much dishes of crow can I serve without running out of plates? I've been attacked in every form and way on here. But guess what? Poops, I'm still here. I'm still here. And I intend to be here. In all aspects of what that means. I'll likely outlive most of the trolls that are slightly or even radically younger than I am. Because I'm a stubborn motherfucker. And although I have one bad habit, everything else I do is pretty fucking good. I got the genetics behind me. Okay? I got the genes behind me. I got the diet behind me. I got the knowledge behind me. Medical, diet, personal attitude. I am self-serving. Because on this earth you have to be self-serving, and not to the point where you are hurting other people. I don't come on YouTube to hurt people. Again, with that proverbial mirror I put in front of their face, and if the truth hurts, then hey man, it sounds like more of a personal problem that you have than anything I'm saying on here about anybody. And again, and I'll be as redundant as ever, and I don't mind being redundant when it needs to be brought up. I don't tell people how to think. You know, I don't tell you to follow the cattle here on YouTube or anybody else outside of YouTube. I am not the cattle of society. I've never been, even as a kid. I don't follow people because it's trendy or something. I don't even watch a YouTube show because someone said it's the greatest YouTube. I make my own decisions whether that's a great show or not, based on their attitude, based on their content, and so forth. Like people right now, I've got their attention, and that's why there's no dialogue. You see, Frank doesn't get a lot of dialogue. You know why? Because when people come to my show, they listen, even if they're trolls. Of course, they're recording me, whatever, I know that, simulcasting. I think that's great. It means that I'm valid. It means that I have something to say, that people are actually listening to me. I always tell them, you could tune out anytime you want. You're not going to hurt my feelings. But most people, they hang in there. They want to hear what I have to say. I'm one of the most boisterous people you'll ever find on YouTube, ever. Especially in this genre, you know, Philippines. I do say what's on my mind. And people are going to like it or they're not going to like it. They're going to make their own personal assessments of themselves before they start throwing these proverbial stones at me and examine their own life. And if certain aspects of my life they're jealous of, I understand there is reason to be jealous. Because a lot of these creeps, they don't have a long-term relationship. They can't even get a woman. They're chasing their fucking tails. Another thing I say all the time, because it happens to be true. I can name names. You know who all these people are that are chasing their tails. And they're not getting anywhere in life. And they're getting older. They need to settle down. There's no rule in life that says you have to settle down. Don't get me wrong. But it comes to a point in life that you have to say, man, I got to start doing something positive with my life. I got to find a good woman, get grounded, find one place to live instead of going like a saddle tramp from one seedy fucking little backpacker's hotel to another. People need to find themselves, but they're all lost. Steve Montelli, I go through the list, back and forth to different countries, and he's never finding what he wants. Another song reminds me kind of my life. But I still haven't found what I'm looking for. Well, when are they going to find it? When is this going to happen? They're lost within their own world. They're lost. Lost souls, if you will. They don't know how to ground themselves. They just go through their life living haphazardly. And they have a lot of bad shit that happens to them as a result of that. Shoving cameras in people's faces that don't want to be photographed, for one. Doing shows about fucking whores, that's all they can do. People that are grown-ass adults using terms for women like babe-a-roonies. Fucking grow up. No wonder women are not interested in you when you're just emotionally void of sensibility. You're a grown-up. Act like a grown-up. Don't be stuck in high school mode. It don't work. You're no longer in high school. Babe-a-roonies. And people pick up on this shit too. Babe-a-roonies. You're 48 years old. Babe-a-roonies. Really? Really? Das crazy. There you go. I'm real happy that I could sit here and do a show and have all these people listen to me so intensely, you know. And to have somebody simulcast me, that's an honor. To them devote a show recording everything I say, to helping promote me. Thank you. They're not hurting my feelings. My feelings don't get hurt that easily. They really don't. I developed some really thick skin as far as YouTube is concerned. They could talk about me, they could talk about my girlfriend, how many kids she has, whether or not she's married, whatever. But they're not living my life, I am. If me and Gilda are happy, applaud that somebody has achieved something on here that maybe some have not. And a lot of them has not achieved what I did. No, I'm not a wealthy person, but there's wealth in happiness. And I'm not having any problems in my life. I have some adversities with some shitheads that, you know, like to incorporate something called revenge, make an invalid complaint. But alas, they're going to suffer in the end. The proverbial, again, a lot of proverbial things on my show, the proverbial can of worms that they opened up, and they cannot reseal that can anymore. And they have to take the consequences later on for what they did. They know they did wrong, but they got so caught up in it, they can't change it. And they can't change the future of what's going to happen to them as a result of what they did. You brought that on yourself. Hey, I'm just a simple guy doing a simple show, but I'm a little bit more aware of who I am. I'm a little bit more aware of my environment. I'm aware of life. I'm more aware of the world than most people are. That's why Frank's famous philosophy that you all listen to very intensely, you don't want to miss a trick. And I'm happy for that. Thank you for that. I mean, I'm serious. Thank you for that. It's nice to have a audience that is so in tuned to everything I say, word for word, enough to record me, enough to simulcast me. I have arrived years ago. I am more significant in their life than they want to admit. Because I don't go around bullshitting on my show. I play around now and then. Oh, the Mockton thing. 10 years? What the fuck? Come on, man. Gotta be more to life than rehashing some old hash. If you get baited real easy, that's not my problem. You know. And I'm telling you the truth. Sometimes I do get enjoyment from baiting people just to see their reaction. And guess what? It always turns out the way I thought. Because people hang on every word of mine, so I must be really significant in their lives. And that's really flattering to me that I'm that significant that you have to record me, devote a show, Frank Battaglia replays. It's an honor. I don't look at it as a negative. I see it as an honor. I think it's a positive thing. That I'm that important to people that they have to record me. Or they have to make up these elaborate stories about me that are totally invalid, about my life or my character, my relationship to my girlfriend, saying ridiculous things that she's not in love with me, She's only with me for the money. But wait a minute. You're the people that said that I'm broke. So if you're saying on one hand that she's only with me for support and money, right? But yet in the same note, you're saying that I'm broke. There's kind of something wrong with those statements. I managed to survive out here, even with inflation. I've done things to ensure that I'll survive. I live in I have a great relationship. And I think everybody knows that. They don't want to admit it because a lot of them don't have a great relationship. They're maybe with somebody, but it's more of a convenient relationship for the woman that he's got money and he puts that carrot out there for them to follow. Carrot in front of the fucking donkey. And they're going to hang around as long as that money's there. But when that money's gone, the big ugly brute is going to find himself lonely. That's a fact. Yes, a Filipino will stay with somebody, according to what kind of Filipina she is, if that's her motive. She's going to stay with you as long as the money's there, as long as you're having 5-star dinners, as long as he's going to take you on trips traveling. Of course they're going to hang in there. I don't have to do that shit. I don't have to do that to keep my woman with me. I don't have to do that at all. She's with me because she wants to be with me. We got many exits in this house. She can leave anytime she wants. She could throw me to the streets anytime she wants, but she hasn't done that. And since you said I'm broke, okay, well, put that in as a factor. She's still with me and I'm broke, right? I'm broke. But that's funny. Boy, you are intensely listening to me and I love it. Sometimes no dialogue is good because it means that you are connecting. You are listening to everything I have to say. Right on to that, man. I appreciate that. But anyway, I've been going on and on about this, but yeah, Frank the philosopher, you're right, I am a philosopher. But I'm more in tune with my life than most people are. I know who I am, I know my good points, I know my bad points, and guess what? I'll admit my bad points. I have no problem with that. But I can't convince everybody on YouTube that I'm this swell guy. I think I'm more compassionate than anybody on here. I think I'm more of a realist than anybody on here. I could say that. And if I have something to say, I just say it. I don't hold back. And if it hurts somebody's feelings, well, I'm sorry. If the shoe fits, wear it type of situation. And if you get upset because I say something about you that's true, that's like an admittance of guilt that you are a louse on the skin of society. That you know you have faults. We all have faults. Even me. Even I have faults. Because I'm not a fucking narcissist. I'm the least definition. You could call me a lot of things, but I'm not a narcissist. And again, I always say I'm my biggest, worst critic. That's not a narcissist. I don't think I'm better than anybody else on here, but I think I have a better attitude than most people on here. You're not in my targets unless you have to be. And you don't want to be a target of mine. Trust me, you don't. Ask Barry Lee Jordan. He's sorry as hell that he had anything to do with me. He decided to take it an extra step. He continued. And I fired those warning shots, like I say all the time. It's got to be fair about this. I did fire the warning shots with him. He didn't want to listen. So where is he now? It's been 3 years he's been incarcerated. Not all my fault and how long he's in there. It has something to do with the government, not me. But he made the wrong moves with me, and I followed through. Where most people in here don't got the balls. You ain't got the fucking ganyoles. You ain't got the fucking testicles. to remedy something because you're all talk. Oh, they've tried to destroy my life, but it never worked. Because I don't allow it. Because I'm smarter than most people on here. I know whether I said or did something wrong or not. You're not going to put words in my mouth. They do try to do a good job of that on YouTube. Frank did this, Frank said this, but did I really do that? Did I really say that? Or is there some fucking clown out there that's jealous or envious of me and my life, my partner, the fact that I'm sustaining myself in a foreign country, that I'm happy, that I like where I live, I like the people around me. Sounds like a pretty good life, huh? Well, actually it is, despite outside interference. Life still goes on with me, and it will, no matter what happens. Life goes on with me. It will continue to go on until it can't go on anymore. I don't sit around here pulling out my fucking hair because somebody says something bad about me. I look at the source. Look at Clausen, how fucked up this guy is. The guy who's simulcasting me probably at this moment. He has no life. I'm his life. That's a pretty sad statement for me to say that about anybody. I'm that significant to your life that you get so envious and jealous of the fact that I got my shit together? Oh, Frank had bankruptcies in the past. Okay, so what about it? Am I the only American that ever had bankruptcies? I've done things wrong in my life. Didn't manage my money at times. And Popeye talks about America, rah, 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 and all the rights in America. When I was one of my rights, when I had a couple of bankruptcies. So what? So fucking what? Your shit don't stink? Big fucking deal, bankruptcies or not. I bought my first house in less than a year of a bankruptcy. That never happens. I got custody of my daughter, female, not a male, and got custody of her when most men don't. And even had her paying me child support. That doesn't happen a lot. In other words, I faced adversity and I won. I took lemons and made lemonade out of them. I bought my first house in Seattle in a very nice area, in a very nice house. After bankruptcy. Some people have to wait 5-10 years to do that. I managed to buy a house, got my shit together. Which anybody can do if they really try. You get their shit together. I bought a house. During a relatively short time of having a bankruptcy. How did Frank do that? Well, I did. Because I had the capacity for change. To get my shit together. I proved to be a better parent and I got custody of my daughter. Even got the chick to pay me fucking child support. How the fuck did I do that? Not many people can do that. Some people don't survive a bankruptcy, for example, since we brought it up. I bought a fucking house. A short time later with a bankruptcy. Who gets to do that? I did. How did I do that? I did. A female child that always goes with the mother. I got her. How the fuck did I do that? Did I pay somebody off? Of course not. How did I do? I was a better parent. It's simple as that. In other words, I managed to get things done. Have I not proved that? Look who's sitting in jail for fucking 3 years. Nobody could have done that but me. Nobody had the fortitude. Everybody was all talk. You talk shit about the guy all the time, but you didn't want to do nothing about it. Let somebody else do it, right? Isn't that the way it is? Let somebody else do the dirty work. Because nobody had the fucking balls to do it. You spent enough time talking shit about the person, about all the crap that they did. But you didn't want to do anything about it. You didn't have the balls to do it. You didn't have the capability of doing it. You didn't have the capacity to do it. I did. I proved that when I put my mind to something, I get things done. And when I say I'm going to do something, I usually do it. I follow through. Not a lot of these trolls have that type of commitment or the ability to get something done. Just all talk, smoke, and mirrors. I'm one of these people that says he's going to do something and he follows through. I've been like that all my life. When I wanted to move from one place to another, people didn't believe me. You ain't going nowhere. The hell I'm not. Took off and left. Started my life in another state. Lived there. It's long enough to be a lifetime to some people. 25, 26 years in fucking Seattle area. 14, 15 fucking years in Hawaii. Nobody believed I was ever going to move to Hawaii. All the naysayers, non-believers. Oh, you ain't going to do shit. Oh, you're not going to leave a good job. You're about to get fucking tenured. You're about to get, I didn't care. I did what I thought was right for me. I fucking put my resignation in the job when I was a tit's hair from being vested. That's how committed I am to my own beliefs and what was good for me. Another person may say, why didn't you hang in here a little longer? I didn't want to. I made up my mind. Sure, it might have been a smarter thing to hang in there a little bit longer, but I didn't care. I didn't like the environment I was working at the time. I'd throw that fucking handwritten fucking thing on my supervisor's desk and says, I'm out of here. Read it. As of this resignation letter, I'm gone. I'm out. Find somebody else to kick around. How many people are capable of doing what I've done? Not many. Call me every name in the book that you want on here. It doesn't bother me. Because I know who I am. You could tell me I'm this, I'm that, I've done this, or maybe I haven't, but that's okay. I have to live with myself. You don't have to. So if I really did something wrong in my life, I have to live with myself for it, not you. If your life is so void of anything positive, I have to be your scapegoat in life, that I have to be the denominator of what fucking runs your life talking about me, then so be it. So be it. It's flattering. Thank you. That I'm that important in your life that I become topic matter on here. There is not one person in this genre that has the balls that I have. There's not one person in here that could do the things I do. There's not one person in here that's ever proved in any form or way that they got the tenacity that I have. And Aloe, I use the example, was one of my biggest critics, really. And Aloe will even admit many times that I got to give Frank credit for this and that. Even though I attacked Frank, I could deal with Frank at another level, which he's proved he could. Aloe is a major troll of mine. He comes on often on my shows. I'm aware of my past with Aloe. And for all I know, he could still be talking shit about me on some other media. If he does, he does. But when he comes on my show and he acts like a gentleman, acts human, not knocking me, he's welcome to my show. And people are jealous of the fact that Aloe comes to my show after all the bad past. All the bad past. Sabong, another troll. Ask ChatGPT about covert narcissism. I know you will block me now, but it had to be said. I am number 12. What is number 12? What's this cryptic talk here? number 12. What does that mean? Covert narcissism. Well, you're kind of wrong on that. You're making an application to me on that statement. I'm nothing even close to being a narcissist. Now, if my life sounds like I got a lot of shit together in my life, that's not being narcissistic. You may interpret that as narcissism, but I don't see it. I'm not denying anything. I'm not trying to hide anything. I'm not trying to cover up anything. You call it covert narcissism. I know what you mean by that. That doesn't apply to me. What, because I'm grounded? Because I got a fantastic woman and everything turned out okay for me, what I wanted in the Philippines, and the fact of moving out here, finding the right women, surviving, having a home, being grounded. And is that something bad? It's not something bad. It doesn't make me a narcissist because I talk about it on here. It doesn't make me a narcissist at all. For living the life that I want to live? No. So what you call covert narcissism, I'm not going to block you for calling covert narcissism. Well, thanks for that statement, but I'm answering it. No, it doesn't apply to me. And I'm not blocking you either. And I don't know what you mean, but I am number 12. I mean, number 12 on who's watching? I don't know. You have to be a little more clear about that. Everybody wants a reaction from me, but they get surprised at what my reaction is. I hear people doing shows on me, and sometimes me and Gilda just sit there and we laugh and say, who are they talking about? If anybody in this world knows me the best, it's my partner. It's Gilda. She knows me inside and out. She knows every freckle on my body. She knows everything about me. There's not anything I haven't told about me. There's not anything about me she hasn't experienced. I mean, she knows me inside and out. She knows I have nothing to hide. She likes who she's with, whether you like it or not. She don't have a problem with me. Some people do. And they laugh when I say, well, people are jealous and envious of me, but it's the fact. They wouldn't talk about me as much as they do. They wouldn't devote shows to me if there wasn't some element in there of envy or jealousy. And I noticed that where it's coming from, the people that make comments on like Popeye's show and all the other trolls, if you examine their background or how they're living right now, it's not exactly the biggest thing to be proud of. When they're chasing their tail and they just haven't found what they're looking for, and they're chasing their tails and never getting anywhere. That's the definition of fucking insanity, man. Doing this shit over and over again and never achieving what they want. What are they achieving by talking bad things about me? Am I really that affected by what they say? Nobody knows me better than myself. They could call me any name in a book. It doesn't mean it applies to me. It doesn't mean it's real. Or they make up events or something when this event never happened. Just like when me and Gilda did our little skit about Shine 'em Up, Gilda. That was our award-winning show I've ever did. To see how gullible people will be. Do you think I'm really going to come on that I've lost total sensibility, that I'm going to come on there and say, oh, our relatives go out killing people? No, you wouldn't catch me in a vulnerable moment. Not me. Nobody in his right fucking mind would come on YouTube and mean it and say, yeah, what do you think? Should I talk about this, Gilda? Shine 'em up, Gilda. Shine 'em up. We don't even own guns. Nor do I really want to have a gun in this atmosphere. I don't think I'd want to have a gun. I had a 357 when I was living in, started in Seattle. I had a 357. What a gun that was. Even the fucking bullets were fucking huge. Pretty ominous shit. My brother saw that I had that, and he changed his attitude with me. He didn't know I had that. Here, check this out, Al. Whoa, what the fuck you doing with that, man? His attitude changed for me for a while when he was giving me shit or something. Believe me, it did. But I didn't feel like I should have that. I didn't feel, even had every right to have it. It was all legal. It wasn't a Smith & Wesson. It was some off-brand. But it was a .357 Magnum. What a powerful fucking gun for anybody to be in possession of. But I had it for my protection. But I thought having a gun means that someday you might have to use it. And that's something I didn't want. It was too dangerous to have a fucking gun. Not that I'm crazy, that I'm going to go after people shooting people up, like the Shine 'em Up Gilda show. That's the last thing I want to do is shoot somebody. I didn't feel comfortable having a gun. Not because I questioned my sanity, but I just don't believe in violence and killing, and I just really would never want to have to use that. Because I'm the person that would use it. I would use it. If I felt my life or somebody I loved was in danger, I would have no problem whatsoever pulling that trigger off and blowing their brains out. But I'm not a person that really believes in violence. I hate violence. I deplore violence. There's too much of it in this world. You have a right to own a gun. And I don't know. Would I want to own one if I was allowed to in the Philippines? That'd be a good question. Under the atmosphere, maybe I would. But she could buy one. And who's saying that she doesn't have one right now? Whether I believe in guns or not, I mean, who knows? She may have one or two or three. You think I wouldn't use it? If it meant protecting her, although she's the one that can legally use it? If we had guns in this house, and I'm not saying we do, would I use it despite being a foreigner? Well, I'll give you the answer to that. Yes, I would. For self-protection or protecting her. I'll worry about the courts later. I just don't want to be carried out by 6 pallbearers. But I'm very protective of people that I love. And I'm very protective of myself. Would I use a gun if I had to? I most certainly would. There's your answer. I most certainly would. Would I like to be in possession of my own personal gun? Not really. Not really. As I said, I don't advocate violence in any form or way. But thanks anyway, Sabong. I guess I answered your question on that. Covert narcissism. It doesn't apply to me. I'm as out there as anybody could be with my thoughts and philosophies of life. I have nothing to hide. I wouldn't even be on YouTube if I did, sir. If I had something to hide, I'd be like Popeye when somebody threatens to come around his house and he goes into silence for 6 months to a year. That's not who I am. If I have something to say, I say it. And I mean it. I don't make up shit for the sake of my audience to get, my algorithm going. Because I'm not even fucking monetized. I don't give a shit. What I say comes out of my heart and mind. And I do think about what I say. There's some things in the past I should have thought before I said them. Absolutely. I'll take blame where it's due. Out of anger. In a moment of anger. I've said some lousy things on here. I certainly have. But I really don't regret it, really, when I think about it. If I had to say it, I probably meant it. Could I have handled it a little bit differently in some occasions? Sure, of course. I'm only human. I don't regret. If it came out of my mouth, I must have meant it at the time. But sometimes we do say things out of anger. Everybody's calling people names on here. I've had my share. But I've come a long way from that. I think before I say a lot of shit on here. Which everybody should anyway. Because your mouth could get you into big trouble on here. As some people have found out. Look at this, 21 people listening on here. That's what I'm talking about. That's an achievement. Not 100,000 people, but 21 solid people on here listening to every word I have to say. Absorbing everything I have to say. Trying to figure out, what did Frank say that I could use against him? Right, Popeye? It's flattering in some sense, really. That I'm that important when I talk about it. It means that I have achieved my goal. Although not a broad audience, I always manage to get an audience and they listen very intensely, you know. They absorb what I say. I don't think any other YouTuber in this genre has ever accomplished that or has the capability of doing what I do. Getting their point out. Getting people to listen. I managed to do that really well. I got talent, what can I tell you? Oh, that might sound a little narcissistic, Sabong. So I'm saying I got talent. I know I got talent. That's not being narcissist. I know my good points and I know my bad points. Nobody has to tell me. I live my life. I live in my own body and mind. So when I do something right or something wrong. And many times I will try to right a wrong too. I'm not afraid to admit when I'm wrong, but I'm not afraid to stand up for myself when I'm right. Okay, I've been on here about an hour and 42 minutes. That's pretty long. I'm getting hungry. In fact, I'm probably going to avoid my tea. Oh my goodness. Too much of a stimulant makes my bladder overactive, especially the stuff I put in it. They act as diuretics. See, I learned. I never knew that before. Live and learn, man. That's what life is all about. You learn. You want to learn about your body? You want to learn about yourself? You know, explore yourself. Know what you're doing right and wrong, even with your body, even with your diet, or bad habits you have, or whatever it might be. The more you learn about yourself, the better a person you are. And certainly the better person you are to yourself. Don't worry about what people think. You got to live your life. You got to live in your own body. They don't have to. They got their own problems. They got their own body to deal with. The good and bad that they do to it. And if they got a poisonous mind, if they got a toxic mind, I don't know if that could be curable. If you're just a hateful person, you're just a fucking hateful person. I think that's part of your whole makeup, the whole grain of who you are. Some people could change, but my experience with people on YouTube, I don't think some of these people can change. They get so caught up in the drama and shit. They immerse themselves in it because it's their life. They make you believe I got so much going on in my life. But do they really? We don't know what goes on behind the scenes in their relationships or what they do with their life once they're off YouTube. We don't know that. There's no way of knowing for sure unless you know them personally. Or you know somebody that actually knows them. But all the bullshit that they, shove out on YouTube, trying to make themselves look like heroes, and they got this wonderful, fantastic life that everybody else wished they had. I never bought into that. I never will. You get to know people after a while if you've been on YouTube for a while. And you can pretty much figure out whether they're living a wonderful life or not. Look at Popeye. I always bring him up because he's simulcasting me. It gives me reason to talk about him. Look at the life this guy's living. But he'll always try to have something to say about me. Like this show, he'll have a lot to say about it. Popeye, you can't cover up your life, even though a lot of people have not personally met you. Keep in mind that we can make our own assessments of people real easy. And you're very easy to make an assessment of. We've got a pretty good idea what your life is like. The fact that you're living 40 years in your past, 2026, I have to remind you, Popeye. This is not 1990s or 80s, whatever. What you did in your past is your past. Why not live life to the fullest in your present, Robert? Stop coming on shows and just being hateful and bitter as you are. It's showing. And they don't come on your show to join you and laugh with you and me. No, they don't. It may seem that way. You run a troll show is what you do. That's what comes on your show is trolls. But they're laughing at you, dude. They're not laughing with you. They're saying, what is Popeye going to have to say about Frank today? That's why they come there. That's the only reason you have a show is because of me. I add something to your life. I give you a reason to do a show. I give you a reason to live. And that's a pretty sad statement. You're not living an exciting life from what we're able to ascertain from your life and what we hear and what you talk about and how you haven't been laid in how fucking long. And nobody's going to convince me otherwise that you've been getting laid. Oh, some people say, how do you know what Popeye does, with his personal life? Well, sometimes you can make your own assessment of that as to what they say, what they do, what they claim, their general attitude. You can learn a lot just from that. And no, I don't believe this guy's been laid since he was still married. After he beat the shit out of her in drunken stupor and she divorced him, he became really bitter. But that's your gig, Robert. Nobody's forcing you to be bitter. But I hate to say it, but your slip is showing. You are bitter. And it shows. You call me every name in a fucking book and figure I can get away with it. And he said it himself. There ain't shit you gonna do to me, Frank. There ain't shit you can do to me, Frank. I'm gonna call you a pedophile. I'm gonna call you, I'll talk about your girlfriend. Well, poops, I can't stop you from doing that. But just think of it this way. There's nothing wrong with my memory. And what if I did get deported, Robert? Maybe I decide to reside in Florida. Maybe I'll be your neighbor someday. So I'm going to leave you with that thought. What's that? One confirmed dead. Junebug. What are you talking about? Before I go here. That was going to be my last thought, but then you came in with that comment. You kind of fucked it up for me. Remember, Popeye, I'm still alive. And you want me deported so bad. But think about what I said. I might be your neighbor. And I don't think you'd be able to deal with that. I don't think so. Remember, there's nothing wrong with my memory. When I show up at your door sometime and watch you just literally piss your fucking pants all over the floor because you said that there's nothing I can do. I live too far away. I can say anything I want about you, Frank, and there's nothing you can do about it. Are you sure of that, Robert? I mean, how sure are you of that? That's the pertinent question I want to ask you. Well, you're late, Ed. We had a crazy philosophical show here this morning. I wouldn't even dare try to review what I just talked about. But I opened up people's minds. I certainly did. Frank's famous philosophy that I'm known for. Really big shoe. Frank, search your name, ChatGPT. I have. And what about it? I give a lot of data to ChatGPT. They got to the point they know who I am. And it's AI. I even influence AI. Imagine that. And what about it? Just woke. Oh, you missed a good show. Junebug Echo Music, who's been on here for a while. What does that mean? What kind of a handle is that? So what about, Savino says, Frank, search your name on ChatGPT. I can't, not while I'm on this phone, but I have. I wanted to see what data they have on me, and it was interesting. So what about it? You just now loaded, you never had the ChatGPT app? I never even tried to apply for the app. I it just came on and I had it and I used it. I don't know. I don't know how I got into ChatGPT. It just kind of happened. I don't know. Okay, well, what about it? Because you said to me, Frank, search your name, ChatGPT. So what did you mean by that? Search your name. Why should I search my name? Take a good look at yourself. Hey, sweetie. Okay. Oh. You want to go out? You want to go out? She's up. She's up. Very lovely. Did I say lovely? Gilda is up. And Savino says, well, if you did, sir, then you know what? It's all about it. Just says you're a reported individual. Be a little more concise than that, will you? I'm reported individual. What does that mean? Take a good look at yourself. Anyway, I'll refrain from the singing. What does that mean, Ed? Well, if you did, sir, then you know what? It's all about it. Just says that you're a reported individual. What does that mean, Ed? Mr. Ed, what does that mean? Do tell. Really? That's crazy. What does that mean? And what did you find out? Ed Savino is kind of an interesting guy. He comes on my show a lot. I know he's a troll. He's a troll. Really. But he comes on my show. And I tolerate him. There's always an underlying, I don't know, there's an underlying reason why he comes on my show. Because he's not always pro me. Because at times he's not pro Frank. Because I've listened to his, remember a lot of his comments. It's always like he's still trying to figure me out. And he's kind of on that dividing line. It says you're committing adultery, cyber libel. It says I'm committing adultery? Really? Oh, wow. Why would I do that? And go on. So what am I supposed to ask ChatGPT? what do I say? Tell me about Frank Battaglia. So what am I supposed to ask? Give me that thing. Give me that thing. Give me that thing. What am I supposed to ask ChatGPT? Ed, do tell. Enlighten me. I love to be enlightened. It says you're committing adultery, cyber libel. Am I? You got the wrong guy. I'm not committing no fucking cyber libel. I don't know where you get that shit from. Hell no. You want to go on? I'll extend the show a little bit because, we want to hear what Ed Savino has to say. So continue, please. You got poetic license with me on here. Finish off what you had to say. Please do. Get it all out, Ed. Get it out of your system. Come on, I know you can do it. And it says on there that I'm committing adultery. Well, their database is pretty vast. And even things from social media that go out in public, their database could actually tune into that. Well, to a certain point they can. I know because I've tried things on there, finding certain information, things out. They're not really always that accurate. But whatever's put out on public media could wind up in the database of the ChatGPT. Yeah. That's all it says. It's saying that I am committing adultery and cyber libel. Is that what you're saying? Okay. Oh, I've tried things like that. Who is Frank Battaglia? It doesn't really say that much. And it also says there's a number of people by the same name. There's Dr. Frank Battaglia. There's numerous people with that name. But then you have to incorporate Philippines in it. So it allows the database to be more precise. Got to say Philippines. Then it can separate all the other Frank Battaglia names. Battaglia. What am I looking for here? Hold on. Anything else? Why don't everybody just look it up? You gotta go? Go ahead. Go outside. I think everybody should research themselves on ChatGPT, see what it comes up with. You'd be surprised what I've learned on ChatGPT. You'd be surprised what things I came up with. Oh, yeah. I like ChatGPT, by the way. It's a wealth of information. But the one thing they don't really come up with unless it's been made public is, court records, things like that. If it's been on the news or anything like that, they will have more access to that data. But other private matters or things that haven't happened yet, obviously they're not going to have that information. It doesn't work that way. Yeah, I just saw it. It mentions an online petition. Oh, that's an old thing. And by the way, I've seen, you know what? I even found this one time. It was the online petition, and what it said, it had my brother's name on it. This is how phony it was. My brother's name had repeated a couple of names over and over again, using it twice. There was some made-up names. There was some kind of a rank-out Frankie type of names that they made up, but they call me. Oh, yeah, it was a real petition. I mean, it was a real petition, okay? It was funny. I actually looked that up. And the names on there were repeated names. 13, in fact, I think. Some were a repetition of a name. Some was like some kind of a, kind of insulting name that they'd give me or something. It wasn't a real petition. But I'm well familiar with what you're talking about. Kawiki dinky, huh? I know, those that do these things are not even good at it. I saw that. I saw that a long time ago, but thanks for bringing that up. I did see that. I'm trying to find my litter.
Hello.
Yeah, but I had mine. Okay, there we go. No, I actually did see that. Funny you're talking about that. I actually did see it. And it was funny as chill. Shit, you can look that up on the internet, actually. Well, you just Google. Yeah. And it was funny as shit. So, petitions that was going to make the immigration department look and say, oh my God. And they had these corny names on there too. They even have my brother's name on it. Even my brother. They put my brother's name on there too. They said Big Al. Big Al was one of the names. And if you really saw this petition thing, you'd see it says Big Al on there. Big Al. I know. People do these things, not even good at it. Amateurs. All right, so, yeah, I hear about DQ in the past. Who is DQ? You think DQ is the Passport TV? Do you think DQ is the... Everybody's opinion. That DQ is a person behind a copycat channel? What's your opinion on that? I guess the thing that I'm pretty amazed with is that people have that kind of time on their hands to do this kind of shit. They decide they don't like you, but then the best question is why? Do people really think I committed all these crimes and I'm such a horrible person? Well, if you've been listening to me as long as I've been on YouTube, you'll know all those statements to be totally invalid. But however, trolls are trolls. They promote this kind of stuff. You think DQ is the guy behind the copycat? And is DQ Philippines resident? Is he a Filipino? Is he an American? Does he live in the Philippines? Does he live in America? Who exactly is DQ? Don Quixote? I mean, who is DQ? So you're pretty convinced that, Aloe, huh? Well, they're just promoting me. But you got to give me credit that I give people a reason to live and to thrive. I'm an asset, not an ass. I'm an asset to the community. That I don't know. He is an American. He's obsessed with you, and I wonder why. Maybe he's attracted to me. Do you ever think about that? An expat you pissed off in Cebu. And according to people, I pissed off everybody. That would be a pretty big list, wouldn't it? According to the trolls. You want to look at it that way. Oh, is that the guy who claims that I broke up his marriage? Oh, the analytic part of my brain comes in here. I remember there was a guy who claimed, how did I do that? Oh, it's coming together. Come together right now. It's very unusual, Aloe says. This level of hate, I know. He wants revenge, but I don't know I don't know. It's very weird. Well, there's supposedly some guy on there. And if you think I have this really lousy memory, that claims that, and this is something I never even met. It's a guy from Cebu. I don't remember who the hell he is. But what I do remember is that he made a claim that I was responsible for the breakup of his marriage. How the hell can I have the power to do that? That would even surprise me. That's, recalling incidents and whatnot. Is what I remember. Could be him. He must know you. Maybe you met him in the past. Who knows? Just speculation. There is not a local guy, but there was a guy out here that was visiting Santa Fe for a while, and he had an apartment. And this guy was in an industrial accident, acid in the face or something. He had some kind of, he had a fake eye. I'm not making this up. He had a fake eye and wore a toupee. He was odd looking. He was like a guy that I rejected because of his character and personality. He was a creepy dude. I mean, a really creepy dude, both visibly and otherwise. It wouldn't be impossible that, I rejected him as a friend, and he moved out of Santa Fe because he said a few things, and I knew where he lived in Santa Fe. I was going to go there and kick his fucking ass. It was short after that time that he moved out of Santa Fe. He might have something to do with this, I don't know. I'm doubting it, though. I'm doubting it, but I'm just thinking. Whose feelings got butt hurt regarding me? Taking extreme precautions. He is the brain behind it all. All the Shaw shit. He is the brain. He provides info, ideas. I know this because I have seen it. Well, I have no definitive way of knowing who it is, but I do know, because I've heard it on YouTube in the past, that I supposedly, how would I have the power to do that? Really? I have the power to break up a relationship? Wow, that's called empowerment. How would I have such power to do such a thing? Now, if your relationship breaks up, it ain't because of an external source necessarily. It could be that you're just a creep. Maybe the girl that wanted nothing to do with you, wife or whatever. Think about that. But I have the power to break up somebody's relationship? I don't think so. I'm good, but, I'm not that good. I'm not that good to have that kind of empowerment. I don't think so. So what could it be? Yeah, Alice said if you had that power over another man's relationship, then it was never a relationship in the first place. A great train of thought right there from Alo Di Vinta. He's correct. He's correct. I don't think anybody has that kind of power. Not even me. I don't think that's possible. Or probable. Or plausible. I just don't think so. And you're right, if their relationship was that bad, it's something they cause upon themselves. But that comes to mind. That comes to mind, actually. I remember that. Somebody said that once, a long time ago. That some guy was pissed off at me because he said that I said something that broke up. I remember that I said, I don't remember who it was. But I said something that broke up his relationship. Wow, man. I'm a powerful presence on YouTube, but I just don't think I have that power. I wish I did have that power. But unfortunately, I just don't think I possess that kind of power on here. it's interesting thought. Could be right on that one. That could be the person that's behind all this shit. That he's holding a grudge on me or something. I cannot break up anybody's relationship. Let's make that clear. Unless I was fucking around with their woman or something, you know. And I caused their relationship to break up. That could do it. Or his woman fell for me or something, you know. I just think I have that power to do that. I'm a good influencer on here, but I don't think I possess that kind of power. I wish I did, but I don't. I don't know what else to say about that, really. Interesting thought, though. Very interesting, I must say. Never been accused of breaking up somebody's relationship before. I don't even know how that's even possible, even if I wanted to. I could see maybe something if somebody puts something in a woman's mind, and I'm supposed to know his wife too. I could see if somebody said, "Hey, your husband's cheating on you" or something, and that inadvertently caused somebody to break up. I don't even see how that's I don't even see how that's remotely possible. The power of words can hurt people, certain people, but although I think I'm an influential type of, I'm an influencer on here, I absolutely am. But I don't think I have the power to do that. I'm no superhero. That I'm not. Well, with that being said, that's an idea. It's a thought in my head that it could be somebody that for some reason feels that I did them wrong. And I still to this day could not figure that out. That somebody would be that adverse to me. I know people like Ken Anderson, an old acquaintance of mine from the Pox department, who I kind of rejected his friendship, that would possibly do something like that, but I can't prove it. There goes my lemon in my tea, pardon me. I have a few people in mind, but I don't see where or how that would happen. I just don't. As much as I think about it. But yeah, there was a guy out there, I've heard it more than one time, that was pissed off at me because supposedly I broke up his marriage. I've heard that. And he could be right. If it has to do with him, but there has to be something going on in their relationship in order to make their marriage fail. You can't have anybody come out of the blue and say, "Hey, I'm going to break up your marriage," you know. Or say something that's going to break up their marriage. You're right, it's between the couple. It's very rare that an outside influence could break up somebody's marriage. I don't buy that. But somebody's pretty pissed. Hold on, I gotta clean off my tray in the microwave here. My oatmeal kind of overflowed. But it's interesting to hear this, nevertheless. Yeah, somebody's holding a grudge, obviously, for them to devote so much time with a copycat show or something like that. They're pretty pissed off. Well, I think they need to get over it. I'm not in the business of breaking up marriages or relationships. That's not my business. You either have a good relationship or a marriage or you don't. I'm not that influential. Not in that respect. If I am, wow. Pretty powerful guy. Just getting my oatmeal together here. I guess when I finish my oatmeal, I'll finish the show here. Okay, got everything I need in here. I'll burn my fingers. Ah, there we go. I made a proper tea too. I didn't add anything to it except that's what I'm looking for. Except I did add some lemon this morning. I haven't done that for a while. And okay, where were we? Where were we? Okay, well, I'm still on. I hope you absorbed everything I had to say on today's show. I think it was a pretty good show. Got a lot of stuff out and a lot of facts. Did you know that he called the hospital? What hospital? Was that Alan? He is fearful of being found out, so that's the key. He said, did you know that he called? Why would he call the hospital? Is he that insane? Why would he call the hospital? That don't make any sense. He tried to get info on you calling the hospital. When he went in for some checkup. What hospital? When was I in the hospital recently? Why would he call the hospital? Wow, dude. That's pretty insane. I guess it takes all types on here. I haven't been to the hospital since my kidney stone adventure, or more than a year ago. Yeah, it would have to be. Because that's when I had my kidney stone shit going on. But what would be the purpose of going to the hospital? I mean, what would be the purpose of calling the hospital? To find out what? If I'm dead or something? Or, I mean, what sense does that make? I'm trying to figure this out. That's insane. That's absolutely insane. And what information do you think he's going to get out of a hospital? They're not going to tell you anything about their patients. Was he trying to find out, well, what was he really in the hospital for? To find out something, anything. That's how he operates, apparently. Wow. I didn't realize how important I am. I am now. I've had any doubt before. That's obsession, man. That's extreme obsession. Yes, he was showing us stats about lung cancer. What does that have to do with me? I don't have lung cancer. Oh, you think he was trying to find out what the real reason was I went to the hospital? Is that it? Yes, extreme. And spread the rumor that you would have some lung issues and so on. COPD and all that. Well, I don't have. So what did he accomplish? Nothing. And you think they're going to give that information out in a hospital to a stranger? That's a level of insanity right there. Well, like I said, it takes all types, I guess. You find them all right here on YouTube. He is obsessed. So think, who could this be? It could be anybody. A lot of people are obsessed with me. Popeye's obsessed. There's all kinds of people. It could be something as simple as somebody I blocked on my channel. So many possibilities. I don't know. I just need to concentrate on their own life. Yeah, obsessed is a word. No doubt. Like Popeye. Popeye hates my fucking guts. Could be Popeye that's behind all this. You never thought about that, did you? Look how hateful he is to me. Don't you think he's a good candidate? He's obsessed with me. I know that one guy, oh, Turtle Man. The turtle, Kevin Tuttle. Oh, he was always obsessed with me. He's been quiet for a while. But Kevin Tuttle was really upset with me and obsessed with me. I see what you said. It's not Popeye. But Kevin Tuttle, let's not throw him out of the picture. The Turtle Man, he didn't like being called Turtle. Boy, he hated that. Because he must have people teasing him about his name, Tuttle, calling him Turtle. Maybe it really bothers him. Maybe as a kid he was called Turtle and he hated it. You never know. Reminds you of the movie, Play Misty for Me. Play Misty for Me. Wow. We definitely got some psycho types out there, that's for sure. People obsessed. They hang on every word of mine. Ooh, that's scary. It is. I'm just a simple guy doing a simple show. No extra special sauce for me. I'm just an honest guy. And maybe just people react to, they like to throw mud pies at me. When I throw them back and I hit a nerve of something, yeah, they can react to that because they know it's the truth. That's not my problem, though. That's their own personal problems they have. If they're lacking something in their life, like sensibility, like a brain, a personality, a life, that's not my doing. Sorry, not my doing. All right, well, I've been on it quite a while. Popeye's got to do his little bit. Proves my point of everything I'm saying on here today. I still haven't come to the point, and he even does polls on me, Popeye. You talk about obsession, that's obsession. But he's outward, when he comes out, he don't hide. Well, he does things behind the scenes, I'm sure as hell. He could be one of these people, but that you're talking about. But for what we witness of Popeye, he has all the earmarks of being a sociopath, of exhibiting his bitterness to the degree he does. Oh, he's obsessed. There's no question about that. If you want to find somebody who's obsessed with me, he would be on the leading list. It's not my fault that, Popeye's life didn't turn out the way he wanted to. He says not to attack my life because he's envious of me. People should be happy for other people. If they have a good life and they're just happy in their own element, they should just be happy for somebody else. Not to attack them out of jealousy and envy and spite and, Ed Savino says, Popeye definitely needs a psychiatrist. There's no question about that. And by the way, for information to anybody out there, they say, well, Frank needs to see a psychiatrist to get his medicine. Well, I got a little news for you. I don't go with that particular woman anymore. They even looked up, found out who my shrink was and I don't see her for counseling. I see her for medicine, just for anxiety purposes and sleep. But I am no longer a patient of this person anymore. I went elsewhere. Just to let you know. Because people had information on that. Because they saw a piece of paper I had on there or something. No, I no longer required her services anymore. Nope. Gone girl. It's a done thing. And I don't go for counseling. Just for the scripts. They get paid to write the scripts. They're happy. And that's really the end of that. That's why I say on here that you do got to watch what you say, because people will use it against you in one form or another. So if you're going to do a YouTube show, plan it out, everything you're going to say on here. Because they will find a reason to use something against you or turn your story around, which they do all the time, of course. They wouldn't have a show or anything if it wasn't, turning things around. They'd have just a lot of boring shit to talk about. I'm not that exciting of a person here to be that much of an important part of their life. Just a regular guy. Don't, confuse me with Scotty Boy. I'm not Scotty Boy. I'm just a regular guy. In fact, I'm regular even when I shit. I'm so regular. I don't consider myself anything special on here. Not at all. I just come on and I talk. And you either walk away from my show learning something or you don't. Or you're just jealous of the fact that I actually have a long-term partner, or you're not. That I'm actually grounded and settled, and they're not. That's not my fault. No reason to get upset with me about that. Only you have the ability and capability of changing your own life. I did. I made a lot of transitions in my life, actually. But you gotta want to do it, but for the best, good transitions, If you're not happy where you are, get out of where you're at. You could find your own happiness. It's not as hard as you think, really. But remember, no matter where you go, you carry yourself around. The grass is not always greener on the other side, all these cliches, which are true. If you're a scumbag in another country and you move here, you're probably still going to be a scumbag. Some things just don't change. Anyway, I think I've given a plethora of my own personal philosophy of life. I think some have benefited from it. Maybe some are just indifferent, whatever, I don't know. But it's life as I see it. And I want to make an important note. It's life as I see it. It doesn't mean everybody has to think my way or have the same philosophy of life. That's my own personal philosophy. That's how I see the world through my eyes and ears. It maybe not be your situation, but no, I don't walk through life with rose-colored glasses. I never have, and I never will. Just like Johnny Cash wore black for a reason. All the injustice in the world and everything else, and, until the world changes, he was not going to change his little black attire that he was famous for. There was a story behind that if you look it up. I'm not going to change my ways to please somebody else. That's just not going to happen under any circumstance. Excuse the expression, but I stick to my guns, and Gilda just shines them up. Oh, you gotta love it. I do. I can't help being green, Kermit said. It's not easy being green. But I'm very happy with being me. That's the most important part. If I'm happy, that's all that matters. And whatever creates that happiness in my life, that's between me and whoever makes me happy. Happy, happy, happy. If people are not happy with their life, maybe they should get a psychiatrist. Maybe they should get on some medicine. How about you, Popeye? I wouldn't be surprised if he's on medicine, but if he is, I don't think he's taking it. That's what you call bitter. Popeye is so bitter. I can't help repeating that. He is like the epitome of bitterness. He's the dictionary, description of what a bitter person is. I mean, wow. He'll always be like that. At his age now, he can't change. There's no way in the world. Popeye, listen, because your life really sucks, doesn't mean you have to attack my life. Because I have the balls, unlike some other people, to talk, speak up against you on how I feel and who you are and what you've done, that I had the balls to do it. Don't make me the enemy. Because I might be hitting a nerve, and I think that's what it's all about. I'm hitting a nerve with some people to start to re-examine themselves and say, Frank's probably right, but I don't want to hear it on here. I don't want to hear him define me. Well, you define me as a whole bunch of different shit, man. Calling me a pedophile like Barry does. Like I said, man, that's why you'd never live in the Philippines. You'd be in the same position Barry's in, Robert. Or worse. I couldn't tell you which way it would go. I really couldn't. But you'll never come to the Philippines. You'll never, ever stop acting like you're like a regular in the Philippines when you're in Florida, 15,000 miles away. It's fucking 40 years ago to you in the Philippines. That's over with, man. Move on with your life. Or get a life. Fuck the soap operas on TV. So you have to create more soap operas in your life by coming on and doing a show, which 99.99% of the time is about me. But it wasn't always about me. He'd be attacking Johnny. He'd be attacking all kinds of people. Barry, Peter. He attacked a lot of people, not just me. In all fairness, it wasn't just me, but I'm like his prime target right now. I'm his prime target. All right, I'm going to finish my tea pretty soon here. Let Popeye do finish his simulcast. Popeye, you really are a sick man. And I'm not just saying it to be mean on here. You really are a sick person. And I can see why you never redeveloped another relationship since your wife left you. It's as clear to me as it could ever can be, and I never even met you. That's how clear it is. I have a pretty good idea what your life is like. And it's not a life that I'd like to have. I'm very grateful and happy to say that, most of the aspects of my life I think are pretty good. There might be some room for improvement in some areas, but I think overall, I'm pretty happy with what I have, where I'm at, about myself, how strong a character I am. There's a lot of good things I could say about myself, but like I said, I am not perfect, and I never claimed I was perfect. Never tried to be on my show, never claimed to be perfect. I'm not a narcissist. I'm really the opposite. And you have to know me to know that. Just listen to me and you'll hear little things I say about myself, which proves I'm not a narcissist. I told you, I'm my own biggest critic. A narcissist wouldn't be their own critic. It doesn't fall under the definition of narcissism. It just doesn't. I'm a realist, yes, and I've been accused in the past of seeing things in black and white instead of shades of gray, but that's reality. I see things as they are. I got a bowl here of finished cereal. I know that I just had some oatmeal because I tasted it, I made it. I know that's a cup of tea. It's a cup, that's a tea bag. This is a table. That's my lighter. That's my girlfriend's coffee cup. That's reality. You can't feel wind, although you know it's there, right? And some religious people will say, well, God exists because, they'll come up with a story like, well, sir, you could feel the wind, right? You can't see it, could you? But you know it's there because you feel it. Well, it's a very valid point they make on there. But I go a little deeper than that. I need more proof other than the wind hitting my face. If a certain deity actually exists, I want to know where he is. I want to know how does he part his hair. It might even be a him. It could be a her. It could be an alien. I'm just kind of guy that, show me proof. Show me proof, and hey, I'll be singing the hymns along with you. I'll be around that fire singing Kumbaya. Just get real, people. That's all. Just get real. But take care of yourself before you worry so much about me and my life and what I'm doing in my life. And if I have inadvertently hurt anybody's feelings, I apologize for that. I told you I'm not perfect. But I am certainly not an undesirable in this country. I am not an undesirable for many, many reasons. I could name you undesirables on here. If anybody should be going after, it should be them. And I know you would agree with me. But I'm not an undesirable in this country. I've never been, and I never will. I actually do like this country. It has its problems, but I do actually like this country, and I actually do like Filipinos. I'd rather be around them than actually.
Life is so beautiful. One day, 1 hour, 1 minute will never come again. So forget all your problems and be happy.
Well, the question is Slim, pro-life traveler, is he in trouble with the law? Well, if you go to ChatGPT, there's an awful lot of information in a database, which means this data information certainly could be available to a lot of law enforcement agencies, including the DSWD. I think the biggest concern people have is it's not just his erratic behavior. He's kind of almost like another Battaglia in many ways, including the accent. But one of the biggest concerns people have had about Pro-Life Traveler, the YouTube channel, Slim Pussy, whatever his name is pronounced, I have the spelling, but I think people are more concerned about his child than anything else. And they're sometimes even concerned about his so-called girlfriend, who maybe goes along with his antics, because maybe she's afraid to go against him. We don't know what kind of a hold he has on her, or if he has a hold on her at all, to be honest with you. You know, maybe she just desperately needs the financial support of the baby, which a lot of people believe is not his. But nobody really knows what the real arrangement is that Slim has with her and the baby. It doesn't even dignify the baby with a real name, if that tells you anything about this guy. Not even dignifying the kid with a real name. But we do know about his antics. In fact, speaking of antics, it's been a topic, was it today, on Heide's show, Philippines Antics. And there's a lot of concern about the welfare of this child, and possibly the welfare of her herself. So it's been a growing issue that's bound to get out to proper authorities by people having the balls to actually report what's going on, because we may not know everything you think you know. There may be a whole lot more going on behind the scenes regarding his girlfriend slash wife slash, I don't know, whatever, you know, what the relation is to the baby, what's her background and everything else. But you have to also understand that she's just as responsible as Slim is, because she is the mother of the child. And if she goes along with his antics, she's just as guilty. The baby's like, yeah, let's review some of the stuff. I mean, this is just some of the stuff. The very fact of their non-care, both of them, their non-caring attitude of putting the baby without a child seat in the car has caused a lot of chatter all over YouTube, which is something that he's looking for. That's what makes his channel successful, and he's making money at it. But at what cost? You mean risk to the baby? And this definitely needs to be addressed. The mother, well, she has that responsibility too of not having a car seat on. You can't carry a baby in your lap like that. Even the slightest braking of the car suddenly could send that child flying into the windshield. And imagine a real accident, which Slim has gotten into a couple of times before, not to mention injuring some people, their legs. His erratic driving with his selfie stick out the window is a good indicator that the man, some people have questioned whether he has actually autism or some form of autism. That's been brought up too. There's a possibility of that. He shouldn't be driving even if he has autism, and certainly to have a baby in a car. So that's been the prevailing issues, and not to mention the diet, what they feed this baby is not probably up to nutritional standards as standards are set forth by DSWD or any other organization in the Philippines as such. And the two incidents I personally witnessed, and I'm sure there's more, where they fed the kid a lemon from a tree they just picked. And you know how bitter a lemon is, and a child can't handle that. The kid was like, he made an obvious grimace that she thought was hilarious. They were both laughing at it. They were laughing at the baby with the grimace, like, look at his face, isn't he funny? He's choking on the fucking lemon, which a lot of people didn't find very funny at all. Another incident with the salted egg that most adults can't take. There's so much salt on it. The child was literally, not figuratively, choking on that, and Slim had to come over and remove the egg. But they thought it was funny. So, I can't tell people what to do, certainly not on YouTube, but I think in regards to the child, every one of us should have a concern about this, what's really going on behind the scenes in that house that he does not show. We all know that he eliminated tons of videos where he was taking underage women up to the waterfalls that he'd edited out. So in other words, whatever happens in Vegas stays in Vegas. So whatever happens in Slim's videos of these young girls that he takes to the waterfalls and hot springs remains unknown. Now, all of this information together raises a lot of eyebrows to his viewers. Sure, he's making money on his show from the things he does, from the controversial shows he does. It's like going out for a job in the morning. He leaves there, he shows the gate. Now he's taking his lady and the kid with him because all the pressure that built up on what he's done. It's kind of like what Trump does, to basically get people's attention on something else rather than the Epstein files. It's not much different than that. He's trying to get people's thoughts away from the young Filipinos that he has actually brought over, and there are many of them. And this has been concerning to a lot of people. What's really going on in that house? It is said that he's even vlogged in front of the house where he lives, where the landlord has strictly told him that she don't want the house or anything on camera. So maybe she's aware of something that's going on that she doesn't want to talk about. So there's a lot of things going on with this guy Slim, because we don't know his background. And a lot of people had put rumors out, and I'm just going to treat them as rumors, because unless they're fact, I'm not going to say it on my show. I could say everything else is fact on there that we've seen on his show, but that he was a scammer of some sort in Estonia, where he came from. And he moved out here like a lot of YouTubers do, to run away from something in his own country. Once a scammer, they say, always a scammer. Does that apply to Slim? It wouldn't surprise me. I can't say on here that it's a definite, that it's factual, whatever he did in Estonia. But the odds of that being a real situation as a reason that he moved to the Philippines, it could be related to whatever he did as a lifestyle and how he made a living actually over in Estonia. Now, not all Russians and not all Estonians are scammers or criminals. Please note that. But there's a lot of them that are known to be big-time scammers. What's his reason for being with this woman and her baby? And many people have pretty much ascertained that that baby is not his. So what is the living arrangement? Is she actually afraid of him? I read something on there on GPT that says sometimes a woman will laugh that way out of nervousness, out of anxiety, out of fear, that she laughs at everything he says because she's keeping it in. At one point in one of his videos, we saw a real moment on there where he had just gotten back from yet another accident. Thank goodness the kid wasn't in the car. And she actually said, and I heard it, seen it, "What happened now? Did you get into another accident?" She said, "One day you're going to kill yourself, or one day you're going to kill somebody in that car." Her concern, of course, because he sticks the selfie stick on a camera out the window when he's driving. One of the last incidents where he did hit a Filipino guy on his bike or something, and he abrased his leg or something and caused some damage. Some rumor was that he paid the guy 10,000 pesos to shut him up, or maybe even more. Then there's, of course, the time that he ran into the back of a truck because he was fucking vlogging with the stick out the window. And he wrecked his Ford Raptor. I believe it was a Raptor. There's no other information besides that, and he doesn't want to talk about it. Another incident on the road. There was another incident, actually. God, I was just trying to remember all these incidents he's had. There's been a few. So he remains to be very controversial, and those responsible people should file a complaint with the DSWD. They have an email address for their complaint. In fact, I wrote myself, I decided I would at least put that to their attention, that the very fact that it's on GPT databases means that it is public and that people have complained about him. Although there is no current records of anything that's going to put public yet, that any legal cases or any investigations are going on with Slim. What it doesn't mean that there's not, but enough people write to the DSWD, they will put a preliminary investigation about this man, research his background and see what's really going on through neighbors, and try to get possibly his girlfriend, wife, or whoever she is to him to admit that she's in fear perhaps of him, what's really going on in that household. Kind of an interesting story, isn't it? I'm telling you, a lot of these vloggers are pretty fucked up, and they're always running from something, and that's why they came to the Philippines. We know several of them out here that we know they were running away from their country because of something that they did illegal, or something that required them for their own safety to remove themselves from the country. And we know numerous people who have done that. Anyway, that's my show. Wow. I'm sort of like becoming the independent news station on here lately. But there's nothing really new about that. The new Midas Touch network, perhaps. Strictly local news pertaining to the Philippines genre and more. So we'll get to it in a minute here. It is lunchtime, which is probably bad timing for me to actually come on here. However, I'm just going to continue. I did a short addressing Pro-Life Traveler, and to my not surprise, I noticed that he didn't do a show for today, which some of that information could be true, that his house was raided, but the question is, the videos with the young Filipinas, did he actually delete them? Or did he put them on private? And with the raid at his house, if that's exactly what happened, what evidence did they get? Did they look in the refrigerator to see if there was food for the baby? Putting together the fact that they all ate out for fast food. The last time he opened his refrigerator in it, there was hardly anything except a can of some kind of that power drink and a Gatorade or something in there. We didn't see any supplies for the baby, anything that might be considered or construed like, strained peas, strained carrots, anything, some solid foods for the kid. We didn't see anything in there at all. Anyway, we're going to continue with the subject later on. It's lunchtime, and I really don't expect to have a big audience at this time. But we're going to talk about this later on, so stay tuned. I think there's a hell of a lot more going on. My instincts are always correct. Sorry if you hear me say it a lot, but it is true. My instincts are usually correct. And it is true that everything usually comes out in the wash. I've been correct about a lot of things on YouTube. since I've been on, and they all turn out to be true. But I have a sneaking suspicion about this guy that everything I think about him that could be going on is going on, that he is running away from something in Estonia. Was he a scammer? What kind of a criminal was he? How did he get into the pearly gates of Manila when he got in? But we'll discuss this later on in the afternoon. I think it'd be the best time to come on here. So I want you to stay tuned and be proactive in the discussion. Let's discuss this a little bit more. And as more information comes in, I'll share that with you. Like I told you guys, you want to go after somebody. Okay, you know the routine. We'll be with you shortly. Wait for a few people to show up. Scotty's having a show on now at over 800 viewers. Never happened on my show. But, you know, we take what we can get here. We'll begin soon. Let's get a few people aboard here. I just hate repeating myself over and over again. I wind up doing it anyway, though. Yeah, okay, so we build it and they shall come. So let's wait a little bit here. For a few people, I don't expect 800 viewers like on Scotty's show, but, oh well, it is what it is. I'm just a small timer. Just a small timer. Trying to keep it clean. That's the way to go. Slim Pickens. Oh, that explains something when I just heard about the passport. Oh, we're going to get into that. Okay. We've got a couple of stragglers out here anyway. I can't compete at this time and day, and I can't compete with Scotty. He's about done with his show, I think. Pretty soon. He made a couple of donations here and there. He's a topic all by himself, actually, Scotty. He's definitely a topic all by himself, but we're not talking about Scotty today. We're talking about Slim. That's who we're talking about. As promised. Well, things are kind of adding up from what I'm hearing here. And it made sense that they were in such a big rush. He knew he was in trouble. And that's why he was trying to get the passports and all this legal stuff for her and the kid to try to get out of the country or something. Sometimes I don't even think it's worth doing a show with 2 viewers here. And I'm looking at Scotty's got almost 900 viewers on his show. Kind of embarrassing, actually. There we go. We're not going to get 800 views on here. You know, we're not that fortunate. Who? Do I know the Bears? I don't know. What does it have to do with the price of tea in China? I get these bizarro people that show up on my show all the time. I just don't waste the time. I just get rid of them. Nonsense comes to my show. I get rid of the nonsense. I got power over something after all. There we go. Got a thumbs up already. There we go. That's a good start. I don't know where Aloe is today. He's been becoming a very avid viewer lately. Oh, yes, he has. And Papa, I don't like it, but we're not going to go into that for the umpteenth time. Okay, so the topic matter is Slim. You know him as Pro-Life Traveler. And apparently the inevitable has happened that I also predicted. My predictions are always right. And you know my saying, it all comes out in the wash. As far as I know, they've only did a search. I don't think he was arrested. I think they only did a search and they took his hard drive, whatever he has. But the question also is, if he deletes all that shit he had with the young girls, did you know that Scotty Boy's, a girlfriend that he had, Slim got together with her, and he did penetration with her? And I think she's one of the people who did possibly a report on him. Yeah, somebody that Scotty dated. I didn't know he got together with any woman, really, Scotty. That's new to me. He doesn't do very well with the women. But Scotty's ex-girlfriend, actually, Slim got together with her, and there was insertion. And that's according to Scotty on the show today that he told about. And I think she had something to do with a report on Slim, and maybe the parents were involved on this. I don't know where this is going, but it might explain why, number one, he ain't on today. There's no show. It might explain why he's so frantic to get legal stuff, like for the baby, the name, to get a passport for her and the woman that he calls his wife, which is not his wife and it's not his baby. I don't know how he's doing this. Or he's going to try to claim it's his baby and give it his name or something. I don't know. But I think you'd have to have DNA to prove that. At least I would think so, you know. So there's been a big talk today because something must have really happened and he didn't do a show. So they were talking about it on Philippines Antics. And Scotty was doing a show related to Slim. I always knew the guy was bad news from the start. I saw right through his little escapades. I have the ability to do that, as I do with most people on here. Wish I had 800 viewers like Scotty gets, though. Scotty's like an enigma, really, on YouTube. I don't understand why people watch him. He actually could be a good YouTuber, but... And the show ain't really about Scotty, but I'm just going to mention that anyway. He's very immature for his age. He's like 48 years old, somewhere around there, 47, 48. He uses terms like babe-a-roonies and stuff like that. Scotty is very emotionally insecure. And I wouldn't be surprised that he has a few issues psychologically. I mean, to me, that's my opinion. I'm just a good observer, that's all. I'm just a good observer. I'll leave it at that. Okay. He'll never settle down. I don't think it's possible for him to settle down. But a lot of people make excuses. Though I can't be in a relationship because I'm always on the run. I'm always doing my videos. Comes more important than women. Well, he's like most on here. They just can't find a woman or a good woman that would want to be with a cartoon character like him, you know. Hey, let's say what it is. It never held me back before. It probably never will. But back to Slim. Apparently, that's why he edited his video. Okay. The question was, if he deleted all those videos with the underage girls, can a professional still extract these videos? Maybe they have to go through YouTube or something, make a legal request, which I don't know if they're going to go that far. Do they really go that far here? I don't know. If anybody has an answer to that, please give me an answer to that. Okay, so it's all been one charade with this guy, and he would edit his videos. He'll show you going to the waterfalls and hot springs or whatever it is. Then he'll edit that out and go fast forward back to the house, back to his supposed girlfriend or wife. And he'd leave a lot out. But he wanted to leave stuff for your imagination. But has he engaged with these young girls? Well, I think Scotty has a thing for younger women. I can't verify that, but some people have said. Now, there was insertion involved, according to Scotty, with Scotty's ex-girlfriend or some woman he picked up in Angeles or somewhere. Where do you think he's going to pick him up? That Slim actually got together with. So there's a lot to the story on that. There was insertion, okay, and I think the parent, I think she felt, I don't know, she had to save face or something with him, and I think she told her parents probably made a report or something. I mean, I could speculate till the cows come home, but this is information that's slowly leaking out the more people dive into the story of Slim. And they do compare him to Battaglia. Battaglia was worse, of course. But they sound alike, they even look alike, they act alike. And they do some really stupid things. So, What is Slim facing? I don't know. I don't know if he's been officially charged with anything at all. All I'm hearing is that they raided his house and took all his devices. The question is, what is his quasi whatever girlfriend, wife, roommate, whatever, accomplice, whatever, what is she thinking about? I'd love to go in her mind right now and see her reaction when they raided his place. And there's Expat Harold. Yes, didn't they confiscate? That's what I heard. Imagine there's going to be some damning shit on there. Well, I had posed a question a little while ago. Even if Slim deleted a lot of those videos of him cavorting with these underage women, scantily dressed, can they dig into that? And even if he deleted them, are they still out in space? Are they still out there? Can an agency, do they have the talent here in the Philippines to retrieve those videos, even though he deleted them? That's the question I'm posing on here. Someone's giving me 100% here. Thank you. We're building up. We ain't gonna have no 800 viewers like Scotty, but oh well, I take what I can get on this show. Told you we're small potatoes on here. But we are the channel of truth. By deleted, you mean taken off YouTube. Yeah, meaning he went to his particular videos and hit delete. Okay, so what happens to these videos? Are they still in cyberspace somewhere? Can they be retrieved? That's what I mean. That's the question. Yeah, guys, I tell you all the time, it all comes out in the wash. You don't listen to me, but it always does. That guy deserves to be in jail, as well as Vitality. They make good roommates. Ken Whistler says, YouTube deleted. YouTube deleted videos can still be recovered by police during an investigation. That's what I was hoping to hear. And if that's the case, he's probably in big trouble. Because who knows whatever else he had. I told you about my daughter's husband. Well, she's married to him. That she had no idea that he had an interest in little kids. And he would share some explicit kiddie videos with other sick people that he associated with. And somehow he got busted on this. I don't know how. I don't understand why my daughter didn't see all this going on. It really just blows me away. But yeah, that happened to him. You'd be surprised what goes on with a lot of these people. Expat Harold says if they took his electronics, they probably have the raw SD cards with videos more spicy than what he posted. Well, that's what we're hoping for. You know, like someone sets a fire, pyromaniacs, they like to go back to the scene of the crime to watch the work they did, to watch the place go up in flames. Well, a lot of these people, you know, it's like taking souvenirs. You know, some serial killers may take some part of somebody's body and preserve it or something. And just like a firefly, he'll burn a place down. He'll come back and get the reactions of the people. But in many cases, someone like Slim probably would really use it to get himself off or something. Some of these videos of these young Filipinos for his own self-pleasure and so forth. I wouldn't be surprised. Yeah, he's the guy with the chubby baby that looks like the Michelin tire man. Yeah, that's the one. No offense against the baby now, by the way. But it's just that what they feed him, that is all part of the whole scene. She's just as guilty as he is. And they should be investigating her as the mother. If you open a refrigerator, there's no food for the child in there. He's got like a power drink in there. He's got Gatorade, Coca-Cola or something in there. They don't have hardly any food in the fridge. Where's all the baby food? I'll tell you where all the baby food is. There is none. They'll feed him high caloric, high cholesterol, high salt, high sugar, fast foods. That's why the baby looks like the Michelin tire man's son. Souvenir videos, they all do, Whistler. Look, let me tell you something. If you can't figure this out, there's my 13 on there again. My God. A lot of these guys who come to the Philippines to vacation and get laid and all this shit, I'll guarantee you they're taking very explicit videos of the Filipinos that they meet. This way they could take it home and they could fantasize and jack off to it. Show their friends. Maybe they do a circle jerk. Who the fuck knows? They're all sick. Okay? I'm sure there's souvenir videos. There might be more on one woman than the other that he find more sexually exciting or something. You know, you don't have to go that young. There are very good-looking, very legal-age Filipinos out here that are willing to be your sexual partner. And by law, even though the age gap with some people could be tremendous, you know, like 80 years old, going out with an 18-year-old. Of course, we know that's absurd. We know it's ridiculous, and we know what that's all about. But she's still legal. Okay? Expat Herald says, Slim may also have videos for private resale. You just never know. You know, now I'm not trying to make a blanket statement about Estonians and Russians, but, you know, Estonians are not far off from the Russians as far as their culture, everything from their accent. I mean, they're so much alike. What is that considered? Eastern Europeans? And Russians are known to be besides Nigerians, are being known to the biggest scammers in the world. By far. There's some theory about Slim that he was a scammer back in his country. He got into trouble, and that's why he left. Just like Brevis doing the shit that he does. He got in trouble in California, and he came to Philippines. You get my point? Yeah. I'm pretty sure he probably does. Now, my understanding is, and stand corrected, but I heard that he didn't get arrested. They just came there on a search mission to retrieve his electronics. Then they have to go through that shit. Then, if they find anything on there, then they could come back and they could actually officially arrest him. Bet he has wild videos of him drunk and on. There was one thing he did with a young Filipina at the falls. He got her drunk as shit, and she fell asleep right in the falls. I heard that story. God knows what he did with her drunk. Holy shit. Holy shit. That's crazy. That's crazy. Takes all types that move here, man. We got more fucking perverts per capita, however they say that, in the Philippines that come here, you know, from overseas that you could count. And it could be some very popular vloggers that you're very well aware of that don't tell the whole story of their existence in the Philippines. They come on as trying to be clean and they pretty much criticize everybody else for everything they do. But the real story behind them, and it's usually a big story behind them that they're never going to reveal on their own unless it's found out by somebody that they fucked over. You guarantee it. Look at that, 9 viewers. I went up to 13, 9 viewers. Maybe they're going back and forth to Scotty's channel. I don't know if he's still on. I don't know. There we go, 10. Wow, I'm big time. I should be big time, to be honest with you. I'm the only channel on here that makes any fucking sense at all. Amongst all these channels out there. But hey, it's not like I'm counting. I wouldn't do that. No, I wouldn't do that. But it all comes out in a wash, and since I've been on YouTube for 10 years, I've seen it all come out in a wash. And just like I always say, and my other saying is they all float, Johnny. They all float. And they all float. Like anybody else when they're dead or get in trouble, they all float to the surface. And they get revealed for what they are. It says, yeah, Jolene is not so innocent. I never said she was. But for the sake of my own legal safety, I'm not going to say what I'd like to say. I will say that she's complicit, whatever's going on with Slim. Absolutely. She knows exactly what he's doing and why. He's bringing in the money. He's supporting her no matter what the relationship is. He's supporting her and the kid. Apparently, she doesn't have anything great going on with her family. You never see her visit her family. You never see her family come over there. So she could have cut ties with her family. And Slim comes along like a pimp would. You know what I mean? How a pimp does. You see in the movies. A girl's on the street. She's running bad on her luck. The pimp says, hey, I promise to take care of you, but you're going to have to do this and do that. You're going to have to shut up to this. You're just going to have to go along with me and I'll take good care of you. Maybe that's a similar situation. Similar escapades to Apple. Yeah. No, I never said Jolene was innocent. Not at all. Because she was laughing at the baby when they stuffed that lemon in its mouth. It was very uncomfortable for the baby. And they stood there for 5 minutes almost laughing at the grimace on the baby's face. And of course, the time with the salted egg I keep on talking about. The kid was choking on the egg. She's just as guilty. The child should be taken away from her. She's not a fit parent, in my opinion, and many people's opinion, not just mine. She's not fit. Obviously, by demonstration, she's not fit. He's not fit to be around a kid. The kid don't even have a fucking name. But you notice how quick lately that all of a sudden he's doing a rush job. He gave another excuse for it. Trying to get passports for the baby, passports for her, all that shit he was doing. Going to BI office, getting a clearance and all this shit. It all adds up now. It all adds up. It's all adding up. We don't know how many other people have reported Slim and they haven't gotten around to it. I put my own DSWD report in and I found it hasn't come back to me as Mailer Damon or nothing, however it's pronounced. So I assume it went through to I looked it up. It's kind of like a complaints number for Department of Social and Welfare Department. And I basically said a few things in there, channel name, guy's name, and all that shit. And kind of a brief of what's going on. I might have even included a video or something in there, maybe. I don't know. I don't remember. I just did that this morning, actually. I wasn't going to do anything with him, but I felt I owed it to myself because the kid's involved. I got to read the comments here. Okay, let me get down here again. Do you remember when they saw Filipina P doing a street interview and he tried stepping in front of her camera to make his own video? It was asked to wait. You mean Slim went on her show or when she was filming? She was doing a street interview and he tried stepping in front of her camera to make his own video. It was asked to wait. Oh, I don't know about that. Mark says that the first reports against Slim were made to cybercrime in September. Well, you know they're going to take a long time. Josh Wilson says he walked off bad. Oh, let's see. Why can't I get beyond this arrow? Okay, he walked off bad-mouthing and Jolene agreed with him. Bad-mouthing Filipina P. Okay. Let's get this show in action here, folks. Come on, man. Yeah. Let's talk about this. And never mind the 2 thumbs up. I deserve better than that. But hey, whatever. And everybody gets their just deserve. You know, I think it's happened so many times. I've witnessed so far since I've been on YouTube. YouTubers have come and gone. A lot of them have passed away. And a lot of them that passed away were indeed classified as, you know, very negative lurkers that want to make negative comments. They were very much out in the open as being trolls. They were responsible for a lot of stuff going on behind the scenes that maybe a lot of you didn't know about. And they're dead. From Johnny Warrior to Fazio, everybody in between. Ed, A lot of people. A lot of it has to do with their health, of course, because none of them really took care of themselves. It doesn't take a genius to figure out, if you're on the level of knowledge that I have about potential health situations, even risks I do with myself, the good and the bad and the ugly of our health, what we do good, what we do bad, that includes me. But I'm kind of a guru when it comes to that kind of stuff, only because I spend more time reading that stuff and learning, and I apply some of that to myself. I'm not 100%, as I say all the time, but I try to do some really good things for me regarding some exercise and diet, and the best I can do. But a lot of these people are grossly obese, and they drink a lot and or smoke a lot in combination, or they're having sex with the wrong women who carry disease, or they come here with pre-existing health conditions, and they pretty much set themselves up for everything that happens to them. Stone Cold Stephen Irwin, did you block or just time out Thriving Expat? I don't remember. I've blocked a lot of people. I don't even remember anymore. Remember, I'm an old man. Remember, my memory's gone. As Popeye says, my medicines are interfering with my short-term memory. Well, he wouldn't be far from the truth. I'm getting older, and yeah, I'm pretty damn sure that the the prescription medicines I take, 2 of them, nothing to do with my heart, nothing to do with diabetes, do interfere a little bit with your memory. It may not even be that, because I've definitely got attention deficit disorder. I think it is. My mind is too busy, and what happens is you forget things, because right in the middle of a show, I could be saying something, then somebody writes me a comment, and I've talked about this even recently. Yeah, I don't think my cognitive function is gone. I think with me, in my case, it's just that a distraction. I easily get distracted. Somebody's comment, where I'm right about to talk about something else that I plan to talk about, and I just forget about it because I get distracted and I start answering somebody's comment or something on there. Where do you see Jim going forward? He's a nowhere man in a nowhere's land. That's what I see with Jimbo. And you're talking about, of course, Asian Adventures with Jim. She's not really taking him in with open arms. She allowed him to come there. And I'm sure for, greedy reasons, because she was living off banana blossoms and washing people's clothes to make a couple of pesos to get food. So I'd imagine even Jim admitted he did take care of them. He gave him some money or something while he was there, but I think he's on the road again. And supposedly the law did catch up with him when he came in there. He didn't want to give the real story about what they said or did. They were friendly people, the cops. Yeah, right. And supposedly he has a court date in the future, but he said, that could take years. Or maybe not, because there was violence involved in his situation. He's going nowhere. If his steroids don't kill him, somebody out there just might. And that's the way things work, man. Is the chubby baby his? I don't think so. Some people said, I don't see the resemblance, but some people said that the kid is Korean/Filipino, mother being Filipina. The baby is Korean, that there's a Korean father. It's not even Slim's kid, from what people are saying. I can only repeat what people are saying. I told you on my show, I'm not going to tell you that something is fact unless I actually know about it. And just because people are talking about him a lot doesn't mean I buy everything they say, even though I may not like the guy. I'm going by the consensus of opinion based on what they found out maybe locally in the area that he lives. Because they had to find out something. How would they know that the police came over to confiscate his stuff? Because I don't think Slim talked about that or had a chance to talk about that. But you notice he didn't do a show today. Usually when I wake up in the morning, he uploads it overnight or something, and there's a show every morning that I wake up, and I'm doing a lot of shows. And there's always something from Pro-Life Travel. But for what I could see, and I could check again in case I'm wrong, but I don't see that he has a show on. So right now, what they're trying to do, they're trying to, blow the coop, get out of the hood, because Slim probably figures he's going to be arrested at some point if he has stuff on his hard drives or whatever, or SD cards or whatever they confiscate from him, and he has a lot of devices. Let's not, mention his girlfriend's device. She has a phone. They probably confiscated that phone too from her. Right? The same receding hairline. He's only a baby. How could he have a receding hairline? I like when Slim goes for a haircut like every other day. What hair does he have on his head to have a haircut? I mean, that's funny in itself, really. That's funny shit. But the shit he does is not funny. Let me tell you something, man. I don't even take it lightly and funny when somebody says that I'm not a good father or something like that. Me and my daughter could have differences, but she will never come on YouTube and say I was a bad father or ever hurt her or did anything terribly wrong to her, sexually or any other way, because I know her. If I did something like that, she'd be on YouTube saying it. She's strong-willed. Now, let me also say something. Let's see. I'm an advocate for child safety. Remember, I raised my daughter on my own. Never been a complaint against me on that. I was a good father to her. It doesn't matter where we stand today. I was a good father. Well, I tried to be, and I think I was. There wasn't one need she went out of it, with toothache, to a cold, to you name it, to needing clothing, to eating right, and to loving her. I did all that. And don't forget, I raised her since she was 5 years old on my own. It's hard for a guy to do. So when I hear bullshit saying you were a lousy father or anything like that, or if she ever even implied anything like that, and she never really said I was a lousy father. We just have our differences. And let me tell you how strong-willed I am. Although this was my daughter, you want to know one of the reasons why we are not seeing eye to eye? I'll tell you why. Call it a big reveal, but I'm going to tell you why. Because when she was on the phone with me all the time, she would have her children in a room, and she'd be saying things on the phone with me that children should not hear. She'd be complaining a lot about what's going on with her, some serious issues she had, and her language sometimes. She wasn't always bad with the language, like fuck and all that stuff, but she would talk about her problems and all kinds of stuff in front of the kids. One of them has a form of, or some level of autism, the older one. And I would get mad at her and I would say that you should go in the other room. Don't talk about this stuff in front of the kids on the phone. Give yourself some privacy so the kids doesn't have to hear your problems, that your kids don't have to hear what you're saying. And I swear to you, I've said that to her many times. And I got so upset one time because she was exhibiting some behavior that I thought was very suspicious to me. The way she'd get mad at her husband, and she took her car and rammed his motorcycle in the parking lot. Then several times she had the kids in the van and she got T-boned by another driver, and thank goodness the kids weren't hurt. Okay? You follow me so far? Another time she drove her husband to bang the wall. He busted the plaster with his, rather than to hit her for being so upset with her, he banged his fist against the plaster wall and busted the wall. And there's probably other incidents she never talked about, but he was in a position with her where she was not controllable in any way. She was, well, she wanted her way. If she felt like a certain snack overnight, he'd have to get out of bed, out of his sleep, and go all the way to the store, especially when she was pregnant. And she was always pregnant. She had 4 kids and now a new one with a new guy. She'd make him go on errands. He'd have to listen to her, or else she would start bitching and whining about something. Now, a lot of people say, well, Frank, you're talking all this shit about your daughter. Yes, I am. I absolutely am. I'm voluntarily talking about it. To make you know the psychology and the dynamics that were going on between me and her. I know she's dead to me. It don't matter. She died, as far as I'm concerned. Because she would blame her life on me. I sought to talk to a counselor. He said that you're responsible for my psychology. I said, really? I haven't lived with you for how many years? What you do as an adult is your thing, babe. You set gear in your own life and do the things you want to do. I have nothing to do with that. Don't call me up and ask me for advice if you're not going to take it. I've talked about this a lot of times. She'd go into these tantrums where she's crying on the phone. Oh, Dad, what do I do? I'm just so upset right now. Okay, I felt bad for her. She's my daughter, man. I love her. But sometimes I feel sorry for the kids. So one time, and the reason is that I basically warned her that she needs to change. Don't be talking all this shit in front of the kids and all your unusual behavior. I'm concerned. And I got mad at her and I said I was going to probably talk about calling Department of Child Services on her. That's why she's mad at me. And it didn't matter that it was my daughter. Whether grandkids are in my life modern day, they're still my grandkids, and I was worried about them. I was genuinely worried about them. Because you guys don't know all the story. I'm just giving you little grab bits of it. You don't understand her psychology at all. And I was concerned about the kids and her state of mind and the way she was yelling and talking in front of the kids and displaying her crying. And the kids were influenced by this. She's got the one kid who has autism. The third child, one of the girls, she had some problems socially and emotionally. And where did that all come from? Where did it come from? Not me. I haven't been in her life 20 years, whatever it's been. Where did it come from? Yeah. So, there you go. I figured, let me just get this out of the way and clear the slate on this. I was a perfectly good father to her. But I don't care. I've always said to you, be my blood or not my blood. If you don't respect me, I'm not respecting you back. Blood is not necessarily thicker than water. I hate to tell you that. And whether it's my daughter or anybody else, we're not related. I don't care. If I have a concern about something, because I do care about children. I'm no fucking pedophile that Barry said, well, he's in jail for it. That's what you get when you say shit like that. I'm raising 2 of her children here right now. They don't have one complaint about me. None. Neither do her other children. They all like me. They all respect me. They may do things like maybe not do the dishes now and then or do something like that, but that's petty stuff. They may leave shit around in the sink. They may forget about the clothes in the washer and I have to wind up finishing it. I mean, it's little things. It's not, or just one of them was visiting, brought his girlfriend over. It was like he was using my place as a hotel. Things like that. There's nothing radical. But they all respect me. They show me respect. And I give them respect. That's the way it should be. That's the way it should be. You think it's easy raising a child on your own as a man, especially a female child? I sacrificed a lot, but I'm not complaining about it. I'm not complaining about it. I'm glad I was able to do that. Because it's very hard to play the role of both mother and father to a female child. Jesus Christ, I had to talk about things. She would ask me questions she'd only ask her mother about. Questions that little girls ask when they're going into teenhood and all that stuff that, because I never had a consistent woman in my life after I divorced my wife. I had plenty of girlfriends, Lord knows. And some of them seemed to be keepers, and she started to get close to them and then would break up, and she pretty much gave up on the idea. And that's why I was good enough of a father to actually go to an organization It's like Brothers and Sisters organization or something like that. Yes, I did that. It's where a female would spend some time with a female child, take them out to places, and they could talk about female stuff where a lot of fathers feel very awkward, and rightfully so. I did that for her. Of course, she didn't like that. She went for it for a while. But, she found a way out of it or something. Yes, I went that far. I went that far. I really did. And sure, it hurts my feelings she's not in my life. I do love my daughter, man. And I'm getting older, and I don't know how many years I got left in me. But she's so stubborn that she wouldn't even think about that or care about it. Whether I'm alive or fucking dead. And you think to yourself, how the fuck did that happen? I go down the list. Did I abuse you? No. Did I ever lay my hands on you and hurt you? No. Did I sexually abuse you? No. Did I take care of you? Yes. Did I take care of your needs? Yes. Did I provide for you as best as a father could possibly provide? Yes. Then she'll leave me in Hawaii on my birthday because she has a fucking boyfriend. That was more important. Well, that's kind of what a teenager does. Did I appreciate that? How many kids get to go to Hawaii when I didn't live there? I could have took any chick I wanted to Hawaii, but I chose her. I could have took any woman out there to go to the Billboard Music Awards, but I chose my daughter. And then we went to the Universal Studios and had some fun. Stayed at the La Maison Hotel with a limousine to take us to and from the airport and stuff. I did that for her. Took her to Canada a few times. I mean, she was as a baby, went to New York. Yeah. California, New York, Canada, Hawaii. How many kids get that opportunity to do that? She did. So when I hear all this bullshit on here, oh yeah, Frank, the way he treats his daughter. You don't know how I treated my daughter. Was I overprotective of my daughter? I wouldn't say overprotective, but she thought I was. I was protective, yes, indeed. And I'm very happy and proud that I was, because considering the environment of all the creeps out there on the street. She was playing with a ball. If the fucking ball went in the street, I went after the ball. Like a big beach ball she was playing out on the lawn when I had the house in Seattle. I say, hold on, let me get the ball. Yes, I did. I'd go out and I'd get that beach ball. Nothing bad to say about that. Yes, I was protective with her because I loved her. She's my daughter. And I would always protect her. That's just the way it is. It's a very unique relationship between a father and daughter. It's different than a mother. I give different insights, being a male, to her than a mother couldn't provide, and vice versa. That's why I had her join the Brothers and Sisters organization. I forgot exactly what it's called. This redheaded chick. We take her out once a week somewhere. They go out on an outing, go to a movie, go to something. It's not that I couldn't do that with her. I just felt that she needed to have, because I was all over the place with women, okay? She needed to have a woman figure in her life. I did that for her. And when me and my ex, we got divorced, sometime later on, I gathered all the people I knew that known me and my daughter. I bought a cake. It said, for a special girl. Wasn't a birthday party, wasn't any other occasion. I wanted her to know that in case she was blaming herself, and a lot of kids feel this way, unfortunately, that in case she was blaming herself, and a lot of times that happens with children, that they're not the cause of it. They have nothing to do with it. Whether or not you get along with your wife or not. That they have nothing to do with it. It's not on you, dear. It wasn't a big party. It didn't stay long. And half of them didn't know really what to say. Except they were like, wow, I mean, you did that for your daughter. It's pretty cool, man. There's no presents they brought over or anything like that. Just a small gathering of people that knew me and her. They came over for a little while and they left. We had the cake. And she enjoyed it. She was embarrassed, a little bit shy, all these people. Why are they here? There you go. That's the story. Thank you very much, Josh. It's called Big Brothers and Big Sisters. Thank you very much. I'm an old man. My memory ain't so good. The Big Brothers and Big Sisters organization. That's exactly what it was. Do I sound like a bad parent to you guys? Hey, tell me straight off. You hear a lot of shit on YouTube about me, but none of it's true. And by rights, I don't have to defend myself and all that. I voluntarily talk about this shit. Nobody's pulling my arm. When they came up with that shit about my tenants, I was livid. About dear boy or whatever. That I'm supposedly peeking into windows, I'm doing this and that. My God, this went on for years, I heard this. They put in documents that say, representing the kids too, the whole family. They wanted to collect a paycheck on me. They knew I was going to be selling the house. They didn't pay their rent for 4 months, not to mention the $8,000 worth of damage. And I didn't show up in court because I was in the Philippines. I showed up on a screen, which is allowable. But then they turned around and said to me, no, you have to make arrangements for that. So by default, I lost the civil case for $60,000, which they never received a dime. That's all true. Not true what they said, the tenants said about me. Not true at all. Not even remotely. That's the story. What's that? Josh Wilson. Say what you're going to say. I'll respond to it. You know you're going to get a response from me. I know what you're going to say already, but go ahead and say it. Say it. As an observer. Well, just fucking say it, or I will ban you. I don't have that kind of patience. Don't talk cryptic and just say what's on your fucking mind. A farter? I fart a lot, you're right. I have a lot of gas. I eat a lot of beans and fiber. I'm farting all the time. Gilda's used to it. She don't complain about it. As long as it's not one of them smelly ones, then we're all in trouble. Okay, you sound like a good father, but, let's hear the but. Overprotective. Hey man, let me tell you something. I'd rather be overprotective than not to be protective at all. She's my kid. And the only child I have that I know about anyway. I did get around. But the only child I have, or had. Of course I'm going to be protective. I'm very proud of the fact that I was overprotective because she could have turned out into drugs. She don't even smoke. She'll drink going out socially with her partners, whatever. My daughter let loose once she started dating. Even her and her husband used to go to gay bars. You know why? Because he was jealous. Because he figured gay guys were not going to hit on her. She was wild when she wanted to. She was telling me stories how she'd get up on stage. And I said, that's not my daughter. Because she drank. She'd get up on stage and she'd be dancing on stage on the platform with no shame at all. Letting it loose, letting it all hang out. I said, you got to be fucking kidding me. Yeah, it's got to be the alcohol, dear. Because that's not you. That's definitely not you. Think as a man, you know what guys want and are going to be more protective of your daughter. Exactly, man. That's exactly it. But I get attacked all the time. I get attacked for everything on here. If you guys have really followed me all these years, you know what I'm really like. Never mind my online personality. I've talked about personal things before on here a lot of times. You got a good idea what I'm really all about. I don't think I'm a bad person at all. I think I could be naive at times, I think I put my trust in people too much. And those are my faults. Besides smoking a cigarette, I'm smoking right now outside. No, I'm a very nurturing person. I'm a very caring person and compassionate person. And I don't feel I have to prove that to everybody. You wouldn't believe what I've done for my brother. I've gone into that before. Nobody knows the whole story of that. of why I didn't have a nervous breakdown. My brother was actually a good man in the sense of having a good heart, but he just got himself so deep into doo-doo through his life with drugs and drinking and not taking care of himself. And that's probably a reason why I'm so gung-ho. Other than my smoking, I don't drink and I don't do street drugs, you know. I try to keep it as clean as I can to the best point I can. That's why I got into supplements many, many, many decades ago. That's why I talk about this stuff all the time, because my brother actually saved my life as I saved his, because seeing what he went through in his life, I didn't want any part of that. I couldn't do street drugs. I've smoked pot a few times or so. I never liked it. Never liked it. Even one time I took some shrooms when I was living in Seattle. Boy, I didn't like that. I didn't like the high. It just kept on going and going, like my head was going to come off my shoulders. I said, come on, I want to come down. I want to come down. I didn't like the experience. I didn't like it at all. Then my brother pulled some shit on me one time. A couple of times, actually. You know, he made some brownies or something, and I didn't know that he put some of the, you know, THC. Pretty strong Hawaiian shit, man, let me tell you. And I felt funny. Now, because I kind of suffered from anxiety and stuff, I didn't know what was fucking happening to me. You know, see, he didn't tell me he put it in. That's like poisoning somebody. It's exactly what it is. If you don't tell somebody I got something in your food, I was upset with him after that. You know, I got a good buzz from that, but it was a scary one. I felt different. I wasn't a chronic pot smoker, so I didn't, you know, especially the strong stuff that he used to get. Some powerful shit. And I was feeling like really weird. And he pulled it on my girlfriend too, a Filipino at the time, when his friend Basil, of all names, Basil, came over. And, you know, my girlfriend stayed overnight. She used to live with me on and off. And he was making this, what do you call, crepes or something? He was cooking up some crepes or something. And he put the oil, you know, marijuana. And, oh, I'll try some. But she didn't know that he did that. And she felt really weird. Frank, I'm just feeling strange. Hold me, you know. I said, you ate some of the stuff that Basil was making? Yeah. Oh, no wonder, man. You're high. She's never got high before. Do you think the overprotective could be the cause of the break? You mean between me and my daughter? Oh, that's a lame excuse, man. Look, she saw some fucking liberal counselor who was a fucking man-hater, okay? That's what they were in Seattle. They hated men. These professional types, you know, and the uppy types. They fucking hated men. So everything is my fault. Everything is my fault. They're always blaming it on the man. I told you, I'm very proud of the fact if I was even overprotective of her. Absolutely. Because she could have turned out to be one of those drug addicts, alcoholics, whatever, that you're finding all over the streets today in Seattle. Needles everywhere, all over town. It was my good upbringing of her. Did I ever get pissed off at her? Sure. I chased around the house a couple of times. I sure as fuck did. I showed her I was upset, but I wasn't going to hurt her. I wasn't going to touch her. Of course not. There's even times she hit me when she didn't have her way and I took her favorite toy or something away, electronic instrument or whatever it was. She'd be pounding on my chest trying to beat up on me. I didn't strike her back or do anything like that. I just tell her, when you learn to calm down, I'll give this back to you. But meanwhile, go to sleep. We'll talk in the morning. That's the way it was. Tell the story to GPT. Protector could be the cause of it. That could be true too. Yeah. Tell the story to GPT. GPT is not all answers, you know. They're not even current on a lot of shit. They're aware of Slim. I can tell you that. But that's the true story what went on with me. There's so many lame things that were said about me and my family and all that. Do I think that my family was dysfunctional? Oh, absolutely. Abso-stinking-lutely. I'm the only one that made it out of high school, nevertheless college. They had high hopes for me. High hopes. They had high hopes. But I didn't turn out to be too bad of a guy, after all. I never got into all that drug shit. Not an alcoholic. I didn't abuse my body all those years, other than a terrible habit of smoking, which I don't even smoke that much. If you've seen how much of a cigarette I smoke, you'd probably say to me, Frank, why do you bother? Just quit. What a waste of money. How much do you pay a pack? You barely smoke half the cigarette and you actually throw the rest away? Dude, when I lived in Hawaii, his friends used to come over to look at my ash cans or something, because they were all pretty broke and they didn't want to spend money on cigarettes. They had rolling paper because they used to smoke pot a lot, right? Oh, do you mind if I have these, Frank? Hey, yeah, take them. I'm just going to throw it away. And they take all those cigarette butts, they rip them open, get the tobacco out, and they roll it up in a rolling paper. I guess I served the purpose, didn't I? There you go. And as far as my brother's concerned, my brother was actually a good guy. He was a nice guy. He had a really good heart. But he just got caught up in shit. Things that just changed his personality. And I believe, although it wasn't verified medically, I think he had that frontal lobe, what they call it, because he had a building truss fall in on him. He had a big scar on his head, like Frankenstein. Went right down to the skull. So he had this frontal lobe problem. And what happens with that is that it could change your personality. It can make you moody. It can make you depressed. It can make you excited easily. And I didn't figure that out. So maybe a year before he actually passed away, I didn't figure it out. With all the research I do, it finally came to my thought. Well, you got to understand, he pretty much gave up on life because he had so many medical problems he was dealing with. Pain from this, pain from that. He had to have an oxygen tank to breathe. A lot of times he didn't want to use it. That's probably why he died. After a friend came over, they found him right on the deck, sitting there. Then they were all yelling at me on YouTube, so, you didn't care about your brother. I didn't even know he died. And they blame me on YouTube for that, saying that your brother died, you didn't even know about it? How would I know about it? When the only person he shared information with his neighbors was my sister. She got word of it. 2 weeks later, after investigation, somebody even wrote me from Facebook and said, Frank, I came by your brother's place. And something's wrong. He's not there. And I see his van. But he hasn't been around. I thought I'd tell you that, is what he said. And I said, yeah, I know. I always call my brother every 2 days on target, if not 2.5 days. He wasn't answering. Even if I left messages, he wasn't getting back to me. We didn't get into any fights or nothing. Something's wrong. So I didn't find out until I called my sister, and I don't get along with her. I told you, I had a dysfunctional family. Truly dysfunctional. My mother was cool, but the rest of the family was just fucking dysfunctional, even including my father. He had his own dysfunctions too, you know. They all did. Even my sister's husband is dysfunctional. I don't know who wasn't dysfunctional. But I have no way of knowing. How would I know if nobody told me? So I call her up. And I say, I started giving my little spiel, my little soliloquy, as Papa likes to talk about. I said, I don't know, man, something's wrong. Sorry to bother you, Linda, but somebody wrote me and Al hasn't answered his phone for a week now. Something's going on. So she interrupted me and said, well, Frankie, Alfred died last Wednesday, 2 weeks ago. I go, what? And I sobbed a little bit. I said, why? Did you not tell me? Like I don't have a reason to know that my own brother died? Somebody that's lived with me how many years besides Hawaii? And I've actually taken him in Seattle when he needed to. All the things I did for my brother that she's never done for him? Never. Car breaks down, I helped him with that. When I was getting another car or something, I gave him my old car. I didn't charge him any money. He's run down on money. If I was able to give him something, I helped him. I even reduced his rent. I wasn't profiting that much on the house at all. Not at all. Not at all. I did more for my brother than anybody in the world has ever done for him. That's why I get mad at these trolls when they say, oh yeah, you did this to your brother, you did that to your brother. Yeah, I did a lot to my brother, you're right. Good things. Oh, we fought a lot, but we were just different personalities, man. Night and day. I wasn't into drugs, he was. I didn't have all these health problems, he did. I didn't have a fucking truss of a building fall on my fucking head, he did. I didn't ask him to continue drinking when his liver's going into oblivion. I tried to get him to stop smoking pot and just put it in his cookies. Just put the THC in his cookies. He didn't always listen to that either. What he did to himself is what he did to himself. Just like Barry, it's the same fucking thing. You make your bed, now you got to sleep in it or lie in it. That's the way it is. Dementia? Yeah. He had some of that sausage. He did. He had dementia. But I didn't realize that it could have been some frontal lobe. It's just, I forgot what it's called. It is called frontal temporal disease or something like that. And he wasn't diagnosed for that. But me, the big doctor that I am, figured it out all on my own, where a doctor couldn't figure it out. Because it all made sense. I did the research. And I figured this out about a year before he died. And it made me understand why he acted that way. My brother was a cool guy. He was a good guy. And he was very alone. And they blamed it on me too, that I left him there like he was some kind of a disabled, in a sense that he couldn't walk or talk or feed himself or something. He was fine. If he needed a bus to take him somewhere, they had these services. He was able to drive, which I didn't want him to. So a couple of times he said he was blacked out behind the wheel. I said, let me drive. When I was out there, I drove his van. I drove it. For both of our sakes. I drove it. And he preferred me to do it anyway. He'd be blacking out at the fucking wheel, man. Jesus Christ. I saved his ass more times than I could count. I came to his rescue so many times. I can't even think of the number of times. I couldn't put it in mathematical numbers. Whenever he had a problem in Indiana where he was living with his wife and he got divorced, he got into trouble there. Nowhere to go. Okay, I'm in Seattle. Why don't you come here for a while? He wanted to stay in Seattle. He wanted to get in more trouble in Seattle. He got more into heavy drugs because Seattle was big times into fucking crack and all that shit. And he got heavy into it. He got into that. Actually, he collected $80,000. He gave me $5,000, a very novel amount. I'm hoping he'd give something for my daughter for college or something. He didn't. It went all up his nose, taking chicks to Las Vegas, being like a big man on campus. And the only thing he did was he bought a trailer home that he had for a few years. That's the smartest thing he did, to have a permanent home. Then because of all the drug activity going back and forth, people showing up, my brother was a middleman. He'd make a little bit of nose candy for himself by selling somebody's stuff, so he'd have to put no money out of his pocket. And people were coming by, kept his curtain closed, neighbors were witnessing this. He had to get out of there. It was getting too hot. The heat was getting too hot. So he sells it to some fucking Mexicans. Not for money, but for fucking drugs. I said, fucking A. And I was willing to take him in Hawaii, saving his ass again. That's the story. You're hearing it from me, and you're not hearing it from fucking trolls, okay? Big difference. So they paint me as this bad guy. Where have I been a bad guy? I've been so accommodating to people, from my daughter to everybody around. Gave up half of my life raising my daughter, and I don't mind. I devoted a lot of my time caring for my brother, which I did. The fact that I left Hawaii, I needed to spread my wings. He was okay. He had other services. I needed to go on with my life. And that's exactly what I did. We were always in touch. I never ran away from him. Although I did run away from his negativity, I couldn't take it anymore. We would have wound up in a big fight where somebody's going to get hurt. In fact, he did get hurt in one of the fights, a couple of fights. I broke his thumb. When I started seeing it getting ugly like that, I said, it's time to go. It's time to go. He'll still get all my benefits. Cheaper rent. Even if he had Section 8, I lowered his rent. I paid his electricity. I paid his cable TV. All of that. So don't ever tell me I didn't do anything for my brother. No, I'm passionate. Not angry, I'm passionate. The passion of Christ. I'm very passionate. When I believe in something, I'm there. If there's a cause that I believe in, I'm there. A dog on the street, if I could help that dog, I'm going to help that dog when nobody else will. A family out here that slept, 5 of them, on a plank board bed with no mattress. Mother, father, and about 4 children actually at the time. They got more now. I bought them for Christmas a bona fide mattress. I've done things like that, many things like that in my community. And to try to have somebody label me as a fucking undesirable, like that fucking blank blank, who put that fucking blank fucking report on me. Yeah, I'm angry with that. I'm the least person that's an undesirable in this country for the things I've done for my community and out of my community. So when I hear that kind of shit, I can't respect the people who have said that stuff. I have no respect for them at all. They're coming from a real bad place, where they're going to tell me about my life or label me as a bad person. There you go. Anyway, I've been on here long enough. Speaking of family, I actually have one right here. I got to go attend in the other room. I appreciate your listening here. I hope you guys know me a little bit better now. Whatever they tell you about my relationship with my daughter, my brother, blah, blah, blah. It's all a bunch of made up shit. And if you're that dumb that you can't figure it out by now, then there's no help for you at all. If I was running away from people in life, I wouldn't even be on YouTube. If I had something to hide, I wouldn't be on YouTube. If I was running away from immigration, I would not be on YouTube. If I really thought I did something terribly wrong, I would not be on YouTube. I would not be here. There'll be crickets. There'll be silence. My show would be off. I wouldn't be on. Okay? So I came clean with you people. So, like I say, in the future, you need to hear something, ask me if you want to know the truth. I will be polite as possible and as accommodating as possible to answer your question. Just ask. Remember, ask and you shall receive. So much going on YouTube, I can't keep up with it. Slim and more and more and more. My goodness, I told you it all comes out in the wash, man. I'm telling you. I'll tell you 1,000 times before. Leak, gadeek, 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 do. Late breaking news for Sunday. Man, give it a day of rest. Paperwork was submitted, an affidavit over to the Department of Justice, prosecutor's office, in regards to a fraudulent document that was put on YouTube, copied, and proof of channel, proof of person, and so forth and so on, that the prosecutor will be mulling over to see if there's going to be a reason to bring this to court. Jay's existence in the Philippines, if he has a future visit, I'm hoping that he decides to come back because he may have no reason to come back to the Philippines. Ho, ho, ho. A late Christmas present for you, dude. That's the same thing as Barry, man. You know, it gets submitted to the prosecutor's office, and then they make a decision on whether they're going to, what's the word? What's the word? What's the fucking word? Well, it basically comes down to whether or not this is worth forwarding this over to a court system. He's presently under investigation is what it means by the prosecutor's office. I put the firing shots up for Jay, but he didn't listen like Barry. Jay thought he was having fun, ranking on Frankie and all that stuff. I told you, man, I mean business. I had enough, and that's it. Go across the line. There's some pretty major charges that go on with fraud. And they have their own wording and their own codes for this violation. I don't have any paperwork on it. But if I'm able to get a hold of it, I will put it on. Truthfully, I haven't even talked to any attorney since Friday. Prior to that, I've had no contact whatsoever. None. Because there's really nothing going on with the other thing. So there's no information. Of course, that kind of frustrates me because, get on a ball, do something, But you can't force somebody to do something when they've already did their initial part, and only a resolution will require any other further work on that little project, according to what direction it goes. It's for real. I'm not making this shit up. All this shit was submitted to the Department of Justice in Cebu City. The lovely Cebu Abo man can face fraudulent charges to whether or not the prosecutor approves it, then it gets sent forward. And then I'll get paperwork on it if this is approved or disapproved. Preponderance of the evidence. Well, the evidence was there. It was his channel, his name. He was on there a few times on camera presenting falsified documents that have never been produced. It doesn't matter whether or not Jay, he doesn't have the intelligence actually to produce it himself. And it came from another source, very well written, but a lot of it's from an old affidavit, really, but still, it don't matter. There are signatures on there from various people in the department. So it could be mucho charges on him because fraud using other people's signatures. Even if he didn't produce the document, it don't matter. He presented the document. Okay, a little cheer. Then moving on. Told you, man. Firing shots, that's it. I fire the shots and, man, I go from there. No compliance. Well, there you go. Further, yes, I guess it is true about Slim. I don't think he's necessarily arrested at this point. I don't have an update, but yes, it was on Facebook. I did find it on there. The Dumageti News. It is true that they did confiscate all his electronics, which may or may not reveal more stuff, but there's enough there. And apparently, one of the girls made a complaint on him, so that kind of deepens it. And he also had intercourse with one of the girls. Now, the strange thing was, Scotty was saying that it was a girl that he dated once. Well, how old was she? That's the question. How old was she? Because if she was underage, it doesn't make Scotty look good. But if Slim had, second dibs on a young Filipina, well, maybe Scotty got away with that, but I don't know. Slim won't. There'll be multiple charges. And I read on there what it says and what he could be accountable for. He could go even life in prison if all these charges between child abuse and underage girls and all this, and he's deemed as an undesirable. You know, because they're going to remember Vitaly. Keep that in mind. He looks like Vitaly, acts like Vitaly, sounds like Vitaly. It's like the curse reappears. So if this does go to a court system, I think good old Slimy could be going to jail, and for a long time. I'm just happy that they did. And there's supposed to be a video of them coming to his house, and I haven't seen that. I don't know, it says on Facebook, I didn't see that. I don't know where it is. But they came to his house to do a search, and they confiscated. So apparently it's true. I've seen it in a local news thing in Beheaded. That wasn't made up. There's a big story on that. So, you know, wishes and dreams sometimes come true. Get rid of the real undesirables in this country. Don't settle for second best, you know. Get rid of the real child molesters, the real undesirables that give other vloggers and other expats a very, very, very bad name. Jay, come out and play, yay. JJ, come out and play, yay. You ugly piece of shit. You might be next, boy. You might get a whole lot more than Barry got. Oh, come to the Philippines, my man. Please do. Stay a while. Stay a while. Let's see that Australian smile. Smile, though your heart is breaking. Smile, though your heart is aching. Oh, hello, Ziventa. Yeah, paperwork is turned in on Mr. J. Stillman. As I've just been informed today, sent out on Friday, so prosecutor's not even going to get it till who knows how long. Same thing with Barry, you know, he sent an affidavit out with evidence, and the prosecutor has to make a decision on it to find, again, a resolution with that name again. If he approves a resolution, it goes to court. I mean, Jay is never coming in this country again. That's right. Don't mess with Frank. I almost scare you, don't I, Al? Scary. Yeah. Putting phony fucking documents with all these names. It doesn't matter. Jay doesn't have the intelligence to write something like that up, first of all. It don't matter. It don't matter. He presented that on his show, falsified documents. You don't do that. You don't do that in this country. The guy walks the doctor's office. Doctor, my hand hurts. The doctor says, well, then do that, son. Oh, my God. And I know you hate him. You're in the toilet, too. Don't splash now. All right, look, we don't know what's going to come on with this. I'll know something if there's a resolution on that, because I will have copies then when there's a resolution. Okay. And you can say I'm a liar. Well, present the paper. I don't have papers from my lawyer. I don't have papers. This is an initial affidavit. The paperwork that's going to matter is going to be the answer from the prosecution office to the DOJ in Cebu City. Yeah. Hey, man, you know, I'm a fair guy. You know, I fired the warning shots, you know, but nobody listens. Frank ain't gonna do nothing. Oh, he's full of shit. Oh, he's a child predator. He's this, he's that. He's a big criminal. Treat his daughter wrong, treats his brother wrong. All this bullshit, man. Fucking A, I say get a life to those people, but maybe this is going to serve, well, you know, Barry, you know, didn't listen, Jay didn't listen, and, you know, others. It's a matter of time. I do a lot of stuff off YouTube that you don't realize what I'm doing. Remember, I'm retired. Frank don't do nothing. I got a lot of time on my hands. Think, a dick, a dick, a dick, a dick, a dick, a dick, dick, do. A dick, a dick, dick, do. A dick, a dick, dick, do. What a glorious Sunday. Oh, what a glorious morning. Oh, what a glorious day. No cigs.
No Kevin's, no there, no there.
What? Sorry about that. Had to mute something here. Oh, looks like her daughter came down here. And right away, I look in the refrigerator. And guess what's in the refrigerator? And I had to have one. Yeah, you got it right. Krispy Kreme donuts. My God. Okay, I'm glad you're laughing. Jay, I don't know what to say to you, man. You ugly fucking abo bastard. You ugly fucking abo bastard. And you don't mess around with Jim. Happy feet. Happy feet. Happy feet. Happy feet all the way. I'm so glad today that I have a report on Jay. Happy feet. Happy feet. The rest of the day. I always told you, Abo man, I'm gonna make. You pay. Hoo-ha. Okay, relax, Frank. Don't get a heart attack, as Popeye says. A heart attack. You know. Well, anyway, it's going to put him on record anyway. You know, they'll have an eye out for him in immigration at the airport or something. Well, actually, no. It's according to what the prosecutor does. Then it'll be a different story. So if he comes to the fucking Philippines, and I hope I'll even become religious and pray that he comes into the Philippines. Oh, what a day. What a day. Oh, I had a really good show earlier you missed, and I let things out. I wasn't yelling or nothing. I talked about my whole situation. I clarified every fucking thing that everybody's ever said about me, my relationship with my brother, my daughter. I got it right out. And I told people, you want to hear something, you come to me. Yeah. Try to label me as an undesirable? Hell no. I talked a bit. I don't have it on. But it was done earlier. It's about an hour show. But you were too busy. Well, he could be blacklisted. Well, not yet. No. That'll come. It's according to what they decide to do with that and how long it actually takes. I think you know the system, right? Yeah. But at least, there's a word out on him and any trouble that he gets into here. And I hope, he comes here, and I hope he looks for trouble. I hope he comes over and visits me. Sneak over here, Jay, please. 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 Do something, Jay. You ugly, fat fucking... What do you call them in there? The Aussies? Drunkard fuckers? What do they call them? What is that nickname for Aussies? Losers, what was that name you call them? Bogans, okay. Bogan. Yeah. Fucking ugly ass motherfucking bogan. Thank you. I clarified that. A dink, a dink, a dink, a dink, a dink, a dink, dink, ding. Got my shorty shorts on today. Look at these muscular fucking legs, man. Fucking A. Look at it. Fucking A. Like a fucking stamp on a fucking head with those things. Damn. Or Drongo. I've never heard that. I never heard that. Never heard that. But I'll take your word. All right. I already stole a donut. Girls. I said I already took a donut.
Wow.
I looked in the fridge and I said, oh, I bet, let me go look. I said, I bet she brought donuts over. Not a healthy thing for any of us, but when you're looking for a snack you haven't eaten yet, you look in the fridge and you see some Krispy Kreme donuts. What are you gonna do? What's a man gonna do? Bag your life? You can't stand me. Get off my show. Bye. Get off my show. What the fuck is bag your life? That motherfucker hates my fucking guts. What the hell is he doing coming on my show? How dare? How fucking dare him? Some people are very daring, aren't they, Aloe? They're so fucking daring. They have a bad memory or something. Well, I do, actually. Short-term things, but not for long-term things. I don't forget. An elephant never forgets. Oh, I do like donuts. Just don't put them in front of me. Hello, AJB. Just don't put them in front of me. I mean, come on. It's like, someone we know holding a carrot in front of some desperate Filipina and, grabbing that carrot, Kind of like that. It's an enticement. Hoo-wee. Man, my adrenaline's rushing right now. I do declare. They got carrots that look like fat wallets. AJB. Get it? I think you'll get it, son. You get it sooner or later, and so does Apple, man. At least puts them on record. If it does anything, it puts them on record. Yeah. I didn't even need to go to Barangay. I didn't even need to go to the police station to put a incident report in. What do you call that? God, I've done enough of them. Told you, he fucked with me. I fired the warning shots. I fired the shots like I did with Barry. Barry has 3 years in there now and counting. I'm really surprised he's not out, but I think Barry will be out within the next month or so. That's what I think. Some people say no, he's not going to get out, but the truth is, it's really what the immigration or whatever DOJ wants to do. Now, if he had any trouble while he's been in detention, yeah, that might kind of screw up the situation a bit. I don't even think he paid, nevertheless, he didn't pay the penalties what he owes me, but I truly don't think, because it comes out to about 7 years. Oh, I don't know. He might be talking 650,000 pesos for 7 years of overstay. And where the fuck would Barry get the money for that? I just don't see that happening. I just don't. Oh, I know Barry's all pissed off, but don't be pissed off at me, brother. Be pissed off at yourself. You cause your own problems. I don't want to hear about it. It's over, I don't want to hear about it anymore. Just do your time and just behave in there. You'll eventually get out. But unfortunately for him, it's a double jeopardy situation. It's a double jeopardy because, what? You said there would be a couple of ratchet twinks? What? What? Joining the stream, is that still happening? How long do I need to wait? What ratchet still? You got the wrong show. I don't know where that come from. I don't even know what you're talking about, nevertheless, but I think you got the wrong channel. My goodness. But yeah, even with good behavior, everything else, if he didn't pay all those fees and fines, immigration, it's true, they could do what the hell they want. Believe me, I know that. They could do whatever they want. Whatever they want, and they're coming down strong on people. Now, I think the newest news on immigration stuff, Trump is not allowing, supposedly, any more foreigners to come into the United States or something like that. Did you hear on that one? I mean, there's so much happening with Trump, I can't even keep up with it. Holy shit. That's okay, DC or whatever. Yeah. Well, he's under the gun. Trump is under the gun. I mean, wow. Wow. All his party members are just, ghosting him now. They're all ghosting him. He's not in a good position, is what that simply means. His own party want no part of him. And that officer, ICE agent, is going to be in big ass trouble. Because, a lot of evidence is out. He shot her in cold blood. The poor lady, she has children too, over in Minneapolis. Oh my God. And the fucking wives are turning around to get even with everybody. Yeah, I'm going to cut off any federal aid for child care and this and that. Boy, what the fuck? What the fuck did you people vote for? If you happen to be a Republican and you voted, how do you feel about yourself now would be my question. And I'll leave it at that. I said enough. I said enough. I certainly did. Anyway, man, some people really don't learn. They're so busy trying to find fault with people that they don't realize what they're doing is very faulty. And then they, get themselves in trouble. I told you, I don't just sit here and play with my dick like you think I do. Boy. I do a lot of research. Remember, I'm retired, not retarded. I'm retired. Big difference. They say the squeaky wheel gets to turn, but sometimes silence is golden. I don't share everything with everybody. I do things on the side, and then when something sort of happens, then I'll come and announce it. There you go. Said in memoirs, yeah. What's the latest with the handsome Jay? Paperwork was submitted to the Department of Justice in regards to his fraudulent posting of so-called resolution papers regarding a complaint that was made against me by Barry's ex-girlfriend in Karkar. Documents that I'm sure was not produced by him, by somebody else, because he's such a dumb shit he couldn't do anything like that. But they were fraudulent documents that were even dated back almost 2 years or a year and a half or something like that. Full signatures of different department heads and immigration, board of secretary, all this shit. Yeah, really serious shit, because, there could be a lot of charges on him because different people's names were on that document. It was falsified. It was totally falsified. Totally falsified. So that gets submitted, and the prosecutor does what he has to do. It's a yay or nay. He's either going to pass a resolution to send it to court, or he's going to say, not enough here, or can't do it, or why. But it's done. It's a done deal. Done deal, Abo man. You want to mess with Bill? But you don't mess with Bill. Do 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 do. Yeah, I'm a sneaky little fella here, Good memory for the past. Good memory for things people say about me and my partner. Those memories never go away. They're there, locked up in a vault in my head. When it comes time to strike, I strike like a hungry, vicious fucking cobra. Call me the Cobra. Cobra Cobb. Yeah. The Cobra Cobb. SC sent it. I see. All of this could have been avoided if he just enjoyed his so-called millions in crypto. Yeah. The fraternity of Cobra Cobb. Yeah. Told you, man, I mean business. But we got a guy out there. We have a guy out there who is so pissed at me. And me and Ali were talking about some other people, that this guy is so obsessed with me that they feel that this guy's behind most of the shit going on YouTube in regards to me. Oh, yeah, it was a couple of months ago. See, we know the people in the stores here. Some guy came around showing my picture. I never told you this before. This happened a couple of months ago. Some guy came around, okay, showing a picture of me, trying to ask people, do you know this guy? Do you know this guy? Yeah, that happened a couple of months ago. I never mentioned that. Yeah. Tell you, people are fucking crazy, man. I supposedly did all these horrible things that nobody can prove because it never happened. That's why. Oh, I'm everything. I'm a draft dodger and just name, alphabetically go down the list. Man, I would say I'd be a pretty bad dude if I did all the shit that they say I did. Holy crap. Oh, man. Okay, Maine. Okay, Maine. Whoever you are. Hello. Okay, Maine. Welcome. Welcome to my show. But you got to understand, people, they get upset all the time. But they don't know what they're doing. But then they get themselves, you got to understand, they get themselves in trouble. Sounds more Mexican, doesn't it? Okay, Human Centipede is a great... Oh, I can't even watch that again, man. No. It is a great movie. I'm actually saying... You're actually acting in the second movie? Are you serious, man? Seriously. That was a gross movie. Did they make a part 2 on this or something? I don't know if I'd even want to watch it. That was a horrible movie. Holy crap. These people were sewn together like a fucking caterpillar. These women and men. Oh my God, that was a hell of... Allie, you still there? Did you ever see that movie? Crap. Like a centipede, rather. Yeah. I don't know. Great movie. I think that was a horror movie, man. We know it's acting and all that stuff, but can you imagine a situation like that? This guy had the surgical skills to do that. And when one of them poops, they all have to poop at the same time. All right, go get a couple of beers, Aloe. We'll catch you another time. Hey, I'm still waiting for my recliner, but okay. All right. Okay. Nice to get some shit off my chest. It really is sometimes, Yeah, but that movie, man, I did see. I don't know where I saw it, on Netflix or probably it was YouTube. But yeah, that movie was more than I could handle, I think. I don't know if there was a part 2. Is there a part 2? I may decide to watch it. There's a part 2, but I haven't seen any advertising. I haven't seen anything on there indicating a new release coming out or something like that. But yeah, that's a movie you guys out there should watch, but it's pretty gross, really. The guy's like this brilliant surgeon, and what he does, I don't want to, tip you off to everything in the movie. But I guess it's worth a look, see. When's the second movie coming out? And what are you going to do in that second movie? You have an actual part in that movie? Are you going to become a centipede, part of that whole tie-up? My gulai. Yeah, let me know what's up with that thing. And what part they're actually going to have you speaking part or whatever. And how'd you get involved with that? Those are some good questions. So if you have time to answer that, I'd be curious to know, actually. So getting back to Slim. Yep. he hasn't had any shows on, so it really did go down. Well, you know, I'm curious is how Jolene is acting, because she's going to be under suspicion too. They're going to question her. What, as if she don't know anything? She participated in a lot of this shit. She should go down, hopefully with Slim. I'm hoping. I just feel bad for the kid. The kid was involved in all this and child abuse and all that shit. The kid loses, you know? They lose, but the kid loses too. That's the sad part. There's Mr. I know you. His girlfriend is 23. She's been with other foreigners. Well, she's got a baby. I'm sure she has. My understanding that the baby's supposed to be Korean. It's not even Slim's baby. And they're not even married. Why do you think all this rush to get some passports in with the baby's name and get his girlfriend there, whatever, assailant, whatever, partner, to get her passport and papers together? They want to leave the country. They're going to try to leave the country. Maybe take her to Estonia. It's not that easy, though. I don't know what he thinks. It's not that easy for her to just leave the country, go to Estonia. There's a lot involved in paperwork and a whole lot of shit involved with that. And to go with him, the Philippines is going to know, are you coming back? Do you have a bank account out here? Do you have a family to go back to? Because a lot of countries, they don't want to take foreigners in because they think right away they're going to take advantage of their social system and all that stuff. They're going to sneak into the country illegally. This happens a lot. Oh, I'm sure she's been with other foreigners. She's a spicy little chick, you know. She's a spicy meatball. No, there'll be more to come on this. We don't know what's going to happen. Maybe nothing will happen at all, but I think there's going to be something happening with that. There's more people I think are setting in, and they have to investigate when it comes to a child. Are you, oh, is it food time? Let's see what she just threw together for me tonight. We eat early around here, you know. I know she made hamburger meat, and what did she put in it? I don't know what she made. I'll give you a sneak preview anyway. Then we have to go. So, some good news. A lot of things are happening for Sunday. Oh, wraps. We're having wraps. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. You put the meat in there. Vegetables, salads.
Bye.
Okay.
See you in a minute.
Bye-bye. Oh my goodness. Aloe. Aloe, aloe, aloe. The elusive one, but he gets around.
Bye.
Bye-bye. Sorry. Somebody leaving here? Aloe went to Heidi's place, drove by it? Damn. Damn. Oh my goodness. You do got balls, Aloe, but then again, you are incognito. You are incognito. Incognito. Say it together. Incognito. Like a burrito, like a frito. But you don't mess around with Bill. You don't mess around with Aloe. He's on the button. You never know where he is. I'm sure he's passed by my place a few times. See, sometimes you have to be stealthed. Yeah, you gotta be stealthed. If you give out information, just give out the wrong information on your show. Make people wonder. See, I always come up with some surprises, don't I? I certainly do. Aloe, you beast. You beast. You went by Heide's. I saw your video on there. Unless that was somebody else's footage, but no, I think that was you. Wow. I'm impressed. I'm impressed. Always scouting around. I guess that's the way to do it, I guess. Know your enemy. Know your enemy. Because I know Heide and them, they were talking about Aloe. I guess that's what brought that on. So Aloe said, I'm here. Did a video, said, Heide, I'm here. I'm at your house. Oh, shit. Oh, my, oh, my. You happen to be out there, Aloe? Oh, man, you gotta love this shit or not. And he showed Heide. She's very vulnerable. She don't get it. They're all vulnerable. They all float. They all float. Aloe, don't they? They all float. Every one of them. They all float. Jerry. Heide, they all float. Jay, they all float. Barry, they all float. And they do. You don't believe me? Check out all those bloated bodies everywhere in the oceans. That would be a horrible thing to see. I wouldn't want to see that kind of shit. Oh, hell no. I'd have nightmares forever. Pardon me. It's getting to be around that time. I start to wind down. I just happened to see Aloe put something up there, and he was driving by Heide's place. I said, holy shit, for real? Damn again, damn again. This is what I mean, folks. You can run, but you can't hide. From anybody, really. I don't run anywhere. I'm still right here. Running don't get you anywhere, because you will be found. It all comes out in the wash. Speaking of wash, where's Jerry the fairy and his washwoman? Where did he go? I haven't seen Jerry on, but then again, Jerry can't get on my show because he's blocked. He tries to go into different names still, but I always catch him. If I see somebody show up and they're getting real friendly, I figure, that's Jerry. That's Jerry. The fairy. Hey, don't keep me hanging here, folks, okay? This is an extra bonus show here tonight. I was watching this movie, but it's pretty dark. A pretty dark movie, you know. Kind of a killer suspense movie. I've had enough violence watching on TV. It's a dark world out there. Oh, I forgot to put Aloe's icon on here, for God's sakes. I forgot, but it's too late to do that now. I could use that after the show. The Jester. And Popeye, you know, I wouldn't fuck with Aloe, I gotta tell you that. Aloe's the type that'll show up right at your fucking door, man. You just never know, Robert. You just never really know. Keep that in mind. Anybody could show up at your door. They're not going to tell you they're coming. You pissed a lot of people off there, Robert. Yeah, you better go back into hiding. Hiding. Speaking of hiding, Heide. Aloe went by Heide's house. Philippine antics. Wow. You go, bro. As I said, you can run, but you can't hide. A lot of good researchers out there, you know. Then they do something like display false documents and they get their ass in trouble. You can always count on somebody to do something stupid and they get in trouble for it, you know? God, it's so run of the mill, really, on YouTube, on here. People make mistakes every day, who they're talking about, this and that. They think nothing's going to happen to them. That's what they think. I could get away with anything I want on YouTube, but that's not true. I'll guarantee you it's not true. I know, it's a fact. I found Barry right away. I knew where he was. Oh, I sure did. Just like that. Bam. Well, it's pretty obvious where he would have been, you know. It didn't take that much mathematics, but you got to do your research. You got to have scouts. You got to have your people. You got to have your confidants. But they say I don't have people. But that's so wrong. That's wrong. You're wrong. I got people. I do got people. I'm a wealth of information. You gotta be. When you're out in the battlefield, you gotta know the terrain. You gotta know who and what you're dealing with. What kind of artillery they got. I mean, that's something you just have to do. Know what's around you. Know where your enemy is. Do all your research on their strengths and weaknesses. That's what you gotta do. It's called survival. Well, I guess Aloe put a little scare in Heide. Let's see if they talk about it on tomorrow's show. Because I think Heidi said something about Aloe. It kind of pissed him off or something. And there was Aloe, driving by Heidi and George's place. Oh, shit. Aloe. I like his style. We have something in common, maybe a lot of things we don't, considering the past, but I'll tell you what, I like his style. He's very stealth in what he does, and that's what you gotta be. The Hunchback never even knew I was ever in Marlborough that one time when he was living there. He never knew I was there. He don't know I walked right by him with a disguise. I was carrying coconuts, I had a straw hat on, I had a mask around my face, and I had some, battered looking jeans on and some local looking slippers. I walked right by him a couple of times. Never even knew it was me. Now he's over in Marlborough. He doesn't know that though. I wasn't going to do anything. Just want to get a feel of the territory. You know what I'm saying? I'm harmless. I wouldn't have done anything. I just want to see if I could do it. And I walked right by him. Yeah. Oh, it's called being stealth. And Al is pretty good at that, I must say. Old Aloe. You wouldn't be out there tonight, would you, Aloe? You gotta come on and talk with us, man. I don't think he is. Or else Aloe would come on. But anyway, I just happened to see that on Aloe's channel. And I thought that was funnier than shit. Aloe is probably the greatest stealth person on YouTube. I think he is. He's been by a lot of people's homes. They don't even know it. Aloe's a good information gatherer. He just does it very quietly. Be careful about who you talk about on here. You gotta be really careful. Because they may be in a town near you. You just never know. You just don't know. Hell, Barry, for example, wasn't even aware he was living in this one place. Not the place he lived with Jade, Ming, and Nilla, but there was another place. It was on the second floor. And my little information gatherers went up there with a very special person and found out that he ran out on his rent and he had very young girls coming in and out of his room. Oh, yeah. No, he was living alone. He wasn't with Jay at the time. And this was afterwards. I believe it was afterwards. Yeah. And found out from the landlord themselves that his door was open all the time. He had kids coming, young girls coming in and out of his room. So they took note of that. And that's what they told my confidants. And one of them, a very special confidant. Oh, yeah. Gotta watch who you're dealing with on here. You know very little about a lot of people on here. Believe me, you know very little about me, and you think you know a lot. I could have been at your doorstep already. You wouldn't even know it. I'm a master of disguise. You wouldn't even know it. Remember, I always wanted to become an actor. Just never know with me. I might be that ugly looking chick that just passed by you, with a big nose, Nobody knows. Get it? Nobody knows. But the shadow knows. The shadow knows. Oh, good work, Aloe. Good work. Good work. My goodness. Well, it looks like... oh, shit, I think things are elevating with Slim, man. Tell you what, if they find anything on what they retrieved on those phones, even he tried to delete those videos with the young girls, they could extract that. They can still get it. So I don't think things are looking really good for old Slimy Slim. At the same time, I don't know, she could be indicted. Child neglect, going along with Slim, accessory to the fact, whatever. That would be a shame for the baby, though. It really would. It really would. You don't want to separate a baby from their mom. You shouldn't do that, unless you have to. Unless the mom is really unable to take care of the baby, and she's feeding it fast food, and the baby is like 2.5 times its size at that age. Looks like the Michelin tires, man's son, And I don't think that's very healthy. I just really don't think that's healthy. She laughs at the baby when he made an expression of terror, when they shoved fucking lemon in the baby's mouth. That was horrible, man. That was horrible. Then when they put a salted egg in the kid's mouth in the house, the kid was choking. They're both responsible. Both of them. Not just Slimy. Both of them. Jolene, 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 Jolene. It's a country song. I think your ass is going to be in trouble, if you know what I mean. Jolene, 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 Jolene. As long as you're with Slimy, life's gonna be so mean. Another chorus. Jolene, 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 Jolene. You're hanging with the wrong guy for the wrong reasons, you know what I mean? You are an accessory to crime. As long as you live and go with this guy, you both may do some time. Okay, got that out of my system. The key word, my friends, is stealth. Stealth. Key word for the night, stealth. I don't know, people think I'm stuck in my house all the time, but they're so wrong. They're so absolutely wrong. You don't know what I do everything when I go to Cebu or that area. You don't know if I've been anywhere else. You really don't know. I just say I'm going to Cebu. I always stop there because I have to. But you don't know where else I went. Whether I went into Minganila, wherever, I get around. Talisai. Oh, yeah. I make time. I make good time of the 2-3 days I always spend in Cebu. I get bored, sometimes. Shopping's one thing, But, I utilize that time for special chores. Very special chores. Stealth chores. One day, and this was several years ago, I went right by bamboozers. In fact, I stood there long enough to have a smoke outside. And it was just Ricky and, what's his name, who does all the videos. I don't talk about him much. He's another chubster. What the fuck is his name? He hangs around Ricky too, and he does some creative videos every now and then. Forgot his name. Who else was there at the time? God, it's been such a long time ago. I was right out there. Had a hat on. Nobody recognized me. I was smoking a cigarette. Right in front of bamboozers, man. It's called being stealth. I know what I'm doing. You got to know your enemies. You have to. It's important. Know your enemies. I do a pretty good job at that. Aloe knows his enemies. Fuck, he went by Heide's house the other day. Go see his show. Go see Aloe's show. Aloe, you happen to be out there, dude? Come on, make me smile. Come on. Talk about the Heide trip. He's a scary guy, I'll tell you that, when he wants to be. Scary dude. Even though we don't met and don't know what he looks like, but you don't want to be on his bad side. I don't think so. The anonymous, the elusive, jester. Ooh, yeah. Meaner than a junkyard dog when you piss him off. I understand a lot. Sometimes I feel that way too, Meaner than a junkyard dog. All those inglorious statements they made about my lovely Gilda, and about myself, about my family. Told you, I got a good memory for shit like that. Right, Jay? How's it going, Jay? How's it really going? You're in the books, Jay. They know your name. They know what you did, Jay. They know what you did. Tell you, I could only fire those warning shots so much, and I've run out of flares after a while. I got to buy more. It's costing me money I shouldn't have to spend. You got my point, Jay? Hey, this is for you. Hope you heard that. Anyway, well, good morning. Well, I'd like to get up a little later than this, but it's about the time. It is what it is. Oh, shit on a shingle, right, Papa? Shit on a shingle. Greetings and salutations. So much going on. Oh, God, what did Jay have still on? He was drunken and shit. Yeah, I think his last live, he was... Where was he? Wasn't in Bali. He was probably home in Australia. The one thing about Jay is that when he's drinking, he gets really repulsive, and he gets really nasty and very brave. God, the way he talks about women. Oh, I never stay with the same woman. Once she fucks me, oh, she's gone. I move on to the next. Well, problem with that is that you gotta have a woman to fuck in order to say that. but Jay doesn't. Jay is like hitting 0 on the scoreboard for actually getting together in any kind of intimate way with any woman at all. And that frustrates the shit out of him. Maybe that's why he drinks. I don't know. It's beer muscle. Yeah, I understand that. But I don't know. To forget. To just be able to cope with his loneliness or something. I don't know. Drinking could be your best friend. Helps you forget things and puts you in either a good mood or a bad mood. But I think Jay gets just triggered really easy when he's drinking. But he's also very sensitive, and he's even cried on one of his videos years ago. I think Aloe has a problem with videos. I'm sure somebody does. I don't have it. Pardon me, it's my yawning session. No, I've been up a while actually, but not too long. But I love when Diablo Man gets upset while he's drinking. All the vile shit comes out of him, how he thinks of women. But you see, when a man talks very ill about women, it's because they're not getting women. You got to settle for your bottle of booze. Any man who is constantly boasting about these women that he's scoring with when he goes overseas is usually somebody that's actually not scoring at all. They want to paint this illusion that, they're killing it, they're having this great time, they're meeting all these women, they're getting laid and all this shit. But that's not the fact with Jay. It's quite the opposite. In fact, he's probably very frustrated. But you got to examine a person himself. Would a woman want to get together with him? And why? Well, the money would be the why, but that doesn't always mean he gets laid. He just buys women drinks in bars and tries to paint this Rembrandt of a picture, that he's scoring and alluring and scoring and having this gay old time. Well, maybe it is a gay thing. I don't know. Maybe he's going for the lady boys. He might be able to score with them. But with real women, I just don't see that happening with him. Hasn't proved it so far. He likes the younger girls, He doesn't like the older. He likes them young. But I don't know when he's not drinking. But when he really gets slobbered with drinking, that's when the real Abu shows out on him. How vile he is and what a horrible disposition he has and what he really thinks about women. It's not that, women are not bad, and I don't think he thinks women are bad. But when he's tried so hard to score and he just can't, it just makes him more bitter. Like Popeye, Popeye hasn't seen action in decades. And that's going to make you bitter against women. Are you going to come up with excuses? I don't need women, or I'm not looking. Those are just cop-outs. It's just a cop-out. It's just really a way of saying, I just can't seem to score. I make these trips like Jay does, to the Philippines and Bali and whatever, and he just can't score. And the last chick he had on camera was some real winner. I'm from Java. And she had this big space between her teeth like Ricky, Oh, man. She'd have to pay me, and I still wouldn't want, But he has a really lousy attitude toward women. it's not that, you know, it's rejection. Okay, let's just call it what it is. It's rejection. All right, let's just call a spade a spade. And when a man is rejected by women a lot, they tend to develop a very bitter attitude toward women. They'll refer to them as hoes and they're only good for a fuck and all that shit. And I like what he had to say in his last drunken live show he had on. It's still on. You know, basically saying, I only fuck women once, that I don't need them anymore. I go to the next one. I love that one. Well, you got to get a woman first, okay? You have to have a woman first to say that. Believe me, if Jay got any woman to be interested in him and screw him, you know, considering his record, his scoreboard, he's not going to let that woman go. Because any woman that could get interested in him, that's a keeper. Anyway, I get my jollies from this. Oh, he's so hell-bent against me, man, because I've just pretty much... The same thing he was always against Aloe, because Aloe always went on the attack of Jay. He made Jay cry at times. I mean, he's very sensitive. That's why he hates Aloe and he hates me. Because basically we tell it like it is about Jay. He don't want to hear that. Because nobody wants to hear bad about themselves from somebody else. Well, especially if the statements being made are true. There's a big difference, okay? Because basically, people don't want to hear the truth about themselves. Again, the proverbial mirror in front of their face. They don't want to look at it. So they drink to forget. And his liver is probably shot. Just totally shot. I can't even imagine. You know, they say on these medical shows, just one drink what it does. One drink what it does to your liver. And then taking soda and stuff. Well, he mixes his drinks. The sugar itself, just I don't really want to get into it. It's so intense what the things he does to his body. And I remember he was on a show one time talking about, I don't eat that crap. It has preservatives in it. Meanwhile, he's chain smoking his cigarettes and he's drinking one glass of booze after the other. And he's worried about, well, I don't buy these products in the store. You know, frozen, they all got preservatives in it. That's the least of your worries, dude. Foods that have preservatives in it, that's the least of your worries. My God. Then he goes and pulls this little stunt with the false document now. So now he's in trouble. Now at least the DOJ is aware of him. What they do from that point on is what they'll do. But he's still got the video up there putting that phony document on. Signatures, it looks very real, doesn't it? You can do that. You can do that. But he didn't do it. No, somebody did and shared it with him. So he could put it on there. So I don't think, of course, that Jay actually written up that document. He just doesn't have the intelligence to do that or the talent. That was given to him to put on. But nevertheless, he did put it on, and that's all that matters. All right, moving along here. Yeah, Slim still hasn't done a show, so this is real. This is reality. And reality bites sometimes, doesn't it? It really does. I haven't had any more updates on Slim. Because I don't know how long it takes them to investigate all his SD cards and the phone and his electronic devices, probably inclusive of his so-called girlfriend, wife, whatever. I say whatever a lot because I don't know what she is, but it ain't his wife. And they sleep in separate beds. So, although you'll see her giving a kiss on the cheek or something, but it was all for show. But she, Jolene, is probably in trouble too. Because she went along with all this, his capers. She allowed all this to happen. And there's a number of things. It's not just the him cavorting and touching and inserting in underage Filipinas, but it's also child welfare stuff, you know, what they feed the kid, how they treat it. Like I said, if you open up his refrigerator, which you've seen on there once, he didn't have shit in there, man. There might have been some leftover fast food or something, but there was some kind of a energy drink, a Gatorade, and a can of Coke or something like that. When you have a baby in the house, you gotta have supplies. There's nothing like that. She doesn't cook at all. Except, what does she make? Eggs on bread? Eggs on toast or something? That's the only thing I think she's ever put together on the show. Eggs on toast. Man, there's something so wrong with this picture, but hey, it's out now. It's out now. Of course I predicted this was going to happen. It was inevitable. You don't have to have a really good insight. I mean, it's just like I do. I have an excellent insight to these people. But it was bound to happen. So I don't know what's going on with that. I don't know. I don't know what the police found. I don't know. They're sending this to court, what they're doing. But yeah, he's obviously off. And it's obviously true. I've seen it in a news thing. So I don't think he's in jail or anything like that. But he must be frustrated as hell right now, because what is he going to do with himself if he can't go out with his camera, out with his selfie stick, sticking out of the window of the car, getting into more accidents? Thank goodness for the people on the road that don't have to run into this guy in a way that they didn't want to run into him or him run into them. God, the idiots on YouTube. So what is he going to do with himself if he can't make videos while he's awaiting whatever he's waiting for with the police right now? Because I'm not totally updated. They did confiscate all his electronics. We know that. There's an article in there, you know, you'll see on there was Doing Get the News, and it was on Facebook and whatever. Sounds like a very real situation. And, you know, with his edited videos, and there was even one where the young girl was drunk, and she's in this little waterfall, just kind of sitting under this little waterfall. She was drunken to the point she was knocked out. You know, he took advantage of that situation. Well, I would just say, no disclaimer needed. It's pretty been established that he's been hanging with the young girls, and that the woman that in his house is not his wife, that kid is not his, and she went along with all this shit. So yeah, I would venture to say, and boy, she'd be lucky if that didn't happen, that she's going to be indicted or something. Something's going to happen with her, and the DSWD is going to get involved if they're not already. Because there was a lot of people putting in reports on him, and they can't ignore these reports as far as the child's welfare and, you know, underage girls he was dating. People don't learn with that shit. You can't fuck around with underage girls, no matter where you are. It doesn't have to be just this country. You just can't do that. But especially in the Philippines, they just don't learn. This perversion these people have. The chance takers, even bringing these scantily clad girls up to the waterfalls. I mean, that was a big mistake right there. I don't know, man. I'm just constantly amazed all the time. I'm just, wow. I don't understand the stupidity with these people. Don't they learn from other people's experiences on here, what they've seen, people going to jail and all kinds of shit? It's not. Just, making money in their channel is more important than the content. I mean, I don't know. I enjoyed Alo's video. He actually went by Philippine Antics house, Heidi. Now, when he did this, I don't know. He just the other day, had a video on this. Pardon me. No tea. I'm waiting a while on that shit. I don't need my tea right away. I need the hydration. Actually, I need to put not even a tea this morning. Maybe like lemon water or something will suffice for my kidneys and hydration and so forth. Still went for urinalysis. Still haven't got it back yet. Probably today, but probably gonna go up there today and have an ultrasound. Oh, who was Papa? Who was saying Papa? Frank must have a lot going on with him. Why he sees doctors? I don't see doctors all the time. I don't need to. I periodically go in for some lab testing for good reason, because I've had a kidney stone situation and it could be recurrent, and you have to keep an eye on that. Unless you want to go through that pain again, which I'm not willing to do. And I may not have a choice if it happened again, but you have to monitor these situations. And the one thing is, if you've been peeing more frequently, it's either a stricture in the urethra or you developed a UTI. So you have to go in to investigate that. That's why I went to the lab, for your information. A urinalysis, even check the proteins in the urine. So that's why I'm waiting for I'll get that today. So I'm just going to go up there today and probably have an ultrasound. It's because you got to be sure. Because you don't want an infection in that area, because if it gets to your kidneys, then you're going to lose kidney function. It's bad enough that, which most of you people don't know, is as you age, your kidney becomes lesser and lesser able to filtrate the toxins out of it. So it's always kind of good, it's only your body. It's not somebody else's, right? It's your fucking body. It's up to you to do tests now and then, just to be sure. Everybody thinks, oh, I'm in such perfect health. And then they run some lab test or something on this, or urine or blood, and boy, they find out different. They suddenly find out that they're diabetic and so many other things. Picture of health, they think they are, but they're not always. Now, I even did an A1C test for my lovely, very lovely Gilda. So we want to get those results too. And I'm not sure what that's going to show up with her, because she's not like on top of things like I am. And your typical Filipinas with the rice and bread with the coffee every morning. Other things. And other things and other things. I think sometimes Filipinos think they're invincible. Well, they're not, like anybody else. And that saying is very true. You pretty much are what you eat. There's no doubt about that. What you put in your body, good or bad, is going to determine something. But I'm waiting to see her A1C. This way I could shove that under her nose if it's not good. I don't want it to be bad. I hope it's a good number. I really hope so. But I asked her bluntly yesterday, I said, what if your A1C test has shown you got diabetes or pre-diabetes? I said, are you going to do anything about it? Oh, I don't know. She said nonchalantly that she'll just have to change things up with her diet. See, as with a lot of people, even with her, it takes something to scare her for her to do something. She don't like no illnesses. I remember when she got a small, from that lovely water in the Pacific here in the Philippines, we went snorkeling in pretty much open water, Well, it was open water, yeah. And we weren't doing that long, but she wound up getting a cyst in her ear from bacteria in the water. Yeah. She was having trouble with it. She went in for a check. Oh, you got like a little cyst in there from bacteria. Oh, did you go swimming or something? Yeah. And she was freaked out just for going like a tiny little procedure. Her blood pressure shot right way up. There's just a little thing in there. They just to take this little cyst out of her ear. It wasn't a big thing. You got to see what I had to go through with my ear, the operations I had. That was big things. They had to. Oh, I don't want to get into it. It was very invasive. Let me tell you, it was very invasive, and you had to be knocked out for that. I've had 3 sort of procedures with my right ear. At least 3, I know. Maybe 4. 3, I know. Hit the beach after what? So yeah, that, she doesn't like having to go in for a procedure if she had to do that. It just kind of wakens her up, and that's sometimes what she needs. A wake-up call with certain things, her diet and all that shit. Yeah. I think we all do, even me. We have our temptations, what we want to eat. Sugar is probably the most toxic thing you can put in your body. And I think all of us we've been exposed, of course, to sugar all our life. And your body has a memory. In fact, it's so good did you know that you take anything that is a sugar substitute, this is how smart your body is or how it reacts to it. It's incredible, actually. You take a non-sugar type of sweetener, but what happens is your body recognizes sweetness and it reacts appropriately. Glucose levels will still rise. Yeah, it's not even sugar, but your body recognizes sweet. And it's like an artificial thing. We know it's not sugar, but your body recognizes anything that's sweet and it reacts to it as if it was real sugar you're putting in your system. Yeah. Pretty crazy, huh? Beeper. After the doctor, hit the beach, enjoy your retirement. Don't tell me what the fuck to do in my retirement. If I want to sit here and watch a movie, I'll watch a movie. If I want to go to the beach, I'll go to the fucking beach. I move around quite a bit, dude. I'm not stagnant in my chair all fucking day. Don't make some assessment of my life. Go do something, hit the beach. Why don't you go do something? Then rather than listen to me. Get out of here. Just get out of here. Fucking creep. You're gone. Tell me what to do with my fucking time. I do what I want with my time. I'm fucking retired, Jack. If I want to sit here and make a show, if I want to watch a movie, if I want to just do nothing, I'll do nothing. I'm quite active enough, thank you very much. I do exercise too. And I actually do leave the house. Thank you very much. Wise guy. Guggenheimer. What are you, a Guggenheimer? Yeah, don't cross me in the morning. Nah, not in the morning. Don't cross me in the morning. Not good. Not good. Not good. Not good. Hold on a minute, partner. Not good. Talking about sweets so much, guess what I'm eating? But I control it. The difference. I'm having half a donut. Couldn't help myself. And the reason I can get away with this is because I don't have daily sugars in my diet. Nope. I make sure of that. Oh, I give in to temptation. Absolutely. Pardon me. You know, I'm human. I give in to temptation sometimes, but you gotta control it. I thought I was pre-diabetic, that I found out that I wasn't. That was good to know. Jesus. I always tell them, you know, it's just, see, one of the reasons they come over with donuts when my daughter or somebody comes to visit is because they, in a particular area of Cebu, the manager of one of the Krispy Kremes is their relative. So they get numerous boxes of free donuts that they bring home. Then when they come to visit here, hello, Bill Meyer. They come, you know, they bring donuts. Say, please don't bring donuts. Well, they bring it anyway because maybe some other people want it in the house. But like anything else, like if you're an alcoholic, you got booze in the house, you're going to drink it. It's called control. And sometimes it's really hard to control if something is being put in front of you, like that proverbial carrot, which is really the thick, money-filled wallet putting in front of a Filipina, certain type of Filipinas. They're going to be bobbing for that carrot, you know. Same thing, you know, put some horrible, unhealthy stuff in front of somebody. And they're used to eating that kind of stuff. They're going to want it. They're going to want it. Henceforth, I had half a donut a few minutes ago, talking about sugar. I never said I was perfect, man. But I'm so happy that my diet is actually really good. You wouldn't eat half the things I eat, you know. I eat some crazy things for breakfast, too, sometimes that you wouldn't eat. Lentils, all kinds of beans, different things that you wouldn't consider to be a breakfast, but it would be a breakfast for me. Yeah. Talking candy to a diabetic, yeah. No, diabetes, that is like one of the worst things that you can get. And there's so many people getting it now. You know, because people are just, I don't know, they seem to be throwing caution to the wind all the time. And they don't think that something's going to happen to them. They don't think. No, not to me. It just happens to somebody else. It doesn't happen to me, but it happens. And when you least expect it, you know, you go in for a simple blood test or something, or you decide to actually test your glucose. Most people don't. They don't even know. Actually, probably the larger percentage of people on this planet are pre-diabetics. It means that your numbers from, if you went for an A1C test, are going to reflect. You know how that works, I explained. When you take that test, it's it kind of has a like a 3-month window thing. They go back. So I don't know how they do this test, but they do it, and it measures pretty much anywhere from 2.5 to 3 months back. Your glucose levels and insulin levels, all that, I don't know how they do that, but they do. Hey, so Sal, good morning. Good morning. Stop licking, Ginger. Stop that. My God, you're incest. Boy. Hey. Oh, you have it right now? You have diabetes? You're pre-diabetic, or you're actually diabetic? There's so many people that have it that don't even realize they have it because they don't go for tests. And man, you really should. You don't have to do it for me to satisfy me. Do it for yourself. I mean, I thought I was pre-diabetic, but when I went to the lab, comes with its own doctor there for consultation stuff. I told him, I said, yeah, I had a reading of 5.4, which is the beginning of a pre-diabetic stage. He said, no, you got to be 5.5. I thought it was 5.4. But he said 5.5. I don't know if it's a mistake or not, but he said, no, you got to be over 5.5 to about 6.7 is the pre-diabetic stage, and anything above that is just, well, you're diabetic after that point, something like that. Yeah. You have a device in my arm, then a hand reader that tells me what I need. Really? Oh, you're taking insulin now. That's not good, man. Oh, shit. Well, in that situation, you just I know that's easier said than done, dude, but I do feel for you. Because you realize that, especially if you have to take insulin, I don't want to scare you, but I'm sure you know all this stuff already. I'm just trying to help. I'm not trying to scare you, man. Seriously. Heart conditions come from diabetes. So you have to just try, and I know it's hard. No matter where you go, you're going to see somewhere donut shops. You're going to go in a restaurant, see pastries, sodas, all kinds of shit. Everything has sugar in it. It's really difficult. And you got to try to avoid sugar altogether. I mean, altogether. Just like if you're going to quit smoking, you just drop the pack and quit and don't have a cigarette now and then. Or if you're trying to quit drinking, which has a lot of sugar in it, it's not like, well, reduce your drinking from, every day to maybe a couple of times a week. No, you have to totally stop drinking, period. It's hard, I'm sure. You also looked into the hospital, and they sometimes call me because I'm in danger zone. Oh, Bill, I'm sorry to hear that, man. Yeah, I don't know how often you watch people's shows on here. You see people on camera on here, and you'll notice, Bill, that a lot of people are you also overweight? Yeah. You'll notice there's a lot of obesity here on YouTube, a lot of these people. And that's the beginning of a lot of things. It's not just diabetes, it's your liver and kidneys and all that shit. Everything is affected. I don't know, the past few years or so, I've learned so much about that. I don't know, maybe as you're getting older, you have more interest in certain things that you're doing. Like I said, I can't, I'm not Mr. Perfect here because I do have one vice, but and it's not drinking. But fortunately, I am in fairly good control. I don't have sugars every day, but her daughter came over with donuts, and if you're in between meals, I mean, I'm human. I'll grab a donut, I'm guilty, but I don't drink soda at all. And I don't eat I don't eat a lot of junk food either. I don't buy potato chips or corn chips or any shit like that. That's on the, you see in the stores. It's all they have out here in the Philippines. They make it hard for anybody to keep healthy. All right, that's cool that you're not overweight. You can't eat one piece of pizza or my blood sugar skyrockets. Oh, let's see, a piece of pizza. Well, okay, the carbohydrates from the crust, yeah. I can see that. Okay. Yeah, I get that. I like pizza. We don't have it every week or nothing. We have it every now and then. We don't feel like cooking. Let's just order some pizza. So we're not eating pizza all the time. But we do have pizza. It's in our diet, but it's not every week, not every other week even, just whatever. Don't feel like cooking, want something quick. That's all we really do. You're 5'7". You're not far from me. I'm just about 5'7", maybe a tit's hair less now because I'm getting older. I used to actually be 5'8". Actually, it was a tit's hair from 5'8". But you see, I have a little bit of scoliosis, which is a curvature of the spine a little bit, and that will take away from your height from a little bit because your spine is not exactly straight. And of course, as you age, your bones lose some mass. That's what happens when you get older. So where you used to be one height, you're now a different height from age and other factors. If you don't have the straightest spine in the world. Yeah. Well, I could name people on here that have that problem, but I ain't gonna bother. Holy shit, what a profile. Dude, I'm 71 also. I am about your height, and as far as your weight, no, I'm above that weight. It varies and fluctuates with me. Actually, I'm about, my weight varies from week to week, I mean, really. From 168 to 173. I've been as low as 164. But my average is about 168, really. But I used to be a pretty much a steady, like 174, 175. There was one time when I was living in Hawaii and I was dating a Filipina gal for a little less than 3 years. We'd get together at night or something, whatever, and she was living with me on and off, but we'd be doing some very bad things. My thing was buying that Doritos cheese dip, and you just dip your corn chips or whatever you had into that. And then we'd buy some macadamia cream cake or cream pie, things like that. And my weight, but if you see me though, that was the amazing thing. My weight has gone up to 195 pounds at one time in Hawaii when I was dating her. She's a bad influence, I guess. But I don't know, proportionally, if you looked at me at that time, I just looked more burly, and it wasn't like I had this big stomach sticking out or a big ass or anything. My weight was kind of evenly distributed. I was like more solid than looking overweight. Yeah. Shit, I have got to have a documentary video I did on Hawaii where I'm sitting there talking. You can see, I played it on here before. I had some big muscular legs, and I was kind of burly. So my weight was up. Yeah. Yeah, well, considering your age, and we're not ancient, by the way. People call us ancient if we're 71. We're not ancient. People live a lot longer than that under even the worst circumstances. But I think it's a critical point in time. And actually, that happens early, Bill, because that could happen as early as your 40s. But when you start getting into your 50s, into 60s, then anything that's going to break down in your body, you're going to know about it, or you're going to at least get some signs of it. Like me, a year ago I had the kidney stone shit. That just came up on me with a big surprise. I didn't want to go into that because I hate even talking about it, you know, because it was painful and expensive, and I still might be suffering damage from the procedure because it's invasive. When they have to go into you for anything, throw a scope in your body or whatever they have to do, it's invasive. And I personally think I have a stricture in my urethra because that's where the stone was, way up in the urethra. That's why they couldn't get the first time. That's why I had to go in again, because I guess I am talking about it, so I might as well finish what I'm saying. What they do if you have a kidney stone, of course you're going to get, ultrasounds, all that other shit, whatever, or CT scan, which I did. Okay, so they're going to find it, but they're going to go in there with their little camera, and probably has little claws on it too. They're going to go in there, and they decided that your kidney stone was in the urethra, not in the kidney itself. So they go up there and they try to reach it and grab it, but if it's too far up, they can't get it. Which simply means that, guess what? All the money you paid for that really amounted to nothing, except discovering that you had a stone for sure. And they know how big it was, but they know it's too far up there to get it. So then you have to go in again. And this time they'll do different procedures. You got lithotripsy, which is basically this setup where it's a bunch of vibrations, and they bust it into a powder, okay? But they put a stent in you like they did with me. So it turns into 3 procedures, because you got to walk around with the stent in you to keep your urethra open for your urine flow. Then you got to go back, 3 months, whatever spit I had it in, to remove the stent. So it took me a three parts in the OR. This is not a big procedure. It's to go in there to take the stent out. But you don't want to try to do it yourself. I told them just numb my ass up. Boy, did they numb me. And I tell you, it was, oh my God. Actually, when I went in there first time, they gave me a spinal thing. And that was uncomfortable because, in the sense that I could not feel, I was awake. So whatever they do, they did. But the whole bottom of my body was paralyzed. I mean, you didn't even know that you had thighs. You didn't even know that you had legs. I remember taking my hand and tapping my thighs. I couldn't feel it. That's what being paralyzed feels like. You could punch your leg or something if you were paralyzed in legs. You can't even feel it. They don't exist. Kind of a scary feeling. It's kind of a feeling where you're not in control. Yeah. What's that? Let's see. I'm sorry, I'm not reading the comments. Apologize. Okay. I drink coffee, water, and cinnamon tea and started clove tea. Yeah, cinnamon can help. I do that every morning. Generally, I've been putting cinnamon in my green tea. And I also put it in my oatmeal. Yeah, cinnamon could help a little bit with your sugar level. Coffee, water, and cinnamon tea, yeah. They blast them with sound waves. Yeah, that's what they did to me. And it becomes a powder, or it breaks up, and it may not all turn to a powder. Now, I have my own theories about what's going on with me, because I get frequent urination, and it's a combination of things, and here's what they are. See, you read and learn. This doesn't come out from thin air. You got to study this. If you have any residual stones, for example, and they're in your bladder, they could be small. That acts as an irritant to your bladder and gives you the sensation that you have to pee more. So you'll go and pee, even if you don't have a lot in there, you'll be peeing some out, but it'll be short-streamed, and it's not going to be as intense, because your body is just reacting to get rid of the urine, because your bladder is irritated, okay? Going down the line, second thing, again, from the procedure of actually going up into your urethra, you could get a stricture, which is kind of like scarring on your urethra. And that could cause problems. And it may have to be, who knows if that's the case. That's why I'm going for an ultrasound. You can't see everything with an ultrasound, but you can get an idea. The CT scan is going to be the ultimate thing you have to get on that. That's why I've been talking about the kidney stone shit for a long time, because I'm learning more and more about it. And I'm hoping people pick up on this too. So if I had a stricture, that could cause UTI infections too. Because there's a narrowing in your urethra if you have a stricture. You're not getting the best urine flow, and could collect bacteria, da-da-da-da-da. So I'm doing things step by step. Because I became smart about this. I went for urinalysis. I'll get it back today to see if I have a UTI infection. If so, I'll get the proper antibiotic. If I don't have a UTI infection, then we have to explore. That's with the ultrasound that I'm going for today too. If they could see it on there, at least on the ultrasound, hopefully, if there is some kind of a stricture in the urethra, okay? Or if they see even little stones in my bladder, then that's my explanation. See, you got to do things methodically. And that's how you find out what's going on. Yeah, I heard it's not good to take any dyes in your body. Yeah, but you don't always have to have with a CT scan or what is it, or MRI. Mostly with an MRI. I know yeah, I've had it done to me though. But I heard those dyes can cause problems, you know. Yeah. I will definitely, if I ever had to do that again. It's not like I'm having a lot of problems with my body. I'm just interested in preventive maintenance. And if you've had an incident of some sort, like I didn't know it was that big. The stone was, size of a pea. That's big. 9 millimeters, man. That's going to block your urine flow. And it did. And then, you know what the most horrible thing was? Of course, I had a stent in. And the stent in there is to open up your urethra to allow for a flow. But at the same time, when you go to take a piss, you get this backflow of urine that goes back into your fucking kidneys, man. And that fucking hurts every time you have to urinate. So I'm over there about to take a piss, and I'm reluctant, right? It's not happening now. I don't have a stent in there, but I didn't want to have to go piss, but you have to. And then what you'll feel right in your flank of your back where your kidneys are, you're going to feel pain in both your kidneys because the urine, there's a backflow into your kidneys. And you don't want that, but that's what happens. And you could get damage to your kidneys just from that. Your kidney doesn't want a backflow pressured urine to go back into the kidney. And that could cause permanent damage to your kidneys. For what I know, I don't think I have any permanent damage to my kidneys. That's why I'm going to go for an ultrasound anyway. Better off a CT scan, but you start off with an ultrasound. Okay. Even getting my eyes checked out, no dyes either. I don't have the best vision. I have glasses for reading. If it's a bifocal thing. I know I'm boring people out there because it's no drama. I started off talking about a little about YouTubers, but don't worry, folks. We'll get back into that a little bit. Don't worry. I got you covered. Got you covered. I got 5 thumbs up. But yeah, I mean, you're 71. You're my age. What's your month of birth, by the way? Yeah. And here's the thing. People think you're like, you got one foot on a banana peel and the other foot in the grave. That's not true. Like I said, despite one bad habit I have it's really my father's side, longevity in a family line, but that makes up 20 to 25% of your genetics will reflect on you, because just about everybody on my father's side to live to be a very ripe old age. My uncle just died this past year. He died over 100 years old. His sister almost made 100. Another sister was like 85, 86. A lot of sisters. Another one was 90. And his father, which is my grandfather, and his mother, I'm talking about my uncle now, who made it over 100. His mother and father, who were my grandparents, my grandfather lived to be 96 or so, and his wife was about 95. I think there was a 1 or 2 year age difference or whatever when they died. That's pretty damn good. Well, and they didn't smoke though, but he smoked a pipe most of his life. Now my uncle, who just not terribly long ago passed away, and he had a lot of things going on with him. He made it over 100. He only smoked before he got married, and he quit because his wife Gloria was when they got married, he quit smoking. But he ate all the junk food. He ate anything in the world. It didn't stop him. He ate all the Italian pasta food, burgers. He ate everything in the world. Anything went, and he still lived to be over 100. But he stopped smoking, which was a good thing to do when he got married. He was a young man. So that was a plus for him, of course, of course. Oh, your birthday is March 20th? Well, we're not far from each other. I'm May 31st. Yeah. On my father's side, Grandma passed at 115, and Grandma was 99. Well, that's good. It's not genetics alone. Well, it's genetics, but it's also lifestyle and everything else too. But genetics will play, I think the figure was 20 to 25%. It's not over that. So your total genetics from, your and your ancestry and all that is not a total plus. It's not a total guarantee. But at least you'll have that 20 to 25% genetic good genetics, okay. I'm trying to find words. Yeah. Good genes in a family that certainly make a difference, and they do. Nobody knows when they're going to go, man. You just live day by day. Face reality. Whatever comes your way, you challenge it. You deal with it. And I mean anything. Because that's what you do. We all have an instinct to survive. Some people don't. They commit suicide. They do crazy things. But what is to continue abusing their body in more ways than one. My brother was one of them. Rest his soul. But the pain is over. When that time comes, your pain is over. Whatever you experience in life, psychologically, mentally, physiologically and all that, it's all over. You don't have to worry anymore. No. It's over. And unfortunately for every single one of us, it's inevitable where we're going. So you just got to try to make the best of your life and what you got. Whatever makes you happy. Whatever makes you happy. You don't have to be downhill skier. You don't have to be a skydive. Whatever. Keep active, yes. That is important. And I'll tell all my viewers, and I say it every time. Move your blood. That's all. Just move your blood. Get your blood flowing. And that's key. That's totally key. Keep the blood flowing. Can't emphasize that more. Good morning. Good morning. The lovely, very lovely Gilda. Did you have a good sleep, babe?
Yeah.
I actually woke up around 4 something, then just lay down there for a while. Now you got to get your sleep in. You're always such a busy woman. Always a busy woman. But that's good to keep busy. That's good. You got to keep busy. like I said, folks, the blood flow and all that stuff is really, 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 really important. But, you know, don't listen to me because I don't know anything, you know. I don't know anything. Whatever I've been doing in my life, it kept me alive for 71 years, so I would think that I don't know, despite anything wrong I'm doing, I must be doing something right. I don't know. Genetics, diet, I don't know. Don't ask me, I don't know. I'm just, you know, just grateful that I'm here. That's all. How much longer I got in this earth, you know, no way of knowing. Just take it day by day. Now you got the diabetes going, so you have to concentrate entirely on heart health and do you smoke or anything like that? Do you drink or smoke? Do you have any of those vices? Your dad is 92 and still alive? That's great. Fantastic. Like my Uncle Tony, who lived to be over 100, you know, he only thought he was going to make it. He goes, I don't want to make it over 96 or something. Then the years start going by, and by God, they did a whole article on him in town in Pennsylvania because he was well known. The town's only centurion, you know. It was a big deal because they all knew him. And basically he was kind of a war hero, actually. I showed all the medals he had. I actually did it on a show. I don't have all that video now. He actually, unlike Popeye, he actually saw action, you know. In fact, I was watching something, my God, I should have did a clip of this, you know. And there's this guy that goes around, he was a Navy SEAL and all that stuff, and they go around trying to catch the what do you call it, guys, the false valor guys. I watched the whole thing. He didn't know certain tools and things that Navy SEALs use to disarm a bomb. I mean, they caught this guy in so many lies. He was wearing the, what do they call it? He was wearing the vest with all these insignias on it, and there's what they call the, oh shit, it's like a medallion on there. And they wanted to rip it off because the guy should have been wearing it. He's claiming he was a Navy SEAL, but he didn't know shit about anything. He was attending these events with his vest on, with all the different insignias on it and all that. And I forgot what they call it. It's a round patch. It's called a, oh fuck. Forgot the name of it. That's why, you know, we get on Popeye's ass because Popeye is one of these people trying to make people believe that he saw all this action and all this crap, and all he did was swap the decks on a ship and became a security patrol and all that. But he would overplay his role in the Navy. Yeah. Well, I'm happy to say, as I'm lighting up a cigarette right now, just to go show you that I do have a vice. And I talk about it. I don't hide it. Except I don't smoke on camera because I think it's rude. I'm having a cigarette right now. Not afraid to say it. I smoke. And that's my only vice, really, that I have. I don't drink. I'm not saying I never touched alcohol. When I used to live many, many years ago in Seattle, yeah, I used to go out to the clubs, dance clubs, where I'd meet up with people I knew, and I'd have a couple of beers, maybe a rum and coke. That wasn't even normal, because later on I never had anything. I'd go there to have a ginger ale or cranberry juice. That was it. That was my drinking history. Wasn't much to talk about. But I was really never into alcohol. You smoke, and so does my dad and grandpa. And they lived to be that long, right? Well, I forgot what they call it. There's a terminology for it, and it has to do with their genes and something that they, you know, it's basically where people who have smoked a long time, your body seems to resist the effects of it or something. There's a terminology for that or something, or a name, or some reference to that. It's not rare, but it's rare. Well, mostly rare, but some people have that genetic, I don't know, what do you call it, predisposition or something. Yeah. But when I do smoke, though, I might take about 4 drags. And I always say I'm so wasteful. Well, people have told me that. You gonna spend money on that shit, man? To kill yourself? Then you only take about 4 drags of it and you throw the whole cigarette away. You don't even smoke half a fucking cigarette. What's the, if you're gonna smoke, smoke, they say. Smoke. Smoke, smoke, smoke that cigarette. Smoke, smoke, smoke until you put yourself to death. Whatever, however that goes. Yeah, I wasted. Now, in the duration that I just told you I'm having a cigarette, I already threw it away. Had about 4 drags, at the most ever 5. I throw it away. Well, the DNA, yeah, your DNA. I know it's wasteful, but that's good. That's less than I smoke. And people think, oh, Frank, how many packs a day? I go through 1 physical pack. 1 physical pack. When I say a physical pack, I mean it's 20 cigarettes. But it really is like cut in half because, as I said, I smoke half a cigarette. So basically, it's like smoking 10 to 12 full cigarettes a day, which isn't good. I mean, no cigarette's good. Not even 1 cigarette's good, they said. But if you want to be like Jay Stillman, Jay Stillman, God knows how much he smokes. But one thing we do know is that he's an absolute chain smoker. There's no doubt about that. One after the other. And he drinks on top of that. I mean, it's just easier to, go hang yourself. It's just easier to go, if you can find a gun or something, just get it over it. Point it towards your, put it in your mouth and point it upwards to your brain and just fucking kill yourself. If you're going to do all of that, well, it's slow death. Jay is slowly dying. There's no question about it. Well, we had Barry, on here too, he was a chain smoker too. He's in jail. And I don't know if he went back to smoking or not. His lungs were really getting bad when he was in detention. And he supposedly, according to what he said, quit smoking. But then he started talking about, well, if he had to go back to jail, which he is in jail, that he's going to possibly start smoking again. Well, I don't care if he does or not. He could rot in fucking hell as far as I'm concerned. But point being made is that, and he gained a lot of weight too when he was in the Mandawi detention center. Boy, did he gain. I didn't even recognize him. I mean, he was puffed up, like Puff Daddy. He was a regular Puff Daddy. Literally and figuratively, Puff Daddy. See, I don't eat this shit. See what the kids eat? Let me show you something out of the refrigerator they put in here. They buy chippies, shit like this. I don't eat this shit. And then you see the donuts in here? Yeah, that's what they brought over. See the rice in this, the leftover rice? They do everything wrong. But hopefully this is not going to be a wake-up call. My girlfriend doesn't eat the chips and all that. But sometimes she does. Rare. But I don't give in. A couple of times I gave in, oh, give me a couple of chips or something, I did that. But, for example, I'm making tea right now, since you're talking about your diabetes, and I'm microwaving some water. And the first thing I'm going to put in it is going to be cinnamon. Right here, it's right in front of me. Ground cinnamon. Saigon cinnamon. Right, like you're taking. And I might today, a little different, add a little tinge of extra virgin olive oil in it, and I have my own reasons why I do that. I do a lot of things. I put ginger in there, and usually I'm always putting turmeric. Because turmeric could create oxalates for your kidney. It's kind of a situation that you just can't win. No matter how much you try, you just can't win. Because I've heard the opposite of everything they talk about on the internet. Doctors, scientists, all that. Oh yeah. That this is good for you. Then they turn around, say, no, we're finding that this isn't good for you. And this is in the same year. You know, you've got people on there saying, yeah, you know, take this for your health, eat this, drink this, and all that. They turn around and say, oh, guess what? We were wrong. Or some other doctor says you're wrong because you don't know who to believe anymore. So what are you supposed to do? Go out and eat grass? I joke around about that a lot. You know, go eat grass. You might as well just eat fucking grass. What's left? What do you live on, fucking tofu like 8 miles from home? Poor kid. The kid deserves a fucking burger now and then. But if you've ever listened to a show called 8 Miles from Home, he's a British guy. I forgot what his ethnicity is. He's not white. She's white and British, as white as you can get. They have a baby. Well, they have a daughter, lovely daughter. She's a good kid. She's intelligent, very intelligent. But their idea of going out for a good meal is some fucking tofu shit or something, you know. And he's very wiry, and most vegetarians or vegans or whatever are extraordinarily, you know, wiry. It's like they have no substance to their body at all. I mean, none at all. You know, let the kid be a kid. Jesus Christ, I mean, let the kid, you know, give her a burger now and then. Jesus Christ, put some meat on her bones, you know. Have a burger now and then. All right, I'll have to put the green tea in here because I do have green tea every day. There's some days I haven't been having green tea because green tea acts as a diuretic. And a diuretic, well, what it does, well, just say it'll make you piss more, okay? It excites your bladder and all that shit, and it just, well, I think I put a little bit too much cinnamon in here. You think? It's the way it came out of the jar. But this is how I start my day usually, besides having a cigarette, which is entirely unhealthy. I know, they've called me a hypocrite on here so many times. They always do. And to a certain point, they're right. But for the most part, they're not, because I do other good things. I try to counterbalance things. So in other words, sure, of course I should quit smoking, but if you're still smoking, you don't just give in to everything else. One bad doesn't deserve another bad. So in other words, my philosophy is try to create a balance in your body. If you can't get rid of one vice, try to create a balance through your diet and through supplementation and stuff like that. That's how my mind works. It's cellular health, yeah. You want to keep your cellular health up to fight the free radicals that you're going to face every day, whether you smoke or not. Oh, you hear everything, dandelions. Just because something's natural doesn't necessarily mean it's going to create miracles in your body. You know, I should have actually I do eat some plant. We have what do you call, plant out here that the local Filipinos eat all the time. Sorry, my brain in the morning. I should have just dried it out. I just put it in my tea. Oh God, I forgot the name. It's right outside my door, really. Dandelion. I did that yesterday in my oatmeal. Yeah, and I'll have oatmeal. Then there's the thing about oatmeal, and I have that almost daily. It's whole grain, rolled oats is what I have. And I'll put cinnamon in it, of course. And of course, which reminds me, oh gosh, I got to defrost some of my blueberries. And when I have blueberries, I have them every day. High in antioxidants. So I'm going to get a little bowl and I'm going to defrost these blueberries. You know, I start my morning pretty good other than fucking smoking. I wish I never, ever picked up a cigarette in my life. And sure, you know, I'm not oblivious to it. I mean, I'm not, you know, I certainly don't want to wind up like my brother did. Well, he developed pretty much full-blown emphysema, and he had to do oxygen. If that ever happened to me, I'm just gone. That's it. Bye. I'm out of here, voluntarily. But I know if you keep up smoking, Frank, that could inevitably happen. I know. You don't have to tell me. Not that anybody just made a comment or statement on this. I'm saying it. I know that. I hate it. I hate the fact that I smoke. I absolutely fucking hate it. It's not even the expense. I could handle the expense. It's just, I don't like something taking control of me. I don't like something controlling me. Even if it's a fucking woman, I don't like a woman that's controlling me. Fortunately, I don't have one of them types of Karens. No, I don't. So, it's kind of me fighting with the habit. You don't even think about it. You just get your smoke. You know, you run out, you're going to go right out and you're going to get another pack. You're afraid of running out of a knife in the next morning. I mean, that's the way it is when something takes control of you. And I don't like something controlling me. I hate it. I like to be in control of things. I don't want to let something like a bad habit control me like that. I'm so adverse to that, but it's very simple, and it's not simple. You could decide just to put the pack down, that's it. But it's not as easy as said than done. And the same thing with drinking, I understand that too. In respect to the drinkers out there, I understand. I totally understand. And the people out there that are sugar freaks, I understand that too. I understand that. It's hard to put something down. It takes, and I'm surprised because I'm a very strong character. When I want something to happen, I usually make it happen. Historically, I do. I've been known to. But that one habit, I do everything else pretty much right. Get a little exercise in, I do this and that, you know, my diet, you know, fiber, protein, a lot of things that have antioxidants in it, you know. I do all the right things, but the one thing I don't do. So, anyway, it is what it is, I guess, and till it ain't, I don't know what more I can say about that. Yeah, I do have a vice. So I never said I was Mr. Perfect, and I never will, and I never did say that. But everybody's got some kind of a vice, and I'm not trying to make an excuse for that. I'm not trying to make an excuse for that at all. There is no excuse. There's absolutely none. And I'm not going to sit here and saying that I'm making excuses for something. I'm just saying, yes, I got a habit. All right? That's it. You can make fun of it or whatever, but most people who make fun of it usually have their own habits they don't want to talk about. Probably they do smoke themselves, but they don't want to say they do. Or they do drink a lot, they don't want to say they do. You can try to hide it from people, but it doesn't mean the effects of the vice that you do have is going to go away because you don't talk about it on YouTube. Doesn't mean it doesn't exist because you don't talk about it. So, as I said, it is what it is. You either do or you don't, and you can make excuses, and I am, for one, I'm not going to sit here and make excuses for one of my habits. I don't make any at all. It's inexcusable, in fact. Okay, enough on smoking and that kind of shit. But remember, it's just not everything that's natural does not mean they're curative and that's why they sell a lot of products. Oh, you know, we added in our shampoo some aloe or aloe vera, or we added some whatever. It may not have effect on your hair at all if it's a shampoo. But it's a selling point. If you mention something on a product that it has something natural in it, oh, it has something, you know, and all these vegetarian type guys and all these, you know, whatever, Mother Nature guys and all that. Oh, it's like they're having an orgasm. There's something natural in there. It must be good. Sometimes it don't make a goddamn difference. They just add it and put it on the label. to attract the idiots that think that this is going to do that and this is going to do that. It doesn't do nothing as an ingredient, whether it's a shampoo, whether I don't care what it is, or food. Don't mean shit. A lot of these natural products don't do shit. It's just a good selling point. That's all it is. It's a selling point. As I said, I went to college for certain things, but I also had to have, other courses you had to fill in and stuff. And I took things like anthropology, a lot of different things that I didn't major in or anything. But I did take, it's called Concepts of Advertising back in New York Institute of Technology. I learned a little bit about the concepts of advertising, like they said. What do they do to grab your attention? Some of the falsified statements people make in their products to get your attention. I've retained all that information to this day. Okay, heading out, I need to go mod a channel. Who are you going to mod for? Who's on? Who's on? Spit it out. Hey, you're cheating on me. You're going to go down to another channel? You're cheating on me. That's not nice. But go ahead, Bill. Nice talking to you, though. Thanks for opening up about your situation. I appreciate that. You can do that on my channel. And we don't hold that against you. You're diabetic and all that. Shit happened. It happened. You got diabetes. You deal with it. And I'm not going to down you for getting it or how you got into that situation. It happens. I understand that. Like anything else could happen. It's your own plan. But may the wind be at your back with this, Alrighty. So I was starting to talk about Slim. And apparently all that shit is true. I just don't know the current status of his situation right now. I'm supposing everybody finds out shit about something. They're very good at doing that. I'm sure there'll be more breaking news, about something with Slim. Oh, God, and I'm just laughing at Jimbo, Asian Adventures with Jim. He's all there trying to make everything look that he's a family man now, back with his wife, Dexel. It's funny to watch. Oh, boy. He left her in a bad position that she has to do laundry for people just to eat. He came there and, bought some food and talked about how when the kids go to college or something, they had to pay for something on that. Or whatever he said on there, relate to the kids' schooling or something, one of the kids in college. But he just talks so down when he's in Cambodia. He built it up as the greatest place in Southeast, in Asia, actually, and it didn't turn out that way. Because the towns he was in, it was really nothing to do. He was bored out of his mind, so he kind of hooked up with that younger Cambodian gal who was basically using him for a place to stay so she can get to work a lot easier because she lived up in the mountains. It was easier to stay over at Jimbo's place, and he'd even feed her too, so the benefits were good. Until it didn't happen anymore. She felt that he owed her some money for something, and I don't know, they had it out. He didn't leave her, in a sense. She just spoke out to him that, hey, you owe me money for this. Whether he did or not, whatever the circumstance was, and it was never his girlfriend. He'd come back and forth on her, saying, oh, she's just a friend. And then he'd refer to her as his girlfriend, but he did that because he just wanted to piss off his wife, Dexel, in the Philippines. So everything he gets desperate after that chick outed him in Cambodia, in which he swore he'd never come back to the Philippines again, for legal reasons and otherwise. Well, there he went with his tail between his legs and wound up right back into Philippines, a place that he was knocking left and right, knocking the culture, knocking women, and knocking his wife. And he goes back with his tail between his legs, right back to Dexel. All is well, right? Now he's walking around like he's celebrating the Philippines. He talked so much down on the Philippines when he left and went to Cambodia. But now he's taking some trails. He's going here and here to show you this place and that place. He's in awe how beautiful that river is. After knowing that this guy's just totally down the fucking Philippines. Now he's like, oh, to get the viewers, I'm here now. Oh, well, it's a beautiful place. And his famous word is, pardon the clinking of here, phenomenal. Everything is phenomenal again. Everything's phenomenal with Jim. Oh, Mr. Savino. I wonder about you sometimes. Yeah, we're having... No, I could add some honey to this. Why not? I'm going to have a green tea with the cinnamon, but I'm going to add some honey to it. Put a little honey in my tea while I have it. Of course, it's organic, raw, unfiltered honey. Of course, that's what you want. Of course. Well, let's pour a little bit on here. Not too much, though. Honey has its own curative effects, too, though, you know. And yes, your body does recognize it as sugar, like I talked about on here. Yes, it does. But imagine they find centuries-old honey that's still good. They're digging up, whether it's Egyptian or Mayan or whatever it is, grave sites. They found honey. And honey is a very, really incredible substance because it can remain good for fucking centuries. Unless any other contaminants got into the container that it was housed in. Yeah, honey doesn't go bad. What's going on with Sunshine's shoulders? Somebody turn it. There's so much going on. No, I didn't see that part. I tune into him now and then. God, there's so much going on. There was another guy, well, it was actually Smooth Lee. And a lot of shit going on here. Smooth Lee, he was trying to get his wife or girlfriend, whatever she is, to America, where he's at. And of course, the Trump administration put a stop to that. They're not taking any more, to some degree, they're not taking any more people immigrating into USA because of Trump. So he can't get her to America. How could you have her, you know, and she has to stay in the Philippines. Well, you can still maintain a relationship, hope that things change, and things sometimes turn out for the best. But he's having a problem too. So what the hell is going on with Sunshine? They reported him to immigration for what purpose? Oh, of course, Discord. Well, if it's on Discord, it must be true. Like I always say. The ground zero of all the information having to do with YouTube and the goings on with everybody on YouTube, inclusive of me. If it's on Discord, it must be true. Just like they always say, they, well, whoever they are. If it's on the internet, it must be true. Very naive, gullible people actually have that train of thought. It's got to be true if it's on the internet. Mostly it's not. No, I don't watch him. It's a blue moon that I watch. Every blue moon I will watch. I'll watch his show. God, I'm getting a beard going here. I gotta shave. I don't like hair on my face. I don't feel comfortable. I feel dirty. Scrappy looking. God, I just went and bought these new razors. They're like some shit brand. They're more likely cut my skin. So hopefully I got a little more mileage on the one Gillette or whatever one I had there, big Gillette. They only last a few shaves, these throwaway disposable. I really want to get, I talk about getting it, but I never do. Is get a real good shaver, electric deal, It could be rechargeable or otherwise, I don't care, but yeah. I hate shaving with those disposable razors. And if they're really piece of shits, they could nick your skin and all that too, Yeah, I watch him now and then. So he's saying that somebody reported him to immigration. So I'm just kind of, because I know a little bit about Calvin. I mean, I have followed him a while, but I mean, not religiously. He's not the channel I normally go to when I get on. But I'm familiar with the character and a lot of things about him. So what's going on with his immigration situation that they reported him? Oh, okay, you didn't watch the whole thing. I'll have to figure it out. Now that you brought it up. Boy, there's so many things going on with so many people, man. Smoothly can't get his woman to America now. And, it's happening with Slim, And then this, then Sunshine Shoulders being reported to immigration. Boy, there's a lot going on out there, man. Apparently, there's a lot going on. Sometimes I can't keep up with it because something's always popping up, and I'm saying, this must be the year now. The year, it's all happening. People are dropping dead like flies. Their health is catching up to them, bad health. I don't know, man. That's life, I guess. Oh, I got 8 thumbs up anyway. That's encouraging. But yeah, I'm certainly going to follow the Slim situation, pro-life traveler, absolutely. I never liked the guy or his girlfriend. Especially my gripe was having to do with the kid, the safety of the kid, the baby, the child. Doesn't want to even give him a name. He was going to call him baby boy or name him Slim or something. I don't know if they even got an official name on a birth certificate. They were supposed to change something. But I knew something was up when they decided to. All of a sudden, they wanted to get their passports together. They were going to the NBI office, all that shit. Because he's running scared. He's running scared. That's why he took all those videos off of those young girls he go to the waterfalls with. He's running scared. That's why he took them off. And now with all this shit with the passport, he was trying to do this because he knew he was found out. He knew. And he had to action. So his situation is, if they haven't arrested him yet, they might have to chase after him, or he'll try. I don't think they would have a hold order on him right now because too early in the investigations, I think. I don't think they took him in yet. But then again, I don't know. But he'll try to get out of the country before that happens. And if he can't get his woman in, he's not going to be able to get her out of the country. There's no fucking way. But I'd like to know what's going to happen to her. That's what I really want to know. What's going to happen to her? Because she is just as guilty as he is. What? I'm supposed to feel sorry for her because she's a Filipina? Because she's a girl? I'm supposed to feel sorry. Why? Why? She's still a human. And she, all part of this whole charade on that show and neglects the baby in many ways and going along with his antics and all that. Just like the camera person for Battaglia. He took off to hide. He was implicit in this. He was part of all this. And they wanted to find this guy. But he took off to another country. He was smart. And running scared, basically. But yeah, no doubt. I mean, absolutely no doubt. I'm definitely going to be following this shit with Slim. With bated breath, seriously. Because as I said, it's real easy to go label somebody on here an undesirable. It's a very easy statement to make on there. Unverified, unproven, invalid kind of a statement. And believe me, I know I'm going through something like that right now. Very easy. But you got to prove it. And you get all the proof you want just by looking at people like Slim and Jim, Asian Ventures, all these people that are not an asset to the Philippines at all. And some of the shit that some of these people get away with. But it always turns out, I know you hate hearing this all the time, but it all comes out in a wash. It always does. It may take a while with some people, but things kind of iron out, you know? Things kind of come to fruition after a while. Where they think they can get away with all kinds of shit. They don't. It just takes time. And because they're not getting in trouble during the time that they're committing these crimes or whatever they're doing, they kind of go under the assumption that they can get away with whatever they want because they got away with it so far. So they feel that they can continue doing the same shit that they do without fear because, hey, I've said some horrible things. I said, I've done horrible things. They're thinking, but, you know, they got away with it. So that's the way their mind is thinking. That means I could continue to do this more and more, and I could score more viewers and subs, and life is good. Until it's not. That's kind of the way a troll thinks. They can continue doing something over and over again until it actually catches up. But, you know, some people are really great with their research out there. Really great. It amazes me. And at any moment in time, you really don't know the research that somebody is doing on you. I've been through this. A lot of people have. And, you know, things catch up with you when you least expect it. Then they're like dumbfounded, you know. How did they know that? Oh shit, I'm in trouble now. Yeah, you are. They just don't think ahead. You know how devoted people are in here if they don't like you. They're going to try to do all the research that they possibly can. Because they just decided, for whatever reason, whether valid or not, they just decided they don't like you. Or maybe you said something to them they didn't like. Instead of just like tuning out of your channel, they just continue. And their hate just builds up like Popeye. The hate just builds up and builds up. Because everything I've ever said about Popeye was true. He didn't like it. And that's why he simulcasts my show all the time. He's more than likely doing it as I'm speaking right now. That's what he does. They're not going to admit to their faults. But yeah, I was watching a thing on false valor. And there's these guys who go around because they hear from other people, hey, I got this guy in town, you know, that's claiming, you know, he's a Navy SEAL, he did this, and he's wearing the vest, and the special patch on his vest, which indicates, and the guy didn't even know what the number 11 was on that patch when he was asked. He couldn't say what it was. So the real Navy SEAL that was doing this show, the 11 number on that patch, that medallion, meant that they were involved with underwater. It was a SEAL team that specialized in, you know, underwater, scuba diving, covert operations, you know. He didn't even know what the 11 meant on there. And if you think I'm lying, look it up. It's not a made-up story. Where would I come up with that? How would I know that the number 11 was an indicator of the kind of Navy SEAL, the kind of work you were doing or specialized in, put it that way. So you'll know whether I'm lying or not. Go look it up. I'm sure Popeye must know that because he was a Navy SEAL. He was everything. He was everything. False valor. That's why people don't respect Popeye to other veterans, because we've heard many times on the show the way he built up, you know, what he did in the Navy. Oh boy, did he. And sure, that's going to piss off any veteran that actually, you know, unfortunately for them, they had to be in a field. And they actually seen action. Oh, that pisses them off. And I don't blame them. They've seen buddies die. They've seen all that shit. The only thing Popeye's ever seen is maybe a buddy die of fucking alcoholism or something, or stupidity. But Popeye didn't do shit. I can't count how many things he talked about the Navy that was so untrue. But anyway. Oh my goodness.
What goodness.
Wait till you get your A1C test back today, baby.
Just for picture.
Oh, just for a picture, she says. Look at that. Look at that. Just to take a picture of it. Oh boy, it's all right. Today's the day I think we'll get back her A1C test. And wow, nice donuts at Savini. Look at that. I'm having my tea with cinnamon and honey, and she's...
I'm having with my donuts.
Yeah, but if your A1C test turns out to be kind of shitty, I don't think you're going to be having these donuts anymore. It's all right. I told the folks I'm guilty too.
I already done.
I had a half a donut today. I had a half a donut. I had one this morning when I got up. I don't lie about it. But see, this is not something we have every day. Although she eats a lot of rice and she likes to have bread with her coffee every morning. Most Filipinos do that. The bread, pandesal they like to have with their coffee. Yeah. Well, yeah, these are from Krispy Kreme, and her daughter brought it over last night. She came over. As I said, don't put this stuff near me. But as I said, the good thing is I don't really overindulge in this kind of stuff, I'm happy to say. I don't drink soda, and I don't overindulge in anything.
Just watch, no eat.
Just watch, don't eat. She's doing this for decoration, because it looks good in the plate, right? You're not eating any of that delicious, sugary donut, are you? Ooh, look at that one. Ooh. Oh, look at that. Look. Oh, my goodness. Oh, yeah, don't show that to me. I know she takes a bite of it. I'm probably going to have,
No, don't watch. I don't eat.
Don't eat. Then why do you have it in a dish? What is it for? Decoration? Decoration. Oh, this way she could, they document everything on their Facebook and shit. Everything. Parties, this and that. Decorative meals, they got donuts to try to show people. Oh, look at me having my coffee with these lovely donuts.
Yeah, good morning. Coffee time with donuts.
Yeah, good morning, coffee time with donuts. She'll probably, caption it, Oh, mio mio. Okay, my first sip of this tea here. Okay, honey and cinnamon and green tea. That's what it is.
They got matcha. They have matcha.
She bought some matcha tea?
Yeah. We bring matcha.
Oh, you didn't tell me she brought that. Yeah, our daughter just came back from Japan. She gets around. And bought some matcha, but
matcha.
It's not always true matcha, because a lot of the matcha tea is not pure matcha tea, Matcha tea is like a green tea, but it contains a whole lot more of the plant,
Matcha tea.
Okay, here it is. I think I'm lying, right?
Matcha tea.
Just came back from Japan.
Matcha tea.
Look at that nice container, too. Oh, my God, you're paying for this container. Look at this, boys. Ujiyama. Ujiyama. Let's open it up.
I open na.
Oh, maybe I put it in my tea right here. Look at that nice container, too. Metal.
You put this one here.
Oh, that's good. It's not bags. That's good. That's a good indicator. That's a very good indicator. Okay, it's not bags.
It's a pure.
What is it? Is it a powder?
You need a steamer.
Let me see. What is it? Wow. That's the good stuff. Oh, yeah. This is the type you want to get here. I'll show you what it looks like in my hand. It's, oh, yeah, this is the good stuff. This is the straight up stuff. And you want to use that in boiling water. You don't want to use the strainer, you know. Oh, excellent. Oh, excellent. That's good. I'm glad, thank her for bringing that over here. That was nice of her to do that. See? See? That's good tea, good matcha. It takes something special to be good matcha, and this is as direct as you can. And it's, you know, like, not that I'm saying that there's anything drastically wrong with these tea bags, okay? But then, you know, there's always controversy with the tea bags, what they're made of, and all. If you want to get really that deep into it, which I don't. Oh yeah, you're putting toxins in your tea because it's a tea bag and what it's made of. Okay, that's like really nitpicking to a point. But when you get a solid tea, and that tea there, dry tea leaves, and what it is, which she just showed you, it's not grounded into a powder or nothing. It's actual, the tea leaves, you know, it's dried. It's a good heavy-duty form of like a green tea, and it has all these antioxidants more than your regular, like Lipton or other brands you're gonna buy, Bigelow or something like that. You see? Yeah, it's more potent, and it's, you know, it's got its caffeine, that's for sure. You know, but my next tea will be with the matcha. Since I already made this, if I'd known she would have, she didn't tell me. She doesn't tell me a lot of things what she brings over for her daughter, but I knew about the donuts, though. Yeah. It's kind of how we start our mornings, or at least I do. But there's no way you're having your coffee that you're going to be looking at these donuts. There's no way you're not going to eat one of these donuts or part of it. There's no fucking way. Come on, you put temptation. A guy who quits smoking, you're going to put a cigarette under his nose, or a guy that quits drinking, you're going to put a nice big stiff glass of booze under their nose? I don't think so. I don't think so. I don't think so, George. You're right, Jerry. Nobody can do that. Nobody can withstand that. Oh, I think you're right, George. So you're just going to look. I know everybody's got their mouth salivating out there right now. So you're just going to look at these donuts, these really delicious donuts, and you're just going to look at them. The countdown. The final countdown. When will she give in? Put the timer on, you know. The final countdown. I should be putting some moringa, the lovely moringa leaves in my tea. That's what I should be doing. We got them right outside. It's a favorite of Filipinos all over the nation. Moringa, its cancer-fighting properties, blah, 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 blah. Moringa, I love the name, moringa. But you got to roll your tongue with that. You got to say it right, moringa. Or Conchita. Put some effort into a name, you know. Yeah. But moringa, you see how I could so easily roll my tongue and do and pronounce things where they should be? I could roll my tongue. A lot, you know, Hispanic, you know, the language, you know, it's a roll of the tongue. So let's say it again. Well, you gotta pronounce it right. Moringa. Ta-ta-ta-ta-ta-ta-ta. Snicko. Ta-ta-ta-ta-ta-ta. Do-do. Do-do. Think you know that theme song? Do-do. Do-do. When's that shark gonna take a bite? Do-do. Do-do. Oh, what, Sao? You're wondering what the hell I'm talking about, aren't you? I bet you'd like to have a bite of that donut, wouldn't you, sweetheart? But we don't put sweets, we don't give no sweets to our dogs. No, we don't do that. Because we love our dogs. We love them very much. Don't you? Don't we love you, baby? Don't we love you? We love you so much. Makes me cry, I love you so much. And I don't have compassion. Oh, come on, folks. Haven't got to my vitamins yet. Very few. You'd be surprised how many. Oh, what are you coughing on? What are you coughing on? What are you choking on?
Donuts.
No, there's no donut crumbs on the floor. I don't know what she's. You okay? You okay? Good girl. That's my girls. They're gonna need baths again, both of them actually. Maybe today before the day's over. Some people call them beasts. They're not beasts. I see more people as being beasts than animals. All right, girl. Nah, don't worry, Gil. I'm not going to get on your ass if you eat the donuts. Just after the test, though, I will. I guarantee you that. And I want to see how you can stick to it. I want to see how you can stick to it.
Stick to what?
To a better diet. If you have pre-diabetes or just straight up
Why
diabetes.
you always
Yeah, I am good with that.
You want me to get the diabetic? We are not diabetic in my family.
No diabetic in your family, it doesn't mean that you won't. I talked about it like, my...
I'm not eating always with sugar.
Well, you don't understand
I
what
eat
sugar
rice.
is. Oh, she wants
I
corn.
know.
No, you get it from your bread. From the carbohydrates that unfortunately we all eat around here. We have pasta, there's rice, there's all that stuff, Huh? Ah, she did. There it is. You see it, folks.
Samo kay Kai.
Da-da, da-da,
It's okay.
da-da. She's getting mad.
The ice.
Da-da, da-da, da-da. You actually should have chose the other donut. That would have been more advantageous. I might even take a bite of it.
Nah, don't eat that one. Only that.
Da-da,
You too, man.
da-da. Oh, she hates when I do that. I pose a truth to her, man, like anybody else. They don't want to hear the truth. Oh, I don't hide anything about myself. The fact that I smoke or something, and there's better things I could do with my body. There's no fucking doubt about it. I come out and say it, though. I don't hide it. I don't hide that shit. If I'm doing something wrong with my body, then I'll say it. I don't, because you got to admit it to yourself before you say it to anybody else. And I'm not perfect. I don't know what perfection is. I don't think anybody understands what perfection is because nobody is perfect. We all got our vices, one way or the other, whether it's psychological, mental, morally, whatever. Everybody's got their vices. But it's up to you what you do with it. You could end it and just don't even talk about it no more and say, okay, we don't want to hear any more about your smoke. Just quit or shut the fuck up, Frank. And it's okay. You can say that. You could say that, and I'm good with it, and you'd be right. But I'm not promoting smoking as if it's a wonderful thing. It's like the worst thing you could ever do, besides drinking to your body and sugar. The three things. Smoking, drinking, and excessive sugar consumption. Well, of course, along with everything else in your diet, how much you eat and whether you're obese and all that stuff. So yeah, obesity, high sugar, bad habits. It all takes its toll sooner or later, and I know that. And I know that. You don't have to tell me that, Popeye. I know that, Popeye. But we know that you smoke and we know that you drink, so shut the fuck up. That's what I say. That's what I say. I got 10 thumbs up. Did it. In fact, I'm having an extra cigarette right now. Play the music. Did it. Oh, I'm not being judgmental. Not really. I just think I think I give pretty good advice on here. And do I always take my own advice? No. No. To err is human. I don't always take, most of the time, if I had to put a percentage on it, I'd say 80%. That's a pretty high figure. That's a pretty good rating. The other 20%, well, bad choices, bad judgment, whatever. 21 even. 11 thumbs up. Boy, I'm doing good this morning, man. Da-da, 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 da-da. She went into that donut like a fly to shit. Well, she likes to have something with her coffee. And usually, as I said, the Filipinos out here, they love their pandesal, bread, kind of a sweet bread, kind of. I'm not really much into sweet bread. I never did like that. Sourdough, nothing. I don't see enough of that. Sourdough's okay. It's not my favorite. The only time I really got into sourdough was when I was in San Francisco, when I was with this doctor's daughter. The doctor's daughter. And we had this, which I normally don't eat either, clam chowder. But he had this big old round piece of bread that was dug out like a volcano in there, like a crater. And it was loaded with clam chowder. I didn't eat much of it, because I wasn't into seafood. And the bread was okay. I wasn't big on sourdough. I could eat that. I like rye bread, though. I like rye bread. Every now and then I get some rye bread, which is a little bit better on a glycemic index if you think about how carbs work and break down into this and that and all that shit. We don't have to go into that, but I like a good piece of rye bread. Make a sandwich or something, a deli sandwich out of some good rye bread. I'm not really big on the dark rye, but some good Irish rye bread. I've had some good Irish rye bread. I guess the Irish are good for something besides drinking. Why do they drink so much in Ireland? I still don't understand that. Then they chase the snakes out of Ireland or something, but they never chase the booze out of Ireland, that's for damn sure. Why do they drink so much in Ireland? Why does everybody? I don't know. Irish, Scottish, they're all the same to me. They all drink like fishes. Oh, now she's posing, oh, she ate I can't believe I ate the whole thing. I can't believe I ate the whole thing. Oh, she's upset. She's upset because she ate her whole donut. It's okay, because since your daughter brought him home, I've had a couple of donuts. I admit it. Do-do, 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 do-do. Cheers, folks. Cheers. Taste of lovely cinnamon. Works with your sugar. Honey, you should have some cinnamon since you took that donut. The cinnamon will help your blood sugar level a little bit. It's not completely going to eradicate the sugar you just put in your body, but it will help with your glucose levels. Something simple as cinnamon. Imagine that. Another sip. You want to have some of this cinnamon tea? No. She's stubborn.
I drink coffee?
I know you're drinking coffee. Ever think of putting cinnamon in there or something, Now, see, here's the thing. You ain't going to force a Filipino to do anything she don't want to do. Because they're set in their ways.
This is also American. If you don't want, you don't want.
Yeah, but when something you find out happens to you, like you get your A1C level back and it's not very good. I asked her that question last night or the other day. I said, what are you going to do if it's not a good number on there? Well, then, she basically said, then, she'll address it, okay, we'll see. See, I happen to love the woman. I can't.
You wish I have a diabetic.
Oh, no, I don't wish you have to.
Because you always talk about it.
No, I said I'm against things like that. Of course I don't want you to have diabetes. Why would I want you to have diabetes? I happen to love you, babe. I don't want you to have diabetes. But the test is just proof of the pudding that the typical Filipino diet is not very conducive to good glucose levels, your insulin, all that shit. That's all I'm saying. Of course, I don't wish you have diabetes. I'd never want you to have anything bad wrong with you, honey. I love you, honey. Da-da-da-da-da. You know I love you, baby. How much do I love you? How much I love you?
How much? You cannot pay me.
I couldn't pay you enough.
Yeah, why you said how much?
Oh, that's a sound bite right there. There you go.
You said how
There's
much?
one thing about having you on the show, Gil, in the
You
background.
cannot buy love.
That's right. You can't buy love. Absolutely. You could try, and most of these losers out there, that's exactly
That's
what they
why
do.
don't use term how much.
Never use the term how much. Okay. How do I love you? Let me count the ways. From the deep soul. Love is a splendid thing. We should do a musical show one of these good mornings. Cha-ching. Make some money, honey. Make some money. Anyway, we all knew she was going to dig into that donut. When you hear the Jaws music, you know what's going to happen after that.
You put in my plate, so I ate.
You brought it, here's her excuse. She brought it out in her plate, so she's going to eat it. Well, you didn't have to go to that donut box in the first place. But what you did, you created a situation where you couldn't resist. When you put something, like I said, some guy who stops smoking, you don't want to put a cigarette in front of him. Some guy who stops drinking, you don't want to put a nice stiff glass of booze in front of him. That's too much of a, of a temptation, right? Yeah. Hey, look, folks, we're not all perfect in life. We're going to do things that we say we're going to do and we don't do them, or things that we shouldn't do, we'll do, things that you should not do, you'll do. There's nobody perfect out there. That's including your host of this channel. I'm not perfect in anything in life. And I've always made the fame of claim.
You haven't been perfect.
No, nobody's perfect.
Yeah, YouTuber, perfect.
Yeah, like she said, I'm on YouTube. That's, it's a bad thing, so I'm not perfect. She always mentions YouTube. I would tell you she hates YouTube, yeah. Jack has something to say to you here. Jack Mello. Gilda, you want to fucking argue? Don't fucking argue with Frank on a live stream. Okay, they're quoting something that happened on a live stream when I was upset with you. And I said, you want to fucking argue on a live? So somebody's quoting one of our shows.
I want.
Oh, she will say things if she wants. She has that freedom of speech. I don't hold her back from saying things.
I don't care people in YouTube.
You just heard it. I don't care about people on YouTube. She doesn't. Oh, she certainly doesn't. Oh, I can tell you that. But Jack, you're just kind of being an asshole. So I'm just going to get rid of you. People in relationships, they do sometimes have some spats or disagreements.
Yeah.
There's no such thing as a perfect relationship where you don't have any different points of view.
It's not like a puppet. They always follow what you said.
Yeah, they don't always follow you. And, people have the disagreements. We have our share.
You have my own opinion.
Right. She's entitled to her own opinions as well as I am. Remember, there's a lot of cultural differences, too, that sometimes clash with a lot of foreigners that come here to this country. 15 watching, 11 thumbs up. That's pretty good ratings this morning, I got to tell you that. Oh, yeah. But no, yeah. We don't get into no real big arguments or nothing. Then, all she has to do is look at me or something, and I smile. Oh, there goes the German Shepherd's coming by again. There goes my dogs. Gives them excitement, something to look forward to. Oh, there he is. Nah. Didn't get your pacemaker, huh, bud? I don't want to go into that. It's a man that is not a very nice man, lives in the neighborhood. gets into everybody's business, you know.
It's the one I said, it's the different.
Yeah, he's got more money than sand on the beach too, this guy. I'm serious, I'm not joking. He's, you know,
Don't say anything.
Arabic, whatever, you know, I don't know, businesses, all kinds of stuff, and I don't know, what is it, United Arab Republics, is that where he has his businesses? What is it, in Dubai, or where does he have all his family
Because
business?
the mall.
Huh? The mall thing, but what is this the UAE?
UAE.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Oh yeah. Family business, big time. We're not talking chump change like a few people on here that claim they have a lot of money. We're talking about real money, big money. Not millions of pesos, but millions of dollars. Millions and millions and millions. You wouldn't know it if you ever met him, but he does. This makes me come to another thing, you know. What is enough money enough? Here you are, he's a little older than me, and he's got all this fucking money. He's looking to make more and more and more and more and more. For what?
For their happiness.
Just to give it to, pass it on to the family? Well, that's a nice thing to do, of course. But what about yourself when you're just not really doing a lot of things for yourself and you got all this money? I don't know. What's the purpose?
People's not contented.
They're not contented, she said. They're just not content with what they have.
Even YouTuber, they're not contented. They make a lot of story.
Yeah, the YouTubers are not, they're not content with their lives. They make up a lot of stories. Could have said it better. Accent and all. You heard it from Ergilda. Are you enjoying this, Popeye? I'm here to entertain you, Robert. I'm glad I could do that for you. Who says I'm not compassionate? Huh? I didn't hear. Ed says that sick grandpa is a silent millionaire. He ain't no fucking millionaire. He ain't no fucking millionaire. Don't buy that shit. Don't buy that shit. Who's she talking to, her kid? Yeah. No. Because look, if Ricky had that much money, he wouldn't be living in a Deca Homes apartments, which is like a low-class apartment complex over near Mandawi, Cebu borderline. You know, there's no way in the world. He boasts about, I'm only paying like $150, $200 a month or something. And what is he doing with the rest of his money? You know, buying drinks for lady boys. To each his own, man. To each his own. No, she's not yelling at me. She's talking to her kid through the bedroom door, by the way, just to let you know. Still a little tea left. I'll get to that in a minute. They could wait to eat. Let's get this piece of junk out of a dish here. Don't want to eat enough.
Early ka to feed the dogs.
It's a little early yet. Another half an hour. Let them build up their appetite. Oh, I still got to eat my blueberries. Hey, join me. There we go. Look at these delectable powerhouses of nutrition. There you go. Look at that. Look at that. First bite. Num 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 num. There you go. They're defrosted. It's really weird because, you know, with blueberries, they actually have more of the key elements that make them so healthy when they're frozen. There's something about when these anthracins or flavonoids, call it the antioxidants in there, they become more kind of validated, you know, more potent, when there's ice crystallization in there. I don't know why, and I gotta sneeze. Ooh, that was nasty. Ah, something came out when I did that. Ah, okay. Enough of that. Sorry, she's got the vacuum cleaner on. Let me close this dining room door. It's not going to help too much, but close both doors. Still going to take my vitamins, though. As I said, I'm very selective these days because I live and learn. And not that I was doing anything really wrong when I was taking a multitude of supplements. It's just that I've learned a lot more, that you don't really want to overdo the supplements. You're getting antioxidants in your food, but that's not enough. And that's why you have to supplement. But the things I use are the critical things, like the D3 and K2, magnesium glycinate. Sometimes I'll take resveratrol. I'll take vitamin C. I'll take a little bit of zinc. I might take some L-citrulline for nitric oxide for your system, for your blood flow. What else? It's not in front of me. I'm very more selective now what I take. I'm a lot more selective based on my continued education on nutrition. So basically, I evolve and things evolve. With more knowledge, I learn more. Knowledge is power, not money. Knowledge is power. Now, does that mean I'm going to live to be a very, very ripe old age? No. As I told you, I call it like a small insurance policy. That the better things you do for your body is only going to be beneficial. How much beneficial? Well, according to Mother Nature, but doing good things instead of doing all bad things for your body is going to have its benefit. So I take advantage of that. And who knows? Despite one bad habit, I could live to be a very ripe old age. I don't consider my age as being old. Not really. I say when you're 75 plus, you consider yourself pretty old. So if you make it to your 80s, then you're very old. If you make it to your 90s, you're like, ancient Egyptians. You're a walking carcass, tomb. But some people, you'd be surprised in their 90s how vital they are, how healthy. I've seen a woman on there who's in her 80s on the internet. Jesus Christ, she did gymnastic work, stuff when she was younger. And continued to do it. She's over there flying around on that bar. I'm like, what the fuck? Seriously. A woman into weightlifting in her 80s, another one, weightlifting. Some of them that are still running. Well, I'm not big on running because I think, quite realistically, that it just fucks with your skeletal structure, your knees, your feet. You always wind up having problems, even back problems, because the resistance of your foot touching the concrete and stuff is putting a lot of stress on your back. And they always wind up having problems like that. See, there's always a drawback to a good thing. It kind of seems that way. You think you're doing a good thing, and it turns out, well, after all that time, you're not. I know, it sounds like it's a no-win situation. That no matter what you do, the medical community is going to come forward and say, oh no, you've been doing this for a long time. That's not right. When prior to that, they were telling you something different, that you got to do this and take that. Then all of a sudden, see, you can't. The internet is a dangerous thing. And the reason it's dangerous is because, you're thinking that because it's coming from medical doctors or scientists, that it's all valid information, well-researched. Some of it is. A lot of it is not. Because the same scientists and medical researchers and biologists and so forth, are going to come back later on and say, no, I was wrong. Well, they won't admit it. They just, kind of gradually kind of segue into it and say, well, now we're finding that this is not good for you after all. Like something as simple as oatmeal. If it has gluten in it, then gluten is not good for you, and blah, 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 blah. I know, just people that live to be 100 years old have been eating oatmeal every fucking day. The fiber and all the good stuff in there is good for you. Unless, there's gluten, unless it's a gluten-free oatmeal or something, whatever. You might be allergic to gluten. I believe my daughter is. I think she stopped eating gluten. My memory serves me right. Because she was convinced that gluten, was doing something. And gluten can be a problem, allergies and stuff. So I don't know. All I know is I'm allergic to mold and dog hair. And I got 2 dogs. And, well, this is the tropics. It's going to be mold in the house. I don't mean big old black mold patches in the ceiling like Jim's house. He goes away for 6 months. He comes back and his room in the house has got all this black mold in it and shit. I don't know what's with that. It's leakage in the roof. He spends $400,000, whatever. It's got to be pesos. It can't be dollars. No, it has to be pesos. Because that house is not worth 400,000 American dollars. I'm sorry, but there's no freaking way that house is worth $500,000 US dollars. No fucking way. There's no way. He showed the house. Oh, I gotta eat this slowly. It's quite strong, the flavor on blueberries. You gotta just let it roll in your mouth and just get the flavor and not just dump it down. And I have a new habit now, a good habit. I don't always drink cold water anymore, which is not good for you. And I'm always drinking room temperature now. And it helps with the digestion of different proteins, meats, and a lot to do with your arteries and the fats and all that. I'm not going to get into a whole scenario with this, but yeah, room temperature water is fine. But get it when you get up in the morning, because you've been dehydrating all night. So what you're supposed to do when you get up in the morning, and I've been doing it. I may not have a 16 ounce, but I'll have an 8 ounce glass of room temperature water. But then I'm going to have more than that anyway, because I make this tea here. So I've had a lot more than 8 ounces. It's to rehydrate your body again, because when you're sleeping overnight, okay, you're dehydrating. Make sense? Okay. Let me just finish this. Oh, so powerful. The taste is so powerful on blueberries. Oh, almost like bittersweet. There you go. Looks like blood, huh? Right now, all the, how do I pronounce it, anthocyanins and all the flavonoids and all that shit are going right through my body right now as we speak. There is natural sugars in blueberry, but not a lot. And remember, it's not high fructose. It just amazes me, I don't know, how they could just cook with these really horrible oils, seed oils out here. It's no wonder they're getting diabetes and all that shit and heart problems. But as I said, you can't change a culture, and it's not your job to change a culture. You could educate people, but they're not going to follow your advice out here. They have their habits. Since they were a kid, they're going to eat rice. They're going to do that. They're going to eat fried foods. You're going to be high salt fish. You're not going to change a culture. And it's really not your job to do that anyway. So don't bother. You could be suggestive. Sure, you could do that. There's nothing wrong with making suggestions about something. It's not a bad thing. But if you think they're going to really follow, but unfortunately, like anybody, whether you're in the Philippines or not, you're not going to make changes in your life until you find out something medically. That, because you've been eating this and that, you now have diabetes or something or whatever. Then they get a little scared. And some of them really don't care. They'll just continue doing what they're doing anyway. But some do care, and they'll get scared. And they go, oh, okay, yeah, I better stop eating too much rice or bread in the morning with my coffee and pasta and so on. I'm kind of a carb freak, unfortunately. You do need carbs, but, you know, a good dish of pasta with meat in it or something, I'm a sucker for that. And, you know, white potatoes with the skin, that makes a difference. The fiber in the skin helps kind of ward off the simple carbohydrates in there, which you don't want. You want complex carbohydrates, like in a sweet potato, okay? Follow me? But don't follow me too close. So with that being said, there's your education for the morning here. Oh, the floors. We got to do our floor stuff this morning. It's a never-ending job around here. It's unforgiving, this place. But when you have, you know, a lot of family members over here, or a few of them, there's going to be more activity, there's going to be more refuse, there's going to be more crap on the floor. You got to sweep up or mop or whatever. Got to get Jerry's washwoman over here sometime. That just came out. Look, I could have a sense of humor. Is that okay? Jerry's washwoman. I've always liked that one. Jerry's washwoman. Who came up with that? I'm not sure who the wise guy, whatever, that came up with that one. That Jerry married a washwoman. Well, they're all washwomen when you think about it. And a lot of them, you refuse to get a washing machine. Make life easier on your Filipino. I know several vloggers that they just enjoy watching their Filipinos just slave away by hand. You ever do a blanket or something by hand? That's a lot of work. Oh, hell. You got to give them credit when it's due. If you don't, then you're just an asshole. Filipinos, they work hard. But I think a lot of foreigners think, well, hey, man, that's their job, you know, because, you know, I heard that they're very nurturing, and they are. But you don't make a fucking slave out of them. You help them out. But Popeye thinks differently. Oh, Frank actually helps his woman out, and he helps sometimes with laundry. He does a floor. Well, why not? You should help. Don't be such an asswipe. You should help. You know, you're in a relationship. You're supposed to love the woman, care for her. You're not a fucking slave driver. She's not your indentured servant, but some of them are. To say, well, that's what Filipinos do. As Popeye would, you know, probably talk about something like that. What do you expect from a Filipino? That's what they do. You can't take the Filipino out of the Filipino because they are supposed to wash and they're supposed to do this and supposed to do that. What a sick-minded bastard he is, isn't he? Just sick-minded. There's nothing wrong with helping out. It's like, come on, let's get real. There's nothing wrong with that at all. Because I tell you what, I remember in the past, when she used to put me on video, she's on Facebook doing a messaging, whatever, with her family. She'd photograph me helping her, and they were like, you know, their first reaction is, wow, your foreigner guy, you know, he actually helps you around the house? That's unheard of. It's unheard of to some people, well, to other Filipinos, because they know that most foreigners don't do shit. They let the woman just slave away because they figure it's their job. No, it's not their job. It should be a mutual effort to help each other. Unless, you know, she's your hired lady. Unless you just got her in there to do all your chores and stuff and to be your full-time caretaker. And some of them do have a full-time caretaker because their health is not good. Story. They're going to have to wash clothes and do all that stuff. But you're like a real ass if you don't help your Filipino out and volunteer to do something. You're just a real asshole. Give them a break. Oh, but it's their job. No, it's not their job. If you've got a partner, you should help your partner out. But see, Popeye sees things differently. He wouldn't know it. He has been in the Philippines in fucking 4 decades. But yet he's, you know, he's the the prime, master of everything Filipino and the culture and women, because he's had so many women in the Philippines. Not. He talks a good story, but that's about it. Like Jay, they all talk a good story. I never hid. I said how many Filipinos I've been involved with, and it's not really a big number at all. Now the States, that's a different story. I've told you my stories about that. Well, not to call stories, but facts. But that was a long time ago. I don't live in the past. Unfortunately, people like Papa, they do live in the past. And they got to bring themselves up to date and live in the present and do something with their life, whatever they have left of their life. Live for the now, not the past. You follow me? Talk is cheap. Do something. You want to score points with the big guy in the sky. Well, maybe you will. By being a good human, by being a good partner, be a good mate. It's not that difficult to help out. They give you something to do. It'll move your blood, too. Guess what? Move your blood around. Does that sound like a foreign concept to you? You can't just sit on a fucking chair all fucking day and watch movies. I watch movies, but I am certainly not. Oh, this room smells damp, my exercise room. Sometimes we'll bring something in here. It was raining outside, it was damp, and let it, dry in here. But I'm definitely smelling, kind of moldy in here, kind of that, no, the word really is musty. I gotta air this fucking room out. Tropics, my friend, the tropics. The tropics. You can't fight it. Mother Nature always wins, if you let it. All right, so we're not getting too much dialogue out here, so we're getting that time. And Papa's, he's got to do his little soliloquy. We got to allow him to do that. Can't take that away from him. I make his day, I make his week, I make his months, I make his year. What else has he got to do? I don't know, Popeye. I don't hate you, I just really dislike you. I just really dislike you. You're not a good human, you're not a good person. You're just too bitter. But, me or anybody else, we didn't cause your lifestyle to be like that. You did it all on your own, just like Barry and other people. I mean, I'm not I could influence people, but not that much. You're in control of your own life, Robert. And in fact, you've got nothing going into your life at all. It's kind of a sad way to leave this earth, really. I mean, the guy hasn't been laid for about 2 decades. Talk about a case of blue balls. He's got purple balls. How sad. How sad. Why do you think he's so bitter? Should I be bitter too if I was living like he was? Mobility scooter. He's the kind of guy to wear the black shoes with the white socks that come all the way up. Or black socks, all the way up to his kneecaps. I don't know, maybe it's for his varicose veins. It's a pressure sock or something, I don't know. He'll wear the khaki pants a lot of old people wear, He'll have a little special hat that he wears, probably with flags on it or something, having to do with the Navy. Goes out in his mobility scooter. He's probably got about 8 flags with the American flag on there. But I guarantee you, he's not wearing no MAGA hat. He ain't wearing no MAGA hat anymore if he had one. Make America great again, huh? Well, how much of a failure has that been with the MAGA movement? A complete failure. And your leader, Trump, has everything to do with it. But again, I like poking people with this. You voted for him. And now he's a total embarrassment to you. He's an embarrassment to the country. He's an embarrassment to the world. You voted for him. Sorry, I gotta sock it to you sometimes. I don't mind in this case. You made a big mistake by voting for Trump. Now you're seeing what's happening. See, you could be that victim, Popeye. You know, like the girl who, in Minnesota? She gets shot in the fucking head by that fucking asshole Gestapo ICE agent. She wasn't trying to run anybody down. She got a couple of kids, too. Right? You could be that same victim. You're just driving by and some ICE agent comes over and says, oh, you're trying to run over the crowd, and shoots you in the fucking head. That could happen even to you, poops. And if you survive it, and you're not brain dead, which you already are you going to say, rah, 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 Trump and his Gestapo ICE agents? Or are you going to be just as bitter as you are to me on here and everybody else? What are you going to do? You get an attitude change right away. And you'll realize that you made a big mistake on voting for Trump. And all the other supporters, they got an overkill now on the news what's happening with Trump. And it's not fake news either. Everything with Trump is, if it doesn't support him in some way, it's all fake news. It's all fake news. You know what the best news stations are now? The independent ones, like Midas Touch. I listen to Midas Touch. That fucking guy makes like 20-something million a year from his show. Can you believe that shit? Him and his brothers, they operate it. And they all look like him, I swear to God. I never seen the mouth, the teeth. I got confused. I had to make a comment on there, hoping that somebody would answer me, say, why do these other people look so much? Is that his kids, or what, who are they? I said, no, that's his brothers. Apparently they're all in on this together. They started over a year ago. The guy's making over 20-something million a year, divided with his brothers, and taxes, all that taken out. But he's almost 6 million subscribers now. It's called the Midas Touch. I'll promote it. He's a little bit of overkill, though. Breaking news, or big whatever. I mean, it's a lot of clickbait that goes on there, because he's trying to get to that 6 million point. Like Philippines, Philly in the Philippines and other channels, they put all that clickbait titles on there. He does it too. That's the only thing I don't like. He's got some making money from sponsors left and right. That's a guy who's got his shit together, man. But he is an actual lawyer, and he was actually specializing in civil rights. So he knows about all this shit. He's not just some chump that decided to do a YouTube show. And you also got Don Lemon, who got ousted out of CNN. And I still like CNN, but no matter what you think about Don Lemon, he was always a good, I don't know, what was he, an anchor? He was always a good newsman. So now he went independent, and now he's got millions of subscribers, and he's doing probably maybe as well. Who knows? I don't know what he was getting paid for CNN. He was getting paid a lot of money. They ousted him out. And there's a lot of people who are prejudiced in many ways. They say, I don't want to watch him because he's black and he also happens to be gay. That doesn't play my part of what I think about somebody. I think he's good at what he does. I used to like watching his when he was on CNN. Who cares if he's gay? That's his personal business. And if he's black, and the guy has something good to say, I don't care what fucking color you are at all. Don't make a difference. And he's not like one of these prejudiced people. He's not against whites and all that shit. But he certainly will stick up for the black population, I'll guarantee that, when push comes to shove. Of course he will. He could be just a radical in that as anybody else. But I think he's all around pretty good. But I like the Midas Touch. And that's the one I definitely go to every single day I wake up, because it's a different time zone and something new has happened with Trump every time I wake up. And it's one of the first things I go to, really. Now, I'm not looking for the YouTubers' channels here in the genre. I'll go to the news. I want to see what's current with Trump. Because the more that guy gets buried, the happier I am. And that's a fact. We're over 2 hours and 32 minutes. Yeah, count that, Popeye. Popeye comes on. Well, there you go. Do you ever change anything? Do you even change your underwear, I want? Or do you wear fucking Depends? What is it really, Popeye, Robert Clausen? You're far from being perfect, Popeye. I admit imperfection, but you take it to another level. Stop being so bitter. You have talents in some editing. Why don't you show us your life in Florida? He won't do that. He don't even want to be on camera. See, here's the thing, Popeye. You don't have to be on camera. But you still could go around and show nice places and make trips somewhere. When do you make a trip out of Florida? I never see or ever heard of you doing that. You may go to the casino. You go to bingo like a nice senior man is supposed to do, the stereotype. You live the stereotype of an old man. You realize that, don't you? You really do. Clothing, everything else. Lifestyle. You're not old until you allow yourself to be old. You want to dress like an old man, talk like an old man, do what old men do. Then you're an old man. I don't consider myself an old man. I consider myself an older man. There's certain aspects of my personality, my energy, and so forth, the way I dress, whether it's my hair, I don't care what it is. I don't consider myself an old man. I consider myself an older man. When I start getting in my 80s or so, yeah, you'll say you're very old. But it's all relative. I mean, it's how you carry yourself in life. Someone could look at some of these stars on the internet, aging karate stars, action stars, and a lot of them are looking pretty old, beyond their time. That's genetics. But you'd be surprised how active they are. On the other hand, they might be pushing 80 or something, but they're still probably in a lot better shape than most of the morons on here.
Heide!
We got it's okay, Heidi. We got a 2. 1 2 from Doc M.
Heidi! Please! Please! Heidi!
We got it's okay, Heidi. We got a 2. 1 2 from Doc M.
Heidi! Please!
It'll be okay, Heidi.
And good late morning. I had to cancel some plans this morning to go to Battaglia and try to get my results. Because I don't hear from them. Email or messenger. Kind of like to have my results on my urinalysis. It would kind of be nice. So with the prescription, I don't want to go all the way up there for nothing. You know how that is. Should I get test results? I was going to get an ultrasound, but I'm going to put that off for a while. I want to see the results of my urinalysis. Might need antibiotics again. If so, oh well, it is what it is. But sometimes you like to know. I went in there on Friday, and they're usually pretty quick, because they're open on Saturday too. They send out their lab work to, well, their labs that they deal with, for blood testing, whatever you go in there for, urinalysis, blood testing, whatever it might be, They're usually pretty good. I've had some things the same day. But I always instruct them to, Send the results by email and I can make a hard copy of it. If I really need a hard copy, I could go in and get that too. Not a problem, but truthfully, I don't even know if the lab results are even done. So it's kind of frustrating. God, that air diving, skydiving business makes a lot of money. What do they charge, like nearly $30,000 per flight per person? And how many flights they make per day? They're doing pretty good, I'd say. Okay. Got a mess out here, actually. Grass is growing like crazy. Or shall I say the weeds? No, I can't go out here. Ginger. For a minute. You know. We'll attend to this or just hire somebody to do it. But it grows really fast. Now, of course, we'll take a look at this road. And, you know, the brown guy, whatever, they're not going to do anything about it. And that's just not going to happen. Nope, look at this. We'll walk the length over here this way. You can see what I'm talking about. It's, you know, get a brain scan and see if they can donate one. Ooh. Well, I could probably say that to a lot of people on here, dude. That would apply to some people. You can see what's going on here. We had to fill in a hole with rocks. It's not our job to do this, you know. Yeah. Now, as you go way down there, there's going to be a whole paved area. But you got to understand how politics work in this country. Well, the guy used to be like a mayor or whatever, or deputy mayor or whatever. And he can get the barangay to pave that whole area, which he did. He don't even have a house there. It's just all his land. He has a bunch of land there. That's kind of the way the Philippine politics work here. You can get things done if you have some pull. No doubt about that. My God, how many times I have to paint this wall? The cats climb up it all the time. They got muddy paws and shit. Hey, gingerbread. Okay. It is what it is. Okay. Where will we? Let's get back in here. Okay. Yeah, we had a troll in here and I got rid of him right away. Right away, got rid of the troll. That's how you... and painless. Yeah, but they're not going to fix anything out there. But yes, it's hard to get goods and services in an expedient way out here. That's just... you have to adjust yourself to that situation. They're pretty quick sometimes, but other times they're not. But what if you had a really serious situation going on? You need to have results. Man, I need to know, do I got a UTI or whatever? I mean, you may need to know because you need antibiotics and stuff, but no. You can't force them to hurry up anything. It just doesn't work that way. Not out here, it doesn't. Oh, hey, well, fairness, even in America too these days, the medical community in the United States is horrible. And a lot of people say they're envious of countries that have social system where, the medical is paid for. But, well, there's always a problem with that, too, because actually you have to have long waiting lists to get any procedures done because it's free. Well, you'll pay it in taxes, but basically nothing's coming out of your pocket initially. But the trick is to get in there, to be seen, even a general practitioner or a specialist or some kind of a procedure. It's very hard. So socialism works, but there are, as with anything else in life, barriers and complications and waiting periods and all that stuff before you can even get anybody. So they say free is good, but nothing's free. I'm sure the taxpayers are paying extra for this. It might seem free to you with a society that, you know, does socialism, but not really. Aren't you the guy that just came on here? Somebody, okay, somebody, hello. Boy, I don't know. I almost don't even like to turn on the phone sometimes when I see all this news on here and all the shit that's happening in the world. It almost makes you feel like throwing your fucking cell phone away. I felt that sometimes, really. I don't really watch the news on TV, but, you know, my cell phone, yeah, I do. And I don't like everything I'm hearing and seeing and witnessing. People going crazy in this world, killing each other, hating on each other. People are all divided. You got a corrupt president running the United States, trying to cause wars, trying to take over other countries. Like, what the fuck? I woke up and it turned into some dystopian society or something. It's fucking amazing. God, so different when I grew up in America. But I'm not in America right now. And I hope to keep it that way. But I would not voluntarily ever go back to America, I would tell you that. Got the dragon pull me to do that. But one thing I have noticed is that it's the people that support people like Trump and his regime. And his sickness spreads like a fucking virus. Human nature is really amazing because you could be on I don't know, come up with something here, college campus. Or, okay, let's just say a peaceful protesting. All right, that's better. A peaceful protesting. And all it takes is one person to turn it around. Of course, you know what I'm going to mention, the cattle of society. I say it all the time. They are the cattle of society. They will follow the other cattle. Even if it means jumping off a cliff, they'll do it. One person sparks something off, and next thing you know, you got a mob instead of a peaceful protest. That's just a fact of human life on this planet. I don't know, we all say times were a lot simpler back in the day, growing up as a kid, but was it really? You know, your parents were still struggling if you didn't come from a wealthy family. During the Depression and so forth, you know, jobs were scarce. People had to sell apples on the street. Anything to bring food on the table. And we may complain about things going on right now, but there actually are more resources that people have in modern day times than they had back in the 20s and 30s and 40s, whatever, and prior. They, you know, didn't have Social Security at one point. That was it. And it's almost like the same as Filipinos here. Here's the thing, too. If you didn't notice, you know, just to get a job at McDonald's or Jolly Bees or something here, they want you to minimum be a high school graduate, but they prefer you having 1 or 2 years in college. And this is just to get a fast food job. Now, along with that, keep in mind something else. They want you to pay for a medical test before you get the job at your expense. If there's a uniform involved, you probably have to buy that. You have to get an NBI, which is like similar to the AI in America called National Bureau of Investigation, to have a criminal, you know, background file if you have any criminal background or anything like that. So when you come to the Philippines and you see a lot of people not working, it's not always their fault. And if you're a woman, you have a harder time too. Besides all those prerequisites, there is a lot of age discrimination out here on women. You'll notice when you go to the mall or any store, you're going to see young Filipinas that are the cashiers and salespeople, predominantly, and they're young. That's what you're going to see. The purpose of that is to, well, attract customers in. But yes, there is age discrimination here. I'm not going to lie about that, and no disclaimer needed about that at all. It's not really a fair place for a lot of things, really. How real undesirables are not the ones that'll be thrown out and they go after innocent people just because somebody make a social media campaign against you to try to oust an innocent foreigner out of the country because they just decided they didn't like you. Yeah, well, none of that goes on, does it? Don't get me going on that. But yeah, if you if you decide to live in the Philippines, just understand there are challenges here. It's not a bad place to live if you have to find a good place to live. I mean, compared to some countries, it's not a bad place. And as long as you keep your nose clean, you get along with the people, and try to learn a couple of words, at least a few words in the language. You know, I know a few. It doesn't matter. You know, one word or two, it means a lot. You know, you're at least respectful enough to the culture that, you know, you may know a couple of lines. You may know a couple of words. That's all it takes. You don't have to learn the language completely, but they appreciate that they're trying to, it's a way of showing respect, is to understand or learn the language. I don't mind what all the trolls say on here. They're always jumping on Filipinas all the time, and all they are is hoes and prostitutes. No, those are coming from the desperate foreigners that are having a hard time actually finding a good Filipina, and there's plenty out there. Plenty, I know for sure. You're just not finding the right ones, or your approach sucks, or your general attitude toward Filipinos that they're just a piece of meat, just to have sex with. Another notch in your belt to bring home to your friends. It's that kind of attitude that if you were seriously looking for a Filipina, for a long-term relationship, it's not going to happen. Sure, you could pay some Filipinos money, if that's what their job is. They make a living by doing that. But, you know, like I've said before, if you're not desperate to do that, I mean, why spend all the money on an airplane to come here to get laid? You could just save the money you saved on an airplane trip and hotel reservations and just find a local whore to get laid. Simple as that. It's not, you know, complicated science or math. But with that being said, you also don't want to, it's one thing to never think about. And sure, we cover this a lot. You don't know who you're having sex with. You don't know her sexual history. Does she have any diseases that you're going to get and you're going to spread it to other people? You got to think about that too. If that's her profession, and that's the kind of woman that you're actually going after, she's been with a lot of men that day. And do you really want to touch somebody that's been with a lot of men and she hasn't, I'm trying to put this as politely as I can. She hasn't been hygienic about it, you know. She's basically a sperm, okay, she's basically a sperm depository, okay, and you want to go into that? I don't know, guys. If it gets that desperate for you, I don't go there. Never would, never will. Know a little bit about the Filipina. Have you gathered somehow that she's very hygienic? Looks like she takes care of herself, but that doesn't mean anything either. You might find some that never bathe at all. You don't know. But they're not being hygienic in certain places. And you down on that muffin? Really? I'm trying to be as straight talk as I can here, you know, to get my point through. But they do it. Foreigners come here exactly for that. They figure that the Filipinos are easy here. Like the movie 5 Easy Pieces, right? They're not that easy. Even they have scruples. There's certain guys like Abo Man, Ricky, and people like that they're not going to touch with your dick. Not even with your dick. They do have scruples. They can pick and choose all they want, especially if they had a good day of business. They can decide this guy looks very unhealthy to me or very unsanitary, or he has a combination of cigarette and alcohol breath, or hasn't brushed his teeth in ages, got black teeth, brown teeth, big hairy chest, big stomach, smelly. Even for the money, do you think they're going to 100% go for something like that? Well, you know, that's what's out there. That's what's out there. Go look at the expats that come here. If you think I'm bullshitting, go take a look at most of them. I guarantee you, 70% of the fucking expats look like that. They come here with pre-existing health conditions. They're fart factories. They smell. They're hairy. They got a stomach that needs its own zip code. You know, They look like they're wearing toupees. They have no teeth. And yeah, they have the right to pick and choose if they want. And they do. They don't take to every single guy. Now, of course, if she comes up to you, it's a good sign that, well, she's already seen what you look like, and maybe she don't care. Well, until she smells you, then that might turn her off. Or it could even be your basic attitude. If they think you're dangerous, they're not going to go with you. It has to do with maybe something, how you approached her or what you have to said to her. Look at that army guy that killed this Filipina. They went to a Queensland hotel, and he swore up and down it was a woman because these lady boys, they look pretty good. In fact, they look better than a lot of the women out here. Oh, they have procedures done, the makeup, all that shit, perfume, nice shape, nice body, seemingly. But it's happened with this army dude. I guess he was an army dude, ex-army dude or something. They went to these 1-hour rental type of hotels that they have in the big cities. And, well, I guess when he took off his clothes, he saw immediately that, well, this person who's supposed to be a woman, and swore up and down it was a woman. Had a 3-piece set. So he got upset. Anyway, he wanted to kill her. I think the way it happened. I think he beat her up, him up, her up, whatever the fuck it is. Beat it up. It. Call it it. Did he have a right to do that? No. Did he have a right to be upset? Well, what he should have done is just said a few words and say, hey, what kind of shit you try to pull on me? You said you were a woman. And not proceed, obviously, unless he wants to. He's curious. And walk out the door and say, this ain't happening. But this guy blew a fuse. And he had a lot of male pride. Especially being an ex-military man. He had all this pride. So he reacted to it, and I guess he beat her up or something. I think she died. Yeah, she did die. She did die. I guess he's in prison or something. I imagine he would be. So, know what you want, but explore it first, because I will tell you, a lot of these lady boys look really good in the street. You don't know. You could pull the old Crocodile Dundee thing on them by grabbing the crotch and see if it's a man or a woman. You should be allowed to do that. But they may turn around and say that you assaulted them. So I guess I have to scratch that one out. Good try, but no cigar on that one, right? That's what happens. I mean, you need to know, right? Don't wait till you're in a hotel room, because you don't know what there's a setup. Somebody's going to wait out there, hit you on the head and take all your money, and she takes off. Oh, that happens too. A lot. So my suggestion is just don't do that. Don't take things for granted. Research. Well, try finding a decent woman. There's a lot of decent Filipinos here. Now go find a church girl. Doesn't mean they're decent per se, but they practice what they preach. But you might have a better chance for someone that comes from a well-grounded family and has manners, and if you know for sure it's actually a woman and not a man. But there's some guys that don't care. They go, oh, what the fuck? You're looking awfully good. Well, I hate to say, in those situations, shit, I wouldn't do that ever. Those guys may actually like it because it's a taboo to do that. But you broke the taboo, which means, okay, I'll give you an example. You quit smoking cigarettes and you don't want to go buy one at the store. No, stay away. But then you break down and say, hey man, can I bum a cigarette off you? And you have one, and guess what? You say, oh, fuck it, I broke my code, I screwed up, I'm just going to go and buy myself a whole pack now. You just screwed up your whole effort to quit smoking. That's a good example. Similar. But I wouldn't go there. It's like, oh yeah, they look good. You see them in front of the hotels everywhere, You want to go to Angeles City, Manila, that's the kind of thing you're into. I can't stop you. Do what you feel that you need to do. But remember, there are consequences on everything you do in life. You may wind up with a very strong ladyboy. If you speak out of turn or do something she don't like, will beat the shit out of you. Now, I'm pretty sure that's happened. I can't state a case, but the mathematical odds or whatever of that happening, I'm sure it's happened. Where guys are figuring this woman is weak, even as a ladyboy, looks very weak to me, then they turn around and kick ass. I'm sure it's happened. As I said, I don't have any proof or case studies on that, but I'm sure it has happened. Don't mess with a ladyboy, I guess I'm going to say, for many reasons. Unless that's what you're into, and that's your thing. If that's your thing, I don't have a problem with it.
You have checks.
Hold on, I can put on mute for a second. Okay, I have to actually attend to some text that I'm expecting here, and I didn't see it show up on the screen, but I wasn't planning on doing a long show here. I just wanted to cover that. I don't have any updates on Slim or anything like that yet, but yeah, I'll kind of keep you informed if I learn something on that. I took a great interest in Slim's case there, absolutely. Because I just love it so much when there's justice. Revenge, my friends, but justice. And unfortunately, I think she's going to get involved with this legal matter, too. They may just release him and say, fuck it, I don't know. Who knows? He may get away with it. To a lot of people's discontent, but, we'll play it out and we'll see what happens. Boy, I don't know. I almost don't even like to turn on the phone sometimes when I see all this news on here and all the shit that's happening in the world. It almost makes you feel like throwing your fucking cell phone away. I felt that sometimes, really. I don't really watch the news on TV, but, my cell phone, yeah, I do. And I don't like everything I'm hearing and seeing and witnessing. People going crazy in this world, killing each other, hating on each other. People are all divided. You got a corrupt president running the United States, trying to cause wars, trying to take over other countries. Like, what the fuck? I woke up and it turned into some dystopian society or something. It's fucking amazing. God, so different.
There's no way.
What?
There's a real lemon.
Mm-hmm.
It's a mandarin.
I'm not sure. I don't know.
Wow. Give me. It's nice. It's like lemon, like real lemon. Wanna try also, baby boy? Ay, not that much. Baby boy. It is dying.
It doesn't work. You need milk?
Tumageta is like to buy. It's so safe.
Then they just leave the key like.
Sir, Sam Rosipo. I am Police Captain Morte of the Regional Anti-Cybercrime Unit. We are here to serve the warrant to search, seize and examine computer data. Are you Sir Sam Rosipo? Yes, sir. We are here to implement this warrant to search, seize and examine computer data with WCCD number 01-2026, signed by Presiding Judge Sheila Lane Katakutan Bisario. This is in relation to the violation of RA 9995, anti-photon video voyeurism.
So we want that, madam?
Yes, all computer devices.
Keep it private until it's permanent. Your success, your love life, your plans, your income, your happiness, your dreams. Not everyone deserves access to the parts of your life that are still growing. Protect what matters and let the results speak for you.